Okay, so time is fast spent. I invite the clerk to read the next item on the order paper.
Item 2 on the order paper.
Item 1.
Item 1 on the order paper. National Anthem.
So we may all rise up for the national anthem.
We are starting with Uganda National Anthem. O Uganda, may God uphold thee. We lay our future in thy hand. United, free for liberty, together we always stand. The East African Anthem. E Mungu tomba ujilinde, Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tujilize na malengo yetu, jumuiya yetu zote tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike, umoja wetu, nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Item 2 on the order paper. Prayers.
Almighty God, in infinite wisdom and providential goodness, have appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of the society and the just government of humanity. We beseech you to look upon with your abundant favor these your servants, whom you have pleased to call to performance of such important task in this land. Let your blessings descend upon them here assembled, and grant them that they may, as in your presence, treat and consider all matters that shall come under their deliberations in so just and faithful manner as to promote your honor and glory and advance the good of those whose interests they have committed to their charge. Amen.
Item 3 on the order paper. Communication from the chair.
Okay, so I have two documents here, two guiding documents. We have the order paper and the official program. So before we can proceed with the order paper, we shall first tackle the official program, and then thereafter we shall proceed with the order paper. I once again would like to formally welcome you to this session of the National Youth Parliament. I want to first begin by observing the protocol. In our midst, we have been joined by the Right Honorable Speaker, Thomas Taebwa, who is the Deputy Speaker of the National Youth Parliament of the National Parliament of the Republic of Uganda. We have also been joined by the Honorable Minister of State for Youth and Children Affairs, the Honorable Lakisa Masi. We've also been joined by the Swedish Ambassador, Her Excellency Maria Hakansson. Okay. In our midst, we have also a representation from the Uganda Parliamentary Forum on Youth Affairs. We have also been joined by the Honorable Chairperson of the National Youth Council of Uganda, Honorable Daniel Ongom. We also have the Executive Director of Faraja Africa Foundation in our midst, together with the Faraja team. You could stand up and wave to the audience. We also have Executive Director Rose Namayanja Foundation. You could rise up and wave to the audience. So, we have those our dignitaries today, and the first session will be the formal or official speeches. So to begin with item 1 of this program, so I want again to express my appreciation to Faraja Foundation in liaison with the Parliament of Uganda for allowing us or hosting us in this very great building, the Parliament of Uganda. Today marks exactly 1 year since our inauguration into the National Youth Parliament. Now, for me, the significance of this anniversary goes far beyond the passage of time. It gives us an opportunity to interrogate the purpose of why we are here in this house, but also the weight of the responsibility that we shoulder as young leaders, but also as citizens of this country. The realities of our time require us to develop the moral imagination of looking beyond ourselves and diagonizing the conditions of society and being positioned to confront some uncomfortable truths. Now, I'm fairly certain that the vast majority of you in this house would agree with me that the social ills, the vices that we see today, such as dishonesty, such as greediness, such as egocentrism, such as cruelty, bitterness. We have a lot of bitterness in our hearts. A case in point is the experience you have on the road coming here. You find there's a lot of animosity between people. And so all these ills have become the most authentic expressions of our collective consciousness and value system as a society. They are symptomatic of the collective damage that we've inflicted upon our society through our individual actions. And let no one deceive you, each and every one of us is culpable. We are all guilty as charged in this mess that we've seen in our societies. So, by each of us recognizing our stake in the current state of affairs, through our seemingly small acts such as the normalization of dishonesty, the normalization of indifference towards people that genuinely need help, the normalization of not paying back what we owe people, the normalization of the culture of exploitation. We have very many people constantly looking for ways on how they can exploit one another or gain an unfair advantage. We have lost the culture of patience. We have become increasingly intolerant. So the summation of all these factors have led to the dysfunctional and broken society that we are witnessing today. They have contributed to the prevalent hopelessness, the cynicism, and basically we find ourselves in this situation. Now, of course, under such circumstances, as human beings, we are forced to fall back to our primitive instincts of survival that in most cases tell us or dictate that we should adapt. Yeah, so there is a growing appetite among the people out there, our young people, to adapt these vile and unpleasant ways. But I'm here today to use this platform to attempt to dissuade you from these very toxic and untenable notions that we need to adapt. That is false. I'm one of those that is convicted to believe that the reason why we exist or why we are created is to make the world a slightly better place. And so we can, each of us in our small ways, contribute to making the world a much more habitable place, a much better place, a much cleaner place, and a much sustainable place, a much tolerant place. And even when I recognize that there are those among us that have the privilege of having at their disposal the tools that can enable them to create colossal impact by dint of the power and influence they wield in decision making or by the resources they have at their disposal. Both me and you can contribute to making the world a better place through our small individual actions of being honest, of going through the trouble of helping someone in need, of paying back what you owe to someone, and all these small individual actions, because it is the compounding effect of our small individual actions that at the end of the day dictate how our society looks like at a systemic level. So as I conclude, I want to invite you to reflect on your actions today and ask yourself whether in your small little way, are you contributing to make the world a much better place, or are your actions actually sinking us further into the sewer of hopelessness, the sewer of toxicity, and the current condition of our society as it is? So with those few remarks, I would like to also recognize the presence in our midst of the National Female Youth Member of Parliament, who has joined us right now in our midst. You could stand up and wave to the people. Okay, so with those few remarks, I would like to have been on a special request, been informed to invite the State Minister for Youth to be in position to formally invite the Right Honourable Speaker, the Right Honourable Thomas Taiwa, to make his official remarks and officially welcome us to the August House. So the Honourable Lakisa Masi, could you please do us the honor of formally inviting the Deputy Speaker of the National Parliament?
Without wasting much time, the Right Honourable Speaker, honourable members, you look great. I've been coming here every now and then, but today, permit me to say that the energy feels different. When I stepped here and looked at your faces, I was amazed. Allow me, thank you for taking time to be here. I am Dr. Mercy Lakisa, the Minister of State in charge of Youth and Children Affairs. And at this juncture, allow me invite the Right Honourable Deputy Speaker to come and give his address. You're welcome.
The Right Honourable Speaker of the Youth Parliament, the way I understand it, that in Parliament, when it's a sitting, they don't recognize protocol. It is only the Right Honourable Speaker who has that power. I'm glad to be here and to be joined by my colleagues, the Honourable Lakisa, the Honourable Mercy, National Female Youth MP, and my mentor, the Honorable Rosen Namayanja, who took me through steps of being a leader when I was a young person, and I'm glad she's still doing the same. I want to thank you, Honorable Namayanja, the Deputy Secretary General of the NRM, and my sister, the Ambassador of Sweden to Uganda. Wow, it feels different, like Honorable Akisa said. Of course, I was on the back bench for 5 years, and then I came on the front bench, and this was a microphone I was using for 9 months as a minister and as a government chief whip. And every day I would be speaking here, I would be focusing on that side. So I'm seeing these opposition members, especially the leader of opposition, stationed here, and would be ready to lock horns on very critical national issues when I was a government chief whip. But today it feels different. I see many Tayebwas here, potential Tayebwas. I see many potential Rakisas, many potential Masis, and I'm seeing many potential Obosoboses around. So I really feel great that you're here. I bring you greetings from the Right Honorable Speaker, and apologies he couldn't be with us here today because we are having a lot going on, so we usually share responsibilities. But nevertheless, we are going to try our level best to make sure that Right Honorable Speaker and your members, you're very comfortable in this house because it belongs to you. It doesn't belong to us. We just hold it in trust for you. So it gives me great pleasure to welcome you to Parliament for the ceremonial opening of the second sitting of the 8th Uganda National Youth Parliament, convened as part of Uganda's commemoration of International Youth Day under the theme Different Contexts, Common Aspirations. You are lucky to be here. The place you are seated in has hosted very many critical people, has hosted the Queen, has hosted presidents. Presidents have sat in these seats where you are. So meaning you are walking in the annals of history. You should be inspired by that to go and even become much better than we are, than what we've been able. Before I became a member of Parliament, I had never gotten a chance to enter here. You know, when I entered, I was just mesmerized, and I've seen members who are still trying to see, you mean I'm here? So you better feel it and enjoy it, so that when you come in, it, for me it's we want you to enjoy it, because the theme reminds us that while young people come from different regions, communities, and backgrounds, they are united by common aspirations. That is to access quality education, decent jobs, affordable health care, safe communities, accountable leadership, and meaningful opportunities to contribute to the development of our country. The Parliament of Uganda is proud to host the National Youth Parliament because democracy is strongest when citizens, especially young people, are given credible and organized opportunities to participate in public affairs. Parliament is not simply a place where laws are passed. It is where the voices of citizens are represented, government is held accountable, and national priorities are debated. The National Youth Parliament gives young people an opportunity to understand and contribute to these processes in a very meaningful way. I want to say this very clearly. The Uganda National Youth Parliament is not merely a simulation of parliament. It is a leadership institution. It's not a one-off. It's a leadership institution. Many leaders serving Uganda today first learned the values of representation, public service, and accountability through youth leadership. I count myself among those who were shaped through youth leadership. The Honorable Minister responsible for youth has walked that journey, my young sister, Lakisa. Several honorable members, including the National Female Youth MP, have walked through that journey. And most of us began our journey by representing young people in different youth structures, assuming national responsibility. Leaders such as Honorable Rose Namayanja are part of the story. So, what you can only learn from us is that your journey can be the next chapter. And my prayer and wish is that it could be a better chapter than ours. I always believe in us going a step higher, going a step higher. That is why you should never underestimate the responsibility you carry. You are not here to represent yourselves. You represent millions of young Ugandans whose voices, concerns, and aspirations deserve to be heard. When you rise to contribute in this house, remember that you speak for the young entrepreneur struggling to build a business. You're speaking for a graduate searching for employment. You're speaking for a farmer seeking better opportunities. You're speaking for a young woman demanding equal opportunities, and every young Ugandan who believes that public institutions should work for them and must work for them. I'm particularly pleased that the matters before this sitting have emerged through the subnational youth parliament process. They began in communities across Uganda before finding their way into this chamber. That is how representative democracy should work. National conversations must be informed by community realities. As Parliament, we are not simply receiving young people today. We are receiving the ideas, concerns, and proposals of young Ugandans. I therefore reaffirm Parliament's commitment that the resolutions adopted by this House will be formally received through the Office of the Clerk, transmitted to Uganda Parliamentary Forum on Youth Affairs, and where appropriate, referred to the relevant parliamentary committees and government institutions for consideration. From the institution of Parliament, I would like to see this process even become much more stronger, and I promise our support that we shall support the organizers to ensure that this process gets stronger. The National Youth Parliament should not only debate issues, it should also know what happens after the debates. In our Parliament, we call it action taken reports, which must be. So I would request that next time you're holding another sitting, you should first receive one of the agenda items. It's my proposal, Mr. Speaker, sir, that one of the items you should have is action taken reports on the resolutions of the previous Youth Parliament. That way we shall have meaning, and we shall have a better way of following up. Young people deserve feedback. So the people you represented, once you receive an action taken report, you will go back and you say, we went, you raised issues, we went to Kampala, we sat in Parliament, we deliberated on them, they found their way into the right offices, and the following action was taken. So that will be a better way of giving feedback. They deserve to know which resolutions have been considered, what action has been taken, and what remains outstanding. That is how participation builds confidence in democratic institutions. I also wish to commend the Office of the Clerk Parliament, the Uganda Parliamentary Forum on Youth Affairs, the Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development, the National Youth Council, and Faraja Africa Foundation, under the leadership of its Executive Director, Mr. Wabwire Emmanuel, for their continued commitment to organizing and strengthening this important national platform. I equally appreciate our development partners and the main organizations that continue to invest in youth leadership and democratic participation. Together, you have helped build an institution that is shaping Uganda's future leaders. I thank you. Honorable youth members, today's motions on youth employment and economic empowerment, participation in governance, sexual and reproductive health, road safety, the rule of law, and community safety are not ordinary agenda items. They reflect issues affecting millions of young people in Uganda. Debate them with seriousness. Challenge one another respectfully. Support your arguments with evidence. Parliament is not strengthened by the loudest voice, but by the strongest ideas. As you conclude this sitting, I encourage you to return to your constituencies and report back to the young people who entrusted you with their concerns. Tell them what you debated, what resolutions were adopted, where those resolutions have been referred, and what progress has been made. Leadership is not measured by the speeches we make, but by the confidence people place in us and the results we deliver. As I look around this chamber today, I see future members of parliament, I see future ministers, I see future judges, I see future diplomats, entrepreneurs, and public servants. More importantly, I see a generation with the opportunity to lead Uganda with integrity, competence, and a genuine commitment to public service. Use this platform well. Listen more than you speak. Represent more than yourselves. Serve more than your own interests. It is now my honor and privilege to declare the second sitting of the 8th National Youth Parliament officially open. I wish you fruitful and consequential deliberations. I thank you.
Well, thank you very much, the Right Honorable Speaker, for those very consequential remarks. Yes, during the speech I was able to note, and indeed the guidance that you have given to us as the Youth Parliament of the Action Taken report has been duly taken, and we also appreciate the recognition that the Parliament of Uganda, as the repository of the people's will, is the people's house. And what better way to exemplify that through granting us the opportunity to be here. So we really do appreciate that. While you were speaking, Right Honorable Speaker, we were joined by the Youth Member of Parliament of Western Uganda, who can kindly rise up and wave to the crowd. Okay, so at this juncture, I will be suspending the House for an official photo moment with the Speaker, who might have other commitments, and then we shall come back and resume the program and ultimately the order paper. Thank you very much. The House is suspended for 10 minutes to have the official photograph. Oh.
It marks the second sitting of the 8th National Youth Parliament happening right here in Kampala, Uganda. And today, the theme is very simple and clear: different contexts, common aspirations, which simply means the youth, despite their various different backgrounds, today they come together to make a better future for the youth. This year's message is very clear, and then it not only brings youth of different contexts and aspirations together, but it also brings the youth leaders from across different regions in Uganda to discuss various bills and motions that benefit the youth. Right behind me is where the youth today have gathered. It's not a very normal day where parliamentarians sit and discuss politics for the country, but today it's the youth of Uganda from various sub-regions across Uganda who are seated right behind me. And right about now, there's a procession happening where we have in attendance the Deputy Speaker of Parliament, Right Honorable Thomas Tayewa, who's in presence to witness and launch the 8th National Youth Parliament. Come with me as we see what the youth today have to say and what ideas they have. They are not miss. Stay tuned to Faraja Digital TV. My name is Shedrick Ayebare, and we are hanging out together today at the Parliament of the Republic of Uganda.
Next item.
Please, you may now resume your seat.
Next item on the
Wait.
agenda.
Clerk. Invite you. Okay, so we shall be resuming our program. The speaker has departed from us. Before we proceed to the next item, I think it is only right that I give special recognition to the Prime Minister of the 8th National Youth Parliament, who has joined us. Right Honorable Hannah, please stand up and wave. And the Leader of Opposition, who is also on the front bench, kindly wave to them. Okay. I think I'm under the impression that the speakers already introduced themselves in the first session. Okay, so we shall be proceeding with the official program, where at this point, please allow me to invite the Executive Director of Faraja African Foundation to make his official remarks. Faraja African Foundation are the conveners of the National Youth Parliament. And you're welcome, sir. Please, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. I'll not do pleasantries, protocol observed. I would just like to, in a special way, to recognize our partners who have made this possible, and that is the European Union, the Royal Danish Embassy, under the PESA program in partnership with the Swedish Embassy, the Kingdom of Netherlands, the Embassy of Ireland, and also the French Embassy under the SUPER program, and also in a special way recognize our own members. Members, I would like us to just have a special applause for our youth minister. She's our alumni from the Youth Parliament, and I remember we kept on complaining that we wanted our very own, and we are happy that this time round we have our very own. And in the same way, I also like to recognize our partners, the Rose Namayanja Foundation. A round of applause. Oxfam, Hivos, Restless Development, a round of applause. Sensitize Uganda, Advance Africa, Open Space, among other partners, including as well the youth sounding boards that are present here who already had discussions with us. In the same way, I would also like to say, members, at the end of the day when we are moving, we need to ensure and recognize that we are together with our Uganda Parliamentary Forum for Youth Affairs. And that's Honorable Mwine, a round of applause. Our Honorable Mercy as well, the National Female Youth MP. And our coordinator, our beloved Emmanuel. Please wave you. Yes, some of us call him Honorable. I don't want to preempt much because of time. I would allow to step back, and the program continues to the next team. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Emmanuel Awire. At this point, I think there is general unanimity around stomping as the most preferred way of applauding. So if we agree to adopt that, then for anyone that wishes to applaud, we can just stomp our feet. At this point, please grant me the privilege of inviting the Executive Director of the Rose Namayanja Foundation to make her official remarks. You are welcome.
I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and allow me also, without going through protocol, to thank very immensely, first of all, the leadership of Parliament for granting the second sitting of the 8th Uganda National Youth Parliament to take place not anywhere else, but in the chambers of the Parliament of Uganda. Also to thank the Right Honourable Deputy Speaker for officiating this session, the opening of this session, as a Speaker of Parliament, a Deputy Speaker of Parliament, but also an alumni of the young people, young leaders in this country. I want also to thank the Minister of State for Youth and Children Affairs, the Honorable Akisa, for the great work you are doing and for your personal presence in this session. It inspires many others, and the fact that you have been part of the Youth Parliament before joining the August House is a great inspiration to the young people who are in this house right now. The members of parliament representing the young people, it's a pleasure to have you here, and members of the Uganda Parliamentary Forum on Youth Affairs. Mr. Speaker, sir, I just want to reiterate what the Right Honorable Deputy Speaker said, not just for purposes of emphasis, but because we have walked this talk. I can say that where you are, we were. Where we are, you are coming. Our role is to facilitate the processes for you to be ready and comfortable to be in these places. The first time I entered Parliament, I was just inspired to be part of the national leadership by only attending the sitting of Parliament in the Strangers Gallery. I used to go at the reception there, get a kachit, go to the Strangers Gallery, and then that's how I got inspired. But for you to sit in these chambers, I just want you to take it as a great opportunity and just make sure that at one time, 5, 10, 15, 20 years from now, you are actually here not as members of the National Youth Parliament, but members of the National Assembly and beyond. So the opportunities are enormous, and this is one great opportunity that you have gotten. Mr. Speaker, for purposes of context, because the reason why the Rose Namayanja Foundation is engaged in the processes of the National Youth Parliament right from the beginning to date is because we wanted to inspire young people to be the best versions of themselves. And we have lived, we have walked the journey. I was a student leader. I was a village youth chairperson in Iruero, up to district level, a youth chairperson. I was a youth member of parliament, just like Honorable Massey here. I was representing Central Region. I was a member of parliament for Nakaseke district. So effectively, I was in this August House for 15 uninterrupted years. And then a Minister of State, a full cabinet minister, a treasurer of the NRM, and now the Deputy Secretary General. So that shows that the position you are holding here today is a platform that you can use to be the next leaders. I therefore look at this chamber, Mr. Speaker, with great hope, because I know that amongst all of you here, the leadership credentials for our country are being developed. One other thing that I will end with, Mr. Speaker, sir, is that over the past months, more than 600 young people participated in the sub-national youth parliament engagements held across Mbarara, Arua, Mbare, Jinja, Gulu, Moroto, Ruero, and Kasese. They came together not simply to discuss challenges, but to propose solutions. They debated the issues affecting their communities, shared different perspectives, and agreed on the priorities they wanted brought before this August House. The motions that you are going to debate today are not just papers researched for presentation or for debate, but these are issues that you have debated in your respective subnational parliaments, and I want to thank the Right Honorable Deputy Speaker so much that he has brought in another ingredient of the action taken report, which really is a great ingredient in this initiative. Mr. Speaker, sir, allow me to end by thanking the partners for facilitating this process and for contributing to the national ethos of creating a leadership that does not just come for mere participation, but that has gone through the processes, and therefore we are confident, without fear of contradiction, that amongst these young leaders, our country will never have a vacuum of leadership. I want to wish you great deliberations. I thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Thank you very much for those very wonderful remarks. It is true, as stated, that we've had sub-national youth parliament that have been taking place over the last couple of weeks that have culminated in the national sitting. We've had discussions made at the regional level, and I want to formally present this petition. The young people of this country have petitioned me, and this petition paper you see is a consolidation of some of the most prevalent issues across all these regions. And this has, with the lead petitioner, Kakoza Derek, Honorable Kakoza Derek, and their signatures. So these are going to be taken to as guided by the Right Honorable Deputy Speaker, through the Office of the Clerk to Parliament, then to the Parliamentary Forum on Youth Affairs, and ultimately to the Office of the Speaker. So thank you very much for that. At this point, I would like to welcome the National Chair, or the Chairperson of the National Youth Council, Honorable Ngom Daniel, to make his official remarks. You're welcome, Honorable Daniel.
Right Honorable Speaker, as guided by the Right Honorable Deputy Speaker of the Parliament of Uganda, protocol should be left out. So allow me to get straight to my conversation. Right Honorable Speaker and delegates, it's an honor to stand before you to discuss matters about the young people of this country. And on the order paper, there are numerous striking issues, but because of time, allow me to have a brief remarks on two. One of the national priorities that the House will be debating today, Right Honorable Speaker, is on youth employment and economic empowerment. It's a very rightly fitting discussion, and allow me just give some context for the members of Parliament as they debate today, the members of Youth Parliament. One, the government, as we are aware, has made robust attempts at addressing youth employment and economic empowerment. Programs as the Youth Livelihood Program exists, the PDM, 30% for the young people, the MIOGA, the Grow for the young ladies, and there is a public procurement quota for the youth, about 15% for youth, women, and persons with disabilities. However, realities on ground still remain very telling. You may be aware that up to 5.3 million Ugandan youth are neither in employment, neither in education or training. So they are in nothingness. And therefore, we need to discuss and deliberate as a youth parliament on where the challenge lies and the solutions we can propose. I would like to think some of the causes and just list them down so that members can deliberate on the same. One, there is a huge information gap regarding what government is doing for the young people. Up to 1.3 trillion has been expended on the young people on just PDM by the end of this financial year that got done, 1.3 trillion. But many a young person does not know the modalities of going about getting these resources. Of course, corruption remains a huge challenge. There are also implementation gaps. The Auditor General released a report about last year indicating that even though there is a youth procurement quota where you young people are supposed to have certain privileges in procurement at both local government level and national level, central government level, no MDA or local government had this arrangement in their procurement plans. So there is no implementation of an otherwise very good policy. There is also a lack of grassroots evidence on what works and does not work from the young people. There is no grassroots evidence back from the young people to government that this works and this doesn't work. And very lastly, I think you young people also have a role to play. The elite young people have a fundamental role to play in creating awareness in society and calling upon young people to take part in government programs and processes. So I would really love young people to look at those details and dynamics and deliberate on the same. Why do young people continue to remain, the 5.3 million people remain poor and out of nothing, and yet government is investing a lot, 1.3 trillion in just PDM. What's the challenge there? The very last one, meaningful youth participation in government program, in governance. Government of Uganda has done robustly well in trying to create a foundation for your engagement. There is the UNSA structures, the Uganda National Students Association structures, countrywide. There is the National Youth Council structures, which is by far almost the most robust youth leadership structure in Africa. In every village, we have 9 leaders. Nationally, we have about 648,000 leaders. It's robust. There are the university guild systems, political party youth leagues, nonetheless. So what are the challenges? One, Right Honorable Speaker and the House, there is a challenge of lack of a deliberate mentorship program for young leaders, where young leaders are mentored, trained, and guided. Right Honorable Speaker, I'd like to tell you that even at the National Youth Council level, getting mentorship and guidance for leaders, for example, in a government institution like Jankwanzi, is a tall order. So there lies the challenge. We try, you fight, but there's not much progress. So leaders, young leaders, have to be mentored deliberately without them having to fight so much for that mentorship. There is also a challenge of severe underfunding of the structures. For example, the National Youth Council cannot operate at district and sub-county levels because of funding. There is isolation of youth leaders from decision-making processes, actual decision-making processes. The positions exist, but when the time to make a decision that matters on the lives of the young people exist, the young people are isolated. So we are a picture, but the decision-making processes remain a challenge. So those are some of the key issues that I pray, they're already on the order paper, but I pray that the young people, the delegates and the members of the Youth Parliament here give more attention and get into the nuances of the same. Nonetheless, we shall also, as Youth Council, ensure that as we meet very soon, we have some of these on as part of our discussions. So the resolutions made here will also form part of the order paper we shall have, and we deliberate more. Also, as the Youth Day comes and as we look toward to the President through the efforts of our Honorable Minister confirming Youth Day celebrations, it is also my commitment that the resolutions made here will also form part of my speech to the President and the country. So allow me commend Faraja for the idea of the Youth Parliament, thank our youth members of Parliament, our youth minister for the good work, and the NYC system, idea and structures. Thank you very much. Faraja has included the Youth Council in the sub-national campaigns, and I see very many of our members here. Thank you so much, Faraja. Thank you, development partners. Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ongom Daniel. We do recognize the very fundamental role that the National Youth Council plays, especially as regards fronting youth voices and channeling the youth concerns to the relevant stakeholders. And we are also here to pledge our commitment to work together with the National Youth Council to move this journey. And we really appreciate your contribution, and we are very expectant in your tenure that a lot will materialize because you have a very strong team, the strongest in I don't know how many years. So we really have a lot of hope. We were joined during the speech made by the chair, National Youth Council. We were joined by the president of the Uganda National Students Association, Honorable Sheila Blessed. Please wave to the House for special recognition. Okay, so at this point, I wish to invite the Honorable Youth Member of Parliament for Western Uganda, Honorable Amwine, to just give a few remarks as he then invites the ambassador, the Swedish ambassador, to make her official remarks.
Right Honorable Speaker, distinguished guests, and my fellow young people of Uganda, good morning. Thank you for the honor of standing before you today. I do not take it for granted, and I can see that everyone has settled in well. Uganda has the youngest population on this planet, and it seems that this has only become a statistic that we throw around at conferences. But it shouldn't be the case. It should be a call to duty, a call to action. When we have a population where 70% of it is comprised of young people, issues of youth cease to become a sector, but an issue of national importance. The problems of the young people are the problems of this nation. And because of this fact, I want to state it plainly that government does not listen to us because it is generous. It listens to us because it is necessary. Because any right-thinking person would listen to a group that comprises 70% to 80% of the population. I want to give you confidence that the deliberations that we're going to have here the resolutions that we are going to have from our deliberations, both at the regional level and at the national level, are going to form part of our legislative agenda, which are the things that we will look to achieve for the next 5 years. So I beg you, do not take this process lightly. The young people of our country depend on this process. But I also want to challenge you. Do not come here only to be heard. Come here to be precise, and come here to raise issues of the young people that are actually on ground. And remember, the strongest advocacy isn't the loudest, but it's the best argued. Know the facts that are on ground. Know the law know the law around the facts that you seek to argue, and know exactly what it is that you're asking from your government and how you want them to act differently. And that is how good ideas are turned into policy, and policies into law that will outlive any of us that are in this room. To everyone here, I believe you didn't get here by accident. You got here because you have a certain belief in yourself to be a leader of the young people of this country. So honor that faith that you have in yourself today by not making perfect speeches and ideas, but having honest ones. Let's disagree with each other. Let's debate, and at the end of the day, that's how democracy is supposed to work. And that's how we get sharp ideas. Yes? With those few remarks, allow me to invite National Female MP to come and give her opening remarks. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Wait. The invite was to the ambassador. So you are formally inviting the Swedish ambassador to make her remarks.
I got a message to invite the Honorable Mercy, who will in turn invite the High Excellency.
Okay, we can proceed
Thank
that
you.
way.
Right Honorable Speaker, the State Minister for Youth and Children Affairs, the Honorable Members of Parliament, Her Excellency Maria, the Chairperson of the National Youth Council, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Today it's a great honor and deeply a personal privilege to stand before you today. This occasion is just special to me because I stand before you today not as a National Female Youth Member of Parliament, but as someone who has passed through this journey or who made it to this Parliament before. Because I happen to be the Secretary for Legal Affairs National Youth Council 2020-2025. And I had the privilege to participate in the Youth Parliament. In fact, I was seated in the behind seat there. So it's a privilege to be here. And I have returned to this chamber in different capacity as a National Female Youth Member of Parliament. And I can confidently say that this platform really prepares young people to represent, to know how the institutions work. So I really appreciate Faraja for this initiative. As I look in this Parliament, I just not only see the members of Parliament, I see judges, I see ministers, I see entrepreneurs, I see our community leaders. So I call upon all of you, the young people, to take this opportunity very serious and know your future is bright. I am particularly encouraged that today's debates are not rooted in the voices of the young people, are rooted from the voices of young people across the entire country. Through the sub-regional parliament engagements that were held in Mbale, Mbarara, Arua, Jinja, Guru, Ruero, Moroto, and Kasese. More than 600 young people came together to identify the challenges facing their community and propose the practical solutions. That means the motions before this House are not simply the ideas prepared for today's sitting, they are outcome of the conversations that began in our community. So, Honorable Member, as Uganda Parliamentary Youth Forum on Youth Affairs, we receive those voices with great responsibility. Our role is to continue building the bridge between the young people and the Parliament of Uganda. We want the young people to know that the discussion held in this House will not end in this sitting, but we shall continue to inform the policy discussion, legislative policies, and parliamentary oversight. One of the strongest messages coming from the young people continues to be the need for the meaningful economic opportunities. The government has really established the intended program to improve the livelihoods of the young people in this country. Let's talk about the PDM. Let's talk about the Youth Livelihood Program. Let's talk about the Youth Capital Venture Fund. Let's talk about the reservation scheme for the special interest group in public procurement. These are important opportunities that can transform the lives of the young people if they are implemented effectively and accessed fairly. Our responsibility as members of parliament is to continue providing oversight to these programs, to reach the young people for whom they were created. At the same time, I want to encourage the government institutions to always do public awareness, to engage the young people to know about these programs and how best they can access them. I also want to encourage my fellow young people. Please, these are your programs. As you sit here, I know you represent very many. When I talk about the PDM, some of you it may not make sense, but you present a young person out there. The 1 million that they are giving, the young people, it can create change in their lives. I want to encourage you, please, as you go back to your community, reach out to these young people, help them to access these funds. That's when we shall call ourselves leaders. The speaker, the Right Honorable Speaker Thomas Taiwa said it, that the leadership is not measured by the speech we make here, but the impact, the results that we make. So in your capacity, please make sure these programs reach the young people. And also interest yourself, position yourself. For example, this reservation scheme. I was very impressed yesterday when I met a young person from Serere. He is ready with a company, and we are going to make sure that he gets those contracts. So I want to encourage young people, please take these programs serious and follow up. The honorable members, we must also confront the growing challenges that are affecting our generation. Human trafficking continues to rob many young Ugandans from their dreams through false promises of employment and better opportunities. Honorable members, drug and substance abuse is becoming increasingly common in high schools, universities, tertiary institutions, our communities where we come from. In fact, I think last month I was in Busoga sub-region. If you see the ghetto youth, how they are struggling because of drugs. So I want to encourage you, do not be the victim of drugs. Personally, I've been at the university. I know, yes, we can be here, but some of you, you are using drugs, but it will affect you. I want to be honest, because I've been with you. I've been at the university. I know how you use drugs. I want to encourage you. Please, let's stop that habit, because you will regret the rest of your life. Allow me to conclude by speaking directly to the fellow young people. Do not wait to hold a public office to begin serving your community. Leadership starts with you. Let's start with integrity. It starts with preparation. It starts having information and also choosing to be part of the solution. And I'm glad that in the community, in your engagement in regional parliamentary sittings, you are able to raise the issues, and even today you will talk about them and come up with the solutions. As I conclude, the Uganda Parliamentary Youth Forum will remain committed to walk this journey with you. We shall listen from you, engage from you, championing your issues that matter in this country about the young people, because the aspirations are part of Uganda's future. I wish you a fruitful deliberations and a successful second sitting of the 8th Uganda National Youth Parliament. I thank you all, and for God and my country. At this moment, honorable members, join me respectfully to invite Her Excellency Maria to come and give her speech to the honorable members. I thank you.
Thank you, and good morning Let me then stand on the established protocol, Right Honourable Speaker, if you allow me. And it's a great pleasure to join you all here today at the second sitting of the 8th Uganda National Youth Parliament, held under this year's International Youth Day theme, Different Contexts, Common Aspirations. I'm very pleased to be here on behalf of Uganda's development partners, many of whom have worked alongside Uganda for many years to support democratic governance, civic engagement, opportunities for young people. And not only Sweden, who I represent, but also the European Union, Denmark, Netherlands, Ireland, and France all support this National Youth Parliament and the regional parliaments that has been leading up to it. Let me also take this opportunity to congratulate all honourable members of the Parliament on their election and wish you every success as you embark on this important responsibility. I would also like to congratulate Honourable Mercy Lakisa on your appointment as Minister of State for Youth and Children Affairs, and we look forward to continuing our cooperation to strengthen opportunities for Uganda's young people. And to recognize, of course, the leadership of this National Youth Parliament, Right Honourable Rodney Adroni and Right Honourable Namukwana Shifa, your return to this second sitting reflects the value of a 2-year mandate. It allows this House not only to debate important issues, but also to build continuity and follow through on the commitments that you make. And as development partners, we commend the Parliament of Uganda for continuing to provide the National Youth Parliament with a parliamentary home. And I was really happy to see the Deputy Speaker, the Right Honourable Tabewa, being here, of course, to open today's event. Young people need more than opportunities to speak on special occasions. They need meaningful ways to engage with public institutions, contribute ideas and influence decisions that affect their lives. And the National Youth Parliament is an important platform for making that possible. I would also like to recognize the Faraja Africa Foundation for its long-standing commitment to strengthening youth participation, democratic governance, and parliamentary engagement. Its success comes from the understanding that meaningful participation is not built in one single day. It grows through long-term commitment, trusted partnerships, and continuous engagement with young people and public institutions alike. And that is why the National Youth Parliament has become one of Uganda's strongest youth platforms. It starts with discussions in communities through the subnational youth parliaments. It brings those ideas into this chamber, and where relevant, connects them to the East African Youth Parliament, and of course also to the National Parliament here, as we have been told by members. I don't know if we have any members of the youth sounding boards of the European Union, Denmark, and the Netherlands here with us today. Is there anyone? Yes, very happy for that as well, and I would really like also to recognize their presence here today, and it shows also the commitment from development partners to work and listen to young voices. Honourable members, as it's often pointed out, Uganda is one of the demographically youngest countries in the world. That presents enormous opportunities, but also important responsibilities. Investing in young people means investing in quality education, relevant skills, entrepreneurship, innovation, and decent jobs. But it also means strengthening the institution that listens to young people and create genuine opportunities for them to participate in public life. And that connects directly to the motions before the House today. The discussion on youth employment and economic empowerment asks important question: are Uganda's policies and systems giving young people a fair chance to start businesses, find employment, and build sustainable livelihoods? We already know that the National Youth Parliament can contribute to real policy change. During the 7th National Youth Parliament, youth members proposed tax incentives to support youth-owned startups, and that recommendation was later championed in Parliament by a former participant in the National Youth Parliament, Honorable Boniface Okot, and Parliament subsequently approved a 3-year income tax exemption for qualifying Ugandan-owned startups. And that journey from debate here to national legislation is a powerful reminder that your work here matters. The National Youth Parliament has also consistently highlighted the importance of integrity, transparency, and accountability, and those messages remain just as relevant today. Corruption, it's not simply a governance issue. It affects people's everyday lives. It takes resources away from schools, health services, roads, employment opportunities. It discourages honest business, weakens confidence in public institutions, and limits opportunities, particularly for young people. Development partners welcome the renewed emphasis by the leadership of the 12th Parliament on integrity, accountability, and evidence-based oversight, and we encourage Parliament and all public institutions to continue strengthening transparency, oversight, accountability as essential foundations for sustainable development and public trust. Honourable youth members, today you will also debate youth participation in governance, sexual reproductive health, access to youth-friendly services, road safety, and the rule of law and community safety. Maybe on road safety, my condolences to the members of the media here who tragically lost members in road accidents this night, a reminder of the importance of this specific topic. These are different issues, but they reflect many of the same aspirations: opportunity, dignity, health, safety, justice, a meaningful voice in shaping the future. And as you deliberate today, I encourage you to move beyond identifying challenges. Ask where policies already exist, but implementation is falling short. Ask who is responsible. Put forward practical recommendations. Think about how progress can be measured and sustained. The National Youth Parliament should be remembered not only for speeches delivered here, but for the positive change it helps bring about. And development partners represented here remains committed to working with the Parliament, with government institutions, civil society, and young people to strengthen democratic participation and to expand opportunities for Uganda's next generation. As representing Sweden, let me also say how proud we are to be working with engaged and innovative youth organizations in Uganda, both large and small, such as Faraja, Sensitize, Restless Development, Open Space, Kaisi, and Advance Africa. And I've had the opportunities over my years here in Uganda to visit several of these, and I've seen the impact they have on young people's life, not only amongst youth parliamentarians here, but also through meaningful youth-led projects in northern Karamoja or in western Uganda. And I want to thank you all for the important work that you do. And allow me to conclude by thanking the Parliament of the Uganda, Faraja Africa Foundation, National Youth Council, Uganda Parliamentary Forum on Youth Affairs, civil society organizations, and most importantly, all of you, the youth members, for your commitment and leadership. I don't know how well known it is here in Uganda, but in Sweden we grew up with a character in a book called Pippi Longstocking. And one of her quotes, she had many, is, "I never tried that before, so I'm sure I can do it." It's of course a child's way of looking at the world, but there is perhaps some wisdom in it. Progress often begins when someone has the courage to try something new, to question old ways of doing things, and to believe that change is possible. And looking around this chamber today, I hope that you will carry a little of that spirit with you. Be curious, be courageous. Don't be afraid to challenge ideas respectfully or to put forward new solutions. Uganda's future will not be shaped only by experience. It will also be shaped by confidence, creativity, and determination of young people like all of you here. I wish you productive deliberations and every success in today's sitting. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, High Excellency, the Swedish Ambassador, for those remarks. Before I can invite the Youth Council Chairperson to invite the Minister, who unfortunately will not stay long after her speech due to other commitments, I would like to, in a special way, recognize in our midst the presence of the Northern Youth Member of Parliament, who happens to have joined us a few minutes ago, Honorable Elmer Capel Chala. You can stand up and wave to the young people of this country. Oh, there is a representative who is Jokudu Gertrude. You can wave and... Okay, so please, the Honorable Chair, I wish to invite you to invite the Minister of State for Youth and Children Affairs to make her remarks as the last speaker of today.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Without much further ado, ladies and gentlemen, allow me welcome our Honorable Minister for State for Youth and Children's Affairs, the Honorable Dr. Mercy Lakisa, to speak to the young people, and to you, sir. Thank you.
The Right Honorable Speaker, honorable members, allow me stand on the protocol that has been established. I am Dr. Mercy Lakisa. I'm a woman member of Parliament for Aleptong District and Minister of State in charge of Youth and Children Affairs. Honorable members, I am very delighted to join you this morning in your second sitting of the 8th Uganda National Youth Parliament as you commemorate the celebration of the International Youth Day under the theme, Different Contexts, Common Aspirations. And I want to thank particularly the team that is responsible for this, for ensuring that this Parliament happens at such a time. It's very timely, and this really marks the beginning of the celebration that is ahead of us next week. The theme directly also speaks to the realities of our Uganda's young people. We have different circumstances, and they differ depending on where we come from, the opportunities that are available to us, and the challenges that are facing our communities. Whether a young person is living in Karamoja, in West Nile, in Western Uganda, Eastern, we face different challenges, but our aspirations are the same. It is therefore very important for a country to have a parliament as this, and that's why this sitting is very important. My own leadership journey did not begin in parliament or in cabinet. Not long ago, I was seated here just like you. And when I look at you today, like I said earlier on, what a time to be alive. I am very impressed by, first of all, the composition of this house today. When I look at your faces, I am convinced that the future that we seek, we are actually already in the future. My journey, however, like I said, I went through the National Youth Council. I've been through the Youth Parliament. We've had a chance to also be at the East African Youth Parliament. Now, all these experiences, for me as a person, exposed me to parliamentary debate, policy engagement, and regional cooperation. But most importantly, they taught me the responsibility of representing the interests of others. This platform offers leadership that is not simply about speaking confidently or holding a position, but this also reminds us that leadership requires preparation, it requires discipline and a willingness to listen to the views that may be different from our very own views. So when you are entrusted to represent young people, you must be prepared to carry concerns that may not affect you personally, but may affect the communities and the constituencies that you represent. Today, even as I return here in a different capacity, allow me, my fellow young leaders, to appreciate His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni for deploying me, for giving me an opportunity as a young leader to serve you in the capacity of Minister of State for Youth and Children. That affirms his commitment to ensuring that the young people are at the center of decision making in this country. I thank him. And my dear honorable members, I want to encourage you to take participation here extremely seriously. Don't treat it merely as an opportunity for you to come here, we take nice pictures, we speak good English, or you add this to your personal profile. But let's use this to understand that how institutions work, how policy is developed, and how disagreements are managed, and how evidence can be used to influence decisions. When I stand here today, I had the opposition is right in front of me, and government is here. But when I stand before you, I don't take any sides. I am with all of you. But I'm also glad that I have not seen colors being pronounced here very aggressively in as far as opposition is concerned. But nonetheless, none of that is important, because as young people, we only have one common enemy. This second sitting, honorable colleagues, is also important because it demonstrates continuity. The decision that was taken in 2024 to provide the National Youth Parliament leadership and membership with a 2-year mandate recognized that meaningful representation cannot be completed even within only one sitting. Youth members need time to remain connected to their constituencies, to follow up the resolutions that you come with, to understand institutional processes, and account for the responsibilities that are entrusted to them. As government begins a new term, we are doing so with renewed energy, a renewed focus on service delivery. His Excellency, the President of the Republic, has challenged ministers, departments, and agencies to place greater emphasis, one, on implementation, accountability, and results that can be seen in the lives of the people that we serve. That challenge resonates strongly with me as a minister responsible for youth and children affairs, because young people have been clear about what they expect from government. They do not want meetings that end with photographs and reports while their circumstances remain unchanged. They want practical skills, they want employment opportunities, They want access to finance, support for innovation and entrepreneurship, and responsive public services and institutions that listen and act. Our responsibility then as government is not only to develop policies and programs, but to ensure that they reach the young people for whom these programs are intended to benefit. We must improve coordination, reduce unnecessary barriers, and make sure that opportunities that are created by government are understood and accessible. We must also strengthen the systems through which young people can raise concerns, you propose solutions, and receive feedback from all the institutions that are responsible. As young people, we must also organize ourselves, make use of available opportunities, hold institutions accountable, and contribute practical solutions to the challenges that are facing our communities. We need to recognize as young people our responsibility in building the country that we want to inherit, the Uganda we talk about. When you talk about the Vision 2040, we have a responsibility as young people to contribute to that vision. The National Youth Parliament provides a structured process through which young people can engage government and parliament, but it also requires them to prepare, research, consult, and propose workable solutions. What is particularly important is that this process does not begin and end in Kampala. I have heard you talk about the sub-national youth engagements where young people from different regions identify the issues affecting their specific communities, and they develop proposals, bring these priorities into this national house. The discussion before us, therefore, today reflects the experiences that you have gathered across Uganda during your different parliaments. And the institutionalization of the National Youth Parliament by the Parliament of Uganda is therefore a very important milestone in strengthening structured youth participation. It reflects our collective understanding that young people can not only be consulted occasionally, but should have recognized avenues through which they contribute to national dialogue, legislation, oversight, and public policy. I recognize the contribution of the National Youth Council, which remains the statutory structure through which young people can organize and participate right from the village level up to the national level. The ministry has also worked with Faraja Africa Foundation and all our partners over the years and across a broad range of youth development initiatives. This partnership has extended beyond governance to youth leadership, entrepreneurship, skills development, civic engagement, regional integration, volunteerism, and community empowerment. I appreciate the contribution of Faraja and all our partners, all the other youth-led organizations. We appreciate all the contributions that you continue to make and making this possible for our young people to come together and discuss issues that are pertinent and participate in the development of this country. I equally recognize the contribution of the European Union, the Royal Danish Embassy, the Embassy of France, and other partners who are supporting us in the youth livelihoods, institutional developments, and government values partnerships that strengthen existing national structures. They also value partnerships that respond to the priorities of young people and contribute to lasting results. Honorable members, the National Youth Parliament has already demonstrated that organized youth engagement can influence national policy. During the 7th National Youth Parliament in 2024, youth members called for stronger support to youth-owned startup businesses, including tax incentives during their formative years. The House also called for stronger transparency, accountability, and decisive action against corruption. Those issues did not end with the adjournment of the Youth Parliament. They were received and advanced through the Uganda Parliamentary Forum on Youth Affairs. Allow me to appreciate Honorable Boniface Okot, who served as the Youth Member of Parliament for Northern Uganda and the chairperson of the Uganda Parliamentary Forum on Youth Affairs, together with all our youth members of Parliament who served for the past 5 years, because they did a great job defending issues that were pertinent to the young people. We have since then seen action on issues raised by the 7th National Youth Parliament. Government and Parliament acted on tax relief for qualifying Ugandan-owned startup businesses, giving young enterprises greater breathing space during their formative years. We have also seen renewed national attention and action on corruption, accountability, and the responsible use of public resources. These outcomes demonstrate that the National Youth Parliament is not a symbolic exercise. An issue can begin here with young people. You develop it into a motion, and when it's discussed, it's brought to Parliament, and you contribute to national policy and institutional action. To the new leadership of the Uganda Parliamentary Forum on Youth Affairs, I encourage you to continue strengthening this bridge between the National Youth Parliament and the Parliament of Uganda. Young people must know that when they invest time in consultations, motions, and resolutions, there are members of Parliament prepared to receive those issues, champion them, and provide feedback on the progress that has been made. The same level of seriousness must continue to be applied in the fight against corruption. You all are well versed with the new phrase, Chisanja, no more corruption. And we call upon all the young people across the country to become champions, because corruption in itself paralyzes service delivery, to mention but a few: health, education, roads, and so forth. The motions before this House today addresses youth employment, economic empowerment, meaningful participation in governance, sexual and reproductive and access to youth-friendly services, road safety, the rule of law, and community safety. These are not abstract policy matters. They have real consequences for the daily lives, safety, and the future of Ugandans. As you debate, do not stop at describing what is wrong. Tell us what you want to be done. Identify the institutions that are responsible. Explain how recommendations can be implemented, and we shall know what action to be taken. As a member of Parliament, I know that strong arguments on the floor of Parliament carry more weight when they are supported by evidence, informed by consultation, and presented with clarity. As a minister responsible for youth and children, I assure you that we are ready to listen to you. We look forward to receiving all the resolutions that you'll have at the end of your deliberations today. Where issues fall directly within the ministry, I can assure you that we will review them and take appropriate action. Where they require the involvement of other ministries, we will also mobilize them, and we shall have coordination, advocacy, and follow-up. That I promise you. We're going to strengthen the relationship between the ministry and all the organized youth structures that we have, so that we are engaged right from grassroots up to the national level. We must improve how young people access information about government programs, how their concerns are communicated to responsible institutions, and how feedback is relayed. We must also be very honest with one another. Resolutions alone will not change the lives of young people, but the value of the resolutions that you'll come up with here will depend on the quality of the proposals and the willingness of institutions to respond, and the commitment of youth members. But like I said earlier on, we are ready and committed to serving the interests of the young people. Use this opportunity well. Represent your communities faithfully, engage respectfully, and remain focused on solutions. Leadership, like has been said earlier on, is not only by the positions that we hold or by the number of people who know our names. It is measured by the people we serve and the differences our services make in their lives. As Minister in charge of Youth and Children Affairs, I am committed to working with Parliament. I am committed to working with the National Youth Council, Faraja Africa Foundation, all our development partners, to ensure that we move from dialogue to practical actions. Honorable colleagues, with these remarks, allow me wish you productive deliberations and a successful sitting of the 8th National Youth Parliament for God and my country.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Minister of State for Youth and Children Affairs, for those remarks. As you can see, that youth voices are being channeled to the right offices through several mutually reinforcing institutions. So it's a multi-pronged approach. It's a coordinated effort between the National Youth Parliament, the National Youth Council, members of Parliament, youth members of Parliament through the Parliamentary Forum on Youth Affairs. So we are very optimistic that indeed we have a very strong and robust team engaging on youth issues. I would like to recognize once again in a special way the presence of one of our own who did actually witness the inauguration event last year of the 8th National Youth Parliament, Honorable Court Boniface. He joined us and he can wave to us. So this is to formally recognize you and also congratulate you upon your re-election into the August House. We hope that you'll continue championing youth voices because you've been a youth, you've been with us, and you will forever be a youth at heart. So thank you very much for that. At this point, with all the formal speeches concluded, I will be suspending the House for about 40 minutes such that members have their breakfast. Then when we come back, we shall get into the real business of the House. So at this point, I wish to suspend the House for 40 minutes for members to re-energize such that they come back and deliberate strongly and passionately the motions that are on the order paper. Thank you very much.
Good morning, honorable members. Guys, good morning, honorable members. Are we fine? You're not fine? Okay, I understand. So the next session, we have not registered, yeah? And we've not, you're going to go outside where you've seen the tents, yeah? There is a registration table, and on that registration table, you're going to get your tags, yeah, for the seating, for easy identification, because I noticed not all of us left our identifications behind. So you're going to get your tags, and then you register, make sure that you also inform the coordinators where exactly you're coming from, and then we will also have breakfast. Now, for the next session, please, we are going to staff our tummies, make sure that you're well fed so that we can have a session going on as fast as possible, and then we can also create time for each one of us to be able to travel for those who are coming from very far. Is that okay? So is that okay, honorable members? I understand we are hungry, but let us be real MPs for the one day at least, okay? So in a very organized manner, Let me have people kindly moving out from there, very organized manner, and then also here, then you go straight to the tents, okay? Thank you very much.
My name is Jemba Michael Senkole, team lead and founder of Hummingbird Foundation. We're currently in Apache District for a civil society organization's capacity building program that is being organized by Faraja Africa Foundation in partnership with GIZ. And I can tell you that this is one of those training programs that we do need as youth-led organizations.
I am super pleased to have been a part of being one of the young leaders being chosen for the CSO capacity building training organized by Faraja Africa Foundation in partnership with GIZ.
Today was our first day, and the first thing we had was strategic management. Strategic management, which entailed a whole lot of concepts, looking at the mission, looking at the vision, the objectives, a situation analysis, among very many critical things. As an organization, speaking for Hummingbird Foundation, I believe this is something that is timely for us as we look onto creating more community impact. This is the kind of a training we've been lacking out, and I think it is going to go a long way to improve our implementation, but also to be able to stand out as an organization causing tangible impact in our communities.
Today, having been day one, has been more than thought-provoking. This I could attribute to one, the facilitators we had today, but also the topic of the day. Strategic management isn't an easy thing to run through, but then knowing that there is always time for us to step back a little as young leaders and be able to re-evaluate some of these things we normally, where we intend to go. Today was done in the best way possible. And as a growing space, the Shiloh's Foundation, a strong appreciation was made today in knowing what our unique direction should be as a mentorship space for a very specific group, but even knowing how to do this better. Because 5 years down the road, we need to be able to grow even much better.
So I'm looking forward to the many other trainings. In the next 2 days, we're here for 3 days, looking at resource mobilization, the financial knowledge and skilling that we're going to get along the way. And I can tell you, I'm excited about this training and looking forward to learning more and more. I think this initiative is very, very useful, especially for young organizations, for youth-led organizations to be able to stand out and create the impact that they are looking forward to.
And day 2 and day 3, I'm definitely expectant to be much more challenged. I'm looking forward to think and for my head to really grow big, not in terms of really the size, but in terms of getting so much knowledge, but also because I know there is so much energy in the room, given we are all young people, and from day one we've shared so much commonalities in terms of ideas and all. So definitely networking is also an ideal thing for me for the next 2 days, but really understanding directions even in terms of financing compliance as a growing young organization and so many other things.
Talk about a shrinking civic space, donor dynamics, quite a number of issues that have contributed to CSO's close here to solve the situation. My name is Nahara Shalom. I work with Faraja Africa Foundation as a program manager in charge of governance and participation. We are in Apache District for 3 good days to impart knowledge onto young EDs in charge of civil society organizations at the grassroots level to be able to give them capacities where they are able to implement wherever they are with or without resources. I mean, think about it.
My name is Jovia Kusima and I'm an executive director of High Hope Uganda. We are here for day 2 for capacity building civil society organizations, and our topic of today was about resource mobilization, whereby we tackled about the development of resource mobilization plan. We went into depth, also talking about how we can make our finances better and better for our organizations.
My name is Howard Muhwezi. I'm a young social change maker, and I'm very passionate about youth governance and empowerment.
In these 3 days, we are training them on strategic management, resource mobilization, advocacy. How capacitated are you to build your organization from the ground up? Are you willing to grow? Are you willing to learn? So we are empowering 20 young organizations with skills that are able to keep them moving and running despite of any condition, any sort of challenges.
For the last 2 days, we have been able to engage into intensive discussions. We have gone through intensive trainings, taken through different aspects of organization management, company management, that is to say, or how to identify, how to make a vision, mission, how to come up with a SWOT, how to do a situation analysis of an organization, good management practices, financial management, which I think is key. Because in most cases, young people have good ideas, but the biggest challenge is how to manage and run organizations.
As High Hope Uganda, this has been a great opportunity for us to be chosen among the 20 organizations, and also it has been a month of us tackling our financial management and performance. We tackled about the resource mobilization plan. We went into depth to also know our financial management, how we can use our policies to get better connections in order to serve our people.
And I want to say today it was such a fantastic opportunity. We had to hear it from the experts who were able to delve into the nitty-gritties of resource mobilization. What does it take to do resource mobilization? What are the core pillars of resource mobilization? What are the do's and don'ts of resource mobilization? Which I think is key in terms of running an organization.
How possible is it for you to start up a social enterprise? How possible is it for you to learn how to write grants and apply for a number of projects? Do you know what your vision is? Do you know what your mission is? Are your objectives clear and loud? Well, we are in a patch working with Action Aid supported by GIZ under the CASP program, and we're here together to empower 20 young organizations to make sure that the shrinking civic space is solved.
Whenever issues of young people are not spoken out by young people themselves, they don't necessarily get audience.
This being the 6th edition of the National Youth Parliament, organized by Faraja Africa Foundation.
Yeah.
As always, the drill is you have the regional parliaments where youth get to debate on various issues. So how were the regional parliaments of this year?
Well, quite interesting. They were bigger compared to last year. Remember, because last year we still had COVID, that was, sketchy. This time around, we had bigger numbers and we had wider participation.
This year's Central Regional Youth Parliament has been an interesting one, where I've had young people come together and deliberate on issues that are actually pressing us.
We are giving those spaces to exercise and also give out our views to those local governments. We will try until Jesus comes back.
So far, this is the first youth parliament I've attended. Physically, I had attended the virtual one in 2021, but it has been a beautiful experience. A lot of brilliant people to meet, seeing the youth passionate about the matters of the country.
I think each year that gets by, the youth parliament becomes more interesting and it gets better. It's a very enriching experience to see young people debate on pertinent issues that affect them in society. It's a blessing to tap into their cups of wisdom because, they give us a fresh feel of what is going on at the grassroots, where we might not be able as leaders to reach on a daily. So young people's advocacy, strengthening the youth voice, is a platform that we really need to fully utilize, and the Youth Parliament offers it on a silver platter.
The question the youth are asking out there, how do you choose this member of parliament to come on the floor of parliament?
Okay, for starters, it is always a competitive process, that is for a fact. But in the competition, we look at leaders, young emerging leaders, who have hands-on skills, who have done something, and we also give a lot of consideration to the leaders from the grassroots, because given our development approach, we're using a bottom-top approach. I don't want to lie to you that I'm going to go and pick someone that has been in power for some time, that is exposed already. No, we want that person who has not been here one time, or that person who is able to talk, who is able to speak. And of course, while we're doing that, we consider special groups, I'm talking about the PWDs, yeah. I'm talking about the special groups. We're looking at the women, the young mothers out there, and that person who maybe didn't finish school, but they're trying to make it out there. So it's not like we don't want everyone to participate. I also have to have regional balances. We want each and every region.
I was so inspired by the sessions. When I was cheering, at some point I got lost in my head. I said, imagine this was the real parliament, because the people were really respectful. Under my guidance, I managed to imagine in 30 minutes, 18 politicians speaking to the point. That was special, and we need to improve this, keep on going with this. Now, one day is not enough for everyone to understand the content of the motions. We tried, but we can only try. So this has inspired me. I want to really talk, say, okay, what are the chances? Can we see, is there any chance that we could keep on these conversations? Maybe even if it's quarterly. Because this crowd, if they have another chance to debate, they'll just get better and better and better.
So the issues that were carried out from all these different regions were put together. And of course, we use the whole problem analysis sort of method to come down to the motions that we've discussed today in the chambers.
During the event, we had 3 motions, but one of the most outstanding motions that really that really touched me was the motion on cattle rustling in the eastern part of Achule sub-region and Karamoja. This is something that we have been talking about. We tried all angles. And when this thing was brought, and I believe what we brought out here will again spark fire on the government to at least act.
Traders who have handed over their guns to the government, you would find that they have been promised that maybe we are going to give you these livestock and other things to do. Because what the Cajuns knows, most of them, they know about only cattle keeping. There should be an alternative of other things so that they don't go around and killing people, taking away their cattle. They should know that without keeping the cattle, we can also survive on our own.
It is not only about the cattle raids that is taking place. As I speak right now, families are leaving their home as early as by 5 p.m. to go to seek for a refuge in one of the nearest places that they feel it's a bit safe. One of them being churches, institutions like schools, just that they can comfort themselves in. Because these cattle raiders are no longer only taking cattle, but they're also killing people.
Well, the issue of climate change and then in relation to also agriculture for the young people, that one is very directly related to the young people, because climate change and agriculture eventually evolve into a reduction in the quality of life that the young people are living. And if young people cannot live a certain quality of life where they can have their basic needs and all that, it can set grounds for other challenges to rise, especially community-based challenges.
We've had a discussion around land, and this has been a very big challenge, where we have people have been losing their land grabbers. We've had people owning miles and miles of land in this place because of the different bureaucracies that rotate around land, lease, non-lease. But we've actually come to discuss this as young people, because in the long run we are all affected. These are areas of settlement. These are areas of habitats where the young people are living and actually trying to earn a living. Having agriculture as our background, the young people here are actually doing a lot of agriculture on this land. Others are rearing cows and others are planting crops. So having the young people come to discuss on these issues that are affecting them, especially the land issue. The land is rotating around economically, socially, and in all ways the land is important to the young people and it is a resource to us.
Then for service delivery, it was mostly on medical interns and boosting the education of the country. And then for National Youth Council, we were of the view that we as youth, the budget should be boosted, since we see that in this financial year, it was decreased from 4 billion to 800 million.
So many issues within the health sector. I would point out that the government should really invest in the preventive measures, especially when it comes to cancer. Cancer has been a very big problem for the country. Looking at the women who have the breast cancer being the highest in the country. So if we have preventive measures, we will not lose a lot of money having to borrow from World Bank and all these other countries.
The greatest challenge that I identified is research. You see, when you are invited for the National Youth Parliament like this, you should come well equipped with knowledge, with information on what you are going to debate about. You notice during the debates in the House, there were a lot of challenges. People were challenging each other on information, on falsehoods of speaking this and that. So it is very important that moving forward for the future, young people should always invest their time to research about the issues that they come to speak about. It only does not distinguish them as prominent leaders in the future, but it also substantiates debate better for policy shaping.
The theme is in line with our International Youth Theme Day. It's about green skills. So we are trying to advocate for climate change. We also incorporated better livelihood. You know, climate affects us in every sort of way.
Green skilling is one thing that we need to push across the divide. Not only young people, but young people are the center of it, because we are the drive to sustainability. If we have the young people of today each acquire a green skill, then you can transcend it to another young person. And a green skill does not require a budget. It could be the basics of just protecting your environment, being cautious about environmental degradation, seeing how best we can have as many young climate change agents as possible.
For the two motions, the first one was on climate change. That is something very urgent. I'm personally going to take it to the Ministry of Water and Environment. I already have a meeting with the Commission of Climate Change.
Wow, you're already working.
Yes, we already. I have a meet, not in my office, but as an individual.
Oh, wow.
So with the guidance of Faraja, I should be able maybe to try and table some of these things. There are opportunities to train young negotiators on climate change. Personally, I negotiate for government on climate change. I was in Germany last month doing that work. There's COP. So all these are training opportunities. We must table them, especially the climate change thing, and continue with the conversation. We are not implementers, but we have to push, learn how to lobby our agenda.
The issue of climate change and then in relation to also agriculture for the young people, that one is very directly related to the young people, because climate change and agriculture eventually evolve into a reduction in the quality of life that the young people are living. And if young people cannot live a certain quality of life where they can have their basic needs and all that, it can set grounds for other challenges to rise.
The best solution to jungle burning is a subsidization of the alternatives. If the government sees fit, then they should subsidize electricity.
With the big green skilling of the youth, this addresses the core issue of my generation. We have big population of the youth, not guided, without any meaningful skills. That is why they go into a forest and cut everything down for very temporary need. But the big issue is, as legislators, we shall take it upon ourselves that going forward, when a bill comes into the floor, we need a certificate of environmental responsiveness and also bias on the youth, so that every agenda actually affects the youth.
To the organizers, this is a very good platform for the young people to express their views, and I hope that once these resolutions are taken high up to the ladders, feedback can be brought back to the people who initiated the conversations, and they can understand how their submissions fed into the national policies that are formulated.
Hello, my name is Paul Peter Siniga from Tanzania. I am Speaker of the 4th East African Youth Parliament, running from the year 2021 to 2022. The East African Youth Parliament has opened many doors for my career as an individual young person from the East African community. It has nurtured me and shaped me as a young leader to engage with high-level policymakers within my region and advise them on youth issues. It's been an opportunity of a lifetime whereby I get to explore my leadership skills and be of better service to the East African region in the voice and representation of young people of the East African region. During my parliament, we discussed a number of motions ranging from post-COVID resilience to universal health care, employment opportunities for young people, and so forth. Some of these motions during my tenure have gone on to be implemented by different governments, such as the government of Uganda that is upholding youth participation in democratic spaces, the government of Tanzania that is advocating and championing the implementation of universal healthcare coverage within the Tanzania, and also participation of young people in economic opportunities and trade in Kenya. We've had audiences and engagements with civil society, government institutions, development partners and diplomatic corps, all in the essence of advising them about young people and youth affairs. One of the key highlights that I've managed to achieve from a local content in Tanzania was having an audience with our speaker, Dr. Tulia Ackson, where we advised her on a few issues that encompass young people within Tanzania. But also some of our members of parliament within the space have gone to be part of these high-level policy-making forums that have advised governments on youth issues. In terms of economic issues, the East African Youth Parliament has furthered the integration and interaction of young people within the East African community to spearhead movements and trade of young people within the East African community. Economically, East Africa as one region bears a vast opportunity, an array of opportunities for young people, be it trade, be it cultural expression, be it joint participation in different programs, be it in the development agenda. We've seen the economic opportunities that the East African community provides to young people. Therefore, it was our mission as members of the East African Youth Parliament to contribute highly and talk to our government leaders and policymakers to uphold their treaty of East Africa to contribute more to the development of young people. In the social space, the East African Youth Parliament has been a safe space for us as young leaders and activists to work together, to come together, unified, to address the challenges within our community. The East African Youth Parliament is a safe space for young people to come together and address the challenges of the regions, find solutions, but also be key players in the decision-making processes by engaging with high-level stakeholders from the East African governments. So as a young person, when you get a chance to be part of the East African Youth Parliament 2022-2023, do not take it lightly. Show us what you've got, your skills, your talent, your vision, your activism, your advocacy, and things that you believe in to make East Africa community better.
My name is Jemba Michael Senkole, team lead and founder of Hummingbird Foundation. We're currently in Apache District for a civil society organization's capacity building program that is being organized by Faraja Africa Foundation in partnership with GIZ. And I can tell you that this is one of those training programs that we do need as youth-led organizations.
I am super pleased to have been a part of being one of the young leaders being chosen for the CSO capacity building training organized by Faraja Africa Foundation in partnership with GIZ.
Today was our first day, and the first thing we had was strategic management. Strategic management, which entailed a whole lot of concepts, looking at the mission, looking at the vision, the objectives, a situation analysis, among very many critical things. As an organization, speaking for Hummingbird Foundation, I believe this is something that is timely for us as we look onto creating more community impact. This is the kind of a training we've been lacking out, and I think it is going to go a long way to improve our implementation, but also to be able to stand out as an organization causing tangible impact in our communities.
Today, having been day one, has been more than thought-provoking. This I could attribute to one, the facilitators we had today, but also the topic of the day. Strategic management isn't an easy thing to run through, but then knowing that there is always time for us to step back a little as young leaders and be able to re-evaluate some of these things we normally, where we intend to go. Today was done in the best way possible. And as a growing space, the Shiloh's Foundation, a strong appreciation was made today in knowing what our unique direction should be as a mentorship space for a very specific group, but even knowing how to do this better. Because 5 years down the road, we need to be able to grow even much better.
So I'm looking forward to the many other trainings. In the next 2 days, we're here for 3 days, looking at resource mobilization, the financial knowledge and skilling that we're going to get along the way. And I can tell you, I'm excited about this training and looking forward to learning more and more. I think this initiative is very, very useful, especially for young organizations, for youth-led organizations to be able to stand out and create the impact that they are looking forward to.
And day 2 and day 3, I'm definitely expectant to be much more challenged. I'm looking forward to think and for my head to really grow big, not in terms of really the size, but in terms of getting so much knowledge, but also because I know there is so much energy in the room, given we are all young people, and from day one we've shared so much commonalities in terms of ideas and all. So definitely networking is also an ideal thing for me for the next 2 days, but really understanding directions even in terms of financing compliance as a growing young organization and so many other things.
Talk about a shrinking civic space, donor dynamics, quite a number of issues that have contributed to CSOs closing and not operating in Uganda of late. Well, we are here to solve the situation. My name is Nahara Shalom. I work with Faraja Africa Foundation as a program manager in charge of governance and participation. We are in Apache District for 3 good days to impart knowledge onto young EDs in charge of civil society organizations at the grassroots level to be able to give them capacities where they are able to implement wherever they are, with or without resources. I mean, think about it.
My name is Jovia Kusima and I'm an Executive Director of High Hope Uganda. We are here for Day 2 for capacity building, civil society organizations, and our topic of today was about resource mobilization, whereby we tackled about the development of resource mobilization plan. We went into depth, also talking about how we can make our finances better and better for our organizations.
My name is Howard Muhwezi. I'm a young social change maker, and I'm very passionate about youth governance and empowerment.
In these 3 days, we are training them on strategic management, resource mobilization, advocacy. How capacitated are you to build your organization from the ground up? Are you willing to grow? Are you willing to learn? So we are empowering 20 young organizations with skills that are able to keep them moving and running despite of any condition, any sort of challenges.
For the last 2 days, we have been able to engage into intensive discussions. We have gone through intensive trainings, taken through different aspects of organization management, company management, that is to say, or how to identify, how to make a vision, mission, how to come up with a SWOT, how to do a situation analysis of an organization, good management practices, financial management, which I think is key. Because in most cases, young people have good ideas, they have good ideas, but the biggest challenge is how to manage and run organizations.
As High Hope Uganda, this has been a great opportunity for us to be chosen among the 20 organizations, and also it has been a month of us tackling our financial management and performance. We tackled about the resource mobilization plan. We went into depth to also know our financial management, how we can use our policies to get better connections in order to serve our people.
And I want to say today it was such a fantastic opportunity. We had to hear it from the experts who were able to delve into the nitty-gritties of resource mobilization. What does it take to do resource mobilization? What are the core pillars of resource mobilization? What are the do's and don'ts of resource mobilization? Which I think is key in terms of running an organization.
How possible is it for you to start up a social enterprise? How possible is it for you to learn how to write grants and apply for a number of projects? Do you know what your vision is? Do you know what your mission is? Are your objectives clear and loud? Well, we are in a patch working with Action Aid supported by GIZ under the CAST program, and we're here together to empower 20 young organizations to make sure that the shrinking civic space is solved.
Whenever issues of young people are not spoken out by young people themselves, they don't necessarily get audience.
This being the 6th edition of the National Youth Parliament, organized by Faraja Africa Foundation.
Yeah.
As always, the drill is you have the regional parliaments where youth get to debate on various issues. So how were the regional parliaments of this year?
Well, quite interesting. They were bigger compared to last year. Remember, because last year we still had COVID, that was, sketchy. This time around, we had bigger numbers and we had wider participation.
This year's Central Regional Youth Parliament has been an interesting one, where I've had young people come together and deliberate on issues that are actually pressing us.
We are given those spaces to exercise and also give out our views to those local governments. We will try until
Jesus comes back?
So far, this is the first youth parliament I've attended. Physically, I had attended the virtual one in 2021, but it has been a beautiful experience, a lot of brilliant people to meet, seeing the youth passionate about the matters of the country.
I think each year that gets by, the youth parliament becomes more interesting and it gets better. It's a very enriching experience to see young people debate on pertinent issues that affect them in society. It's a blessing to tap into their cups of wisdom because, they give us a fresh feel of what is going on at the grassroots, where we might not be able as leaders to reach on a daily. So young people's advocacy, strengthening the youth voice, is a platform that we really need to fully utilize, and the youth parliament offers it on a silver platter.
The question the youth are asking out there, how do you choose this member of parliament to come on the floor of parliament?
Okay, for starters, it is always a competitive process, that is for a fact. But in the competition, we look at leaders, young emerging leaders, who have hands-on skills, who have done something, and we also give a lot of consideration to the leaders from the grassroots, because given our development approach, we're using a bottom-top approach. I don't want to lie to you that I'm going to go and pick someone that has been in power for some time, that is exposed already. No, we want that person who has not been here one time, or that person who is able to talk, who is able to speak. And of course, while we're doing that, we consider special groups, I'm talking about the PWDs, yeah. I'm talking about the special groups. We're looking at the women, the young mothers out there, and the person who maybe didn't finish school, but I tried to make it out there. So it's not like we don't want everyone to participate. I also have to have regional balances. We want each and every region.
I was so inspired by the sessions. When I was cheering, at some point I got lost in my head. I said, imagine this was the real parliament, because the people were really respectful. Under my guidance, I managed to imagine in 30 minutes, 18 politicians speaking to the point. That was special, and we need to improve this, keep on going with this. Now, one day is not enough for everyone to understand the content of the motions. We tried, but we can only try. So this has inspired me. I want to really talk, say, okay, what are the chances? Can we see, is there any chance that we could keep on these conversations? Maybe even if it's quarterly. Because this crowd, if they have another chance to debate, they'll just get better and better and better.
So the issues that were carried out from all these different regions were put together. And of course, we use the whole problem analysis sort of method to come us today in the chambers.
During the event, we had 3 motions.
In how we speak, express ourselves. And lastly, I also would invite you all that are going to move motions and those that are going to debate to ensure that your assertions are informed by facts, statistics. I do not really expect honorable member to come and take on this platform and give us ill-researched findings. So with all that said, I wish to invite the clerk to read the next item on the order paper.
Item 5 on the order paper. Motion for a resolution of the Uganda National Youth Parliament urging government to enhance youth employment through skills development and enterprise growth.
Okay, maybe just some little additional guidance. So we have these two front benches. So I'd like to presume that there is a clear dichotomy between government side and opposition side. Though I saw someone with a yellow necktie seated on this side, so I don't know whether they are misplaced. However, I want to remind you that we are here to engage constructively, and no one is accountable to another. So you do not need to come at someone seated on this side and question them about why certain things haven't been done, because they are not responsible. So we are here to debate constructively from where you're seated. Does not matter which side you are. So we have the Prime Minister, who I think protocol requires that she sits here, maybe after the Deputy Speaker. Then we also have the Leader of Opposition, Mwaka Samuel, who can take the first seat here. Or if you're comfortable there, you can stay there. So when you get a chance to speak, the motion movers will have 3 minutes to move the motion. Then the person seconding will have just 1 minute to second the motion. So the role of the motion mover is first of all to move the motion and then state the reason why they are moving the motion or give some context to the motion being moved. The seconder is meant to second the motion, and you're not supposed to give a lot of information. Just use 1 minute so that we then proceed to the debate of the entire House. So at this point, I will make sure to give opportunity to different honorable colleagues to contribute on the motion, to debate it exhaustively, and I will be giving each of you 1.5 minutes. 1.5 minutes, and as we, depending on how we manage time, 1.5 minutes will ensure that at least the majority, the vast majority of members in this House have had an opportunity to speak. Then for each motion, as we conclude, as we are done with the debates, I will be putting a question to this House for the adoption of that specific motion, and those that will be in favor will say aye, and those the contrary, nay. So again, it is my discretion to exercise judgment and listen to which side weighs more, and I'll ensure that I do that honestly. So I invite the motion mover, Honorable Shamim Yusuf, please take the floor and move the first motion of the day. Oh, and maybe before you move the motion, for purposes of ensuring that there is a regional balance, I wish to request honorable delegates from each of the various regions to raise their arms, such that at least I know where people are seated. So do we have delegates hailing from northern Uganda, where we have West Nile, northern Uganda and Karamoja? Could you kindly raise your arms? Okay. I don't know how I'll handle that. Then the youth from central Uganda, by show of hands, could you raise your arms? So some of you are from both northern Uganda and central. Do we have a youth from western Uganda, Rwenzori, sub-region, Barara? Okay. All right. Do we have representation from UNSA? Do we have representation from NYC? Okay, I see some hands. Do we have guild leaders? Do we have members of the European Sounding Boards? Okay, beautiful. Please, Honorable, proceed to move the first motion.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker, for according me this opportunity. I rise today with humility, conviction, and hope to move the motion before this august House.
Apologies for interjecting. Again, I would require, for purposes of record, please state your name, your position, for this case if you are a speaker of a region, and then the region or of where you're coming from or the people you're representing before you can formally proceed.
Thank you again, Right Honorable Speaker. My name is Shamim Yusuf, and I hail from the northern region, Gulu City to be precise. Right Honorable Speaker, like I was saying, I rise today to move the motion that is urging the government of Uganda to prioritize youth employment and economic empowerment through market-relevant skills, development, entrepreneurship, supports, and equitable access to economic opportunities. Right Honorable Speaker, this motion is timely because Uganda is one of the youngest nations in the world. Looking at the 2024 National Population and Housing Census by the Uganda Bureau of Statistics, approximately 73% of Uganda's population is below the age of 30. Nearly half of the population is under the age of 18. And every year, over 700,000 young people enter the labor market. Yet, the formal economy creates only a fraction for the jobs needed. Youth unemployment among those aged 18 to 30 stands at around 16%, while more than half of the young people in this age group are neither in employment, education, or training. This means hundreds of thousands of young Ugandans are left unemployed or underemployed every single year. Right Honorable Speaker, youth employment, it is not merely an economic issue. It is a national development challenge that fuels poverty, crime, human trafficking, mental health problems, gender-based violence, among others. An unemployed youth is not only losing income, but also losing hope, dignity, and confidence. Right Honorable Speaker, basing on the current reality, many young people graduate from universities, technical institutions, and colleges every year. But unfortunately, many employers complain that graduates possess certificates but lack practical skills. This demonstrates a mismatch between our education system and labor market demands. Many graduates spend years searching for employment while industries struggle to find workers with the required technical competencies. This mismatch continues to widen because technology is changing rapidly. Industries require digital skills, green jobs are emerging, and artificial intelligence is transforming workplaces. Yet, our education curricula have not fully adapted. Right Honorable Speaker, government has introduced commendable initiatives, including the Parish Development Model, Youth Livelihood Program, and M-Yoga, among others. While these initiatives deserve recognition, many young entrepreneurs still struggle because of limited access to affordable credit, high interest rates, inadequate business mentorship, among others. Many innovative business ideas die before reaching the market. Right, Honorable Speaker, beyond financing and mentorship, the foundation of sustainable youth employment remains skills. Skills are the currency of today's economy. Uganda must invest heavily in digital skills, artificial intelligence, software development, creative arts construction, tourism, among others.
As you conclude.
Countries that invested in technical skills have transformed their economies. I will give you an example of the Germany's strong vocational education system, which has greatly contributed to its industrial success. I believe that Uganda can equally succeed, Right Honorable Speaker. Agriculture employs the majority of Ugandans. However, many young people perceive farming as a last resort rather than a profitable enterprise. So government should transform agriculture with agribusiness by investing in irrigation, value addition, mechanization, agro-processing, among others. Agriculture must become attractive to the young people. Moving from the fields of work, Right Honorable Speaker, we must also recognize the power of digital economy. The future belongs to the to the digital innovation. Young Ugandans are already creating opportunities through software development, online businesses, content creation, freelancing, digital marketing, among others. Therefore, government should expand affordable internet, innovation hubs, incubation centers, coding academies. Digital jobs require minimal physical infrastructure, but create enormous economic value. Yet, we expand these opportunities. We must ensure that no Ugandan is left behind. Right, Honorable Speaker. Economic empowerment must leave no one behind. Young women continue facing limited land ownership, inadequate financing, among others, while young persons with disabilities equally face barriers in employment despite possessing valuable skills. Right, Honorable Speaker, this motion before us today, it is so critical. If the government, if youth employment continues, dependency ratios will increase, crime will rise, innovation will decline, poverty will persist. But if the government invests in youth, Uganda gains higher tax revenues, innovation, peace, industrialization, and sustainable development. Right, Honorable Speaker, investing in youth is investing in Uganda. Right, Honorable Speaker, I therefore pray that this August House resolves as follows: that the government significantly increases funding for technical and vocational education and training and reviews education curricula to equip young people with market-relevant skills, that the government establishes a comprehensive national apprenticeship and internship program that systematically links graduate and school leavers to industries and private sector opportunities, that the government expands affordable and transparent financing for youth entrepreneurs while strengthening business incubation centers, innovation hubs, and mentorship programs across all the region. Right, Honorable Speaker, I also urge that the government promotes youth participation in agriculture through mechanization, irrigation, value addition, among others. And finally, that the government ensures equitable economic opportunities for young women, persons with disabilities, and marginalized community. Right, Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, Nelson Mandela once observed that the youth of today are the leaders of tomorrow, but leadership
begins. Any secondment from any member of the parliament by the virtue of our procedural book of 2021.
Okay, so I would request that moving forward, we have the move of the motion, come and move, then we have the seconder seconding it, then the mover comes back and talks about the motion and then makes the prayer. But let us agree, let us have come to a consensus that we should strictly keep this process to 4 minutes. I've increased 1 minute to include an extra minute for making prayers. So at the end of each motion, use the last minute to make prayers. Then the first 3 minutes strictly to support the motion that you're moving. Is that okay? Okay, so Mr. Honorable Mayanja Abdul Hakim, the second of this motion, should take the floor and second it. Strictly 1 minute.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. For purposes of record, Mayanja Abdul Hakim is my name. Representing the youth of Kampala district. Right Honorable Speaker, honorable members of this august house, I rise to second the motion that has been ably moved by the Honorable Shamim Yusuf. For a motion of a resolution of the Uganda National Youth Parliament urging government to enhance youth employment through skills development and enterprise growth. Right Honorable Speaker, government should strengthen the implementation of existing programs, not merely creating new ones. Initiatives such as the Myoga Parish Development Model, Youth Livelihood Program, etc., are already facing challenges in terms of implementations, and the youth are not benefiting, and it's from this background that I come to second the motion. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Honorable. Honorable has kept exactly 1 minute and 68 seconds. So let us stomp for Honorable for setting a good precedent and a good example. Okay, so at this point, I wish to open the discussion to the entire House to debate on the motion as has been articulated by the mover and seconded by Honorable Hakim. So by raising your arm, if you wish to say something about this motion, I will give you an opportunity. Let us begin with the gentleman in the green necktie. Someone wants to raise procedure. Who? Yes, please.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Is it procedural enough for this Parliament to proceed by raising hand if a member intends to speak? The procedural matter I'm raising, Honorable Speaker, is that parliamentarily a member rises, and if the eyes of the Speaker catches him or her, then he addresses the Parliament. Thank you.
Okay, first of all, let us agree that we have very limited time, and so much time is going to be wasted if we are only raising procedural issues. There are concrete issues that we must discuss, yet so little time. So I request that from this point moving forward, let us stick to the matters on the order paper and debate these motions exhaustively. Is that okay? So let us proceed.
Yeah, thank you so much, the Right Honorable Speaker and the August House. My name is Francis, a youth from Maracha and West Nile, a teacher by profession. I stand on to submit on the motion that is on the floor, aware of the fact that many Ugandans are actually employed, and basically not because they don't have what to do, it's because majority of them lack the skills. Honorable members, the 1989 Kajubi recommended to government that the government should be able to prioritize practical and job-oriented education system since 1989. And in 1992, through the government white paper, the government adopted establishments of the secondary schools per every sub-county. And I'm very grateful to government that the government is taking initiative to expand the secondary education. But I think the government has been a little bit quiet for many years, and most especially on establishment of technical and vocational schools per every constituency. When you move to West Nile, where I come from, out of the 13 districts, now some of the constituencies have become districts. You hardly get a government-established technical and vocational institutions. And it is now my prayer that this House resolves for the establishment and the awakening of government to take on the responsibility of ensuring that government establishes technical and vocational schools. I agree with the mover that the issue of the ICT is very real. But colleagues, we have rural areas in West Nile and even other parts of Karamoja which are not connected. Majority of the youths are not connected to power. And it's also my prayer that government recently, I think recently, moved that power should be designated to all parts of the country. And still, you move to Ewanga, which is in Madiokolo, you don't get power. So it is my prayer that government also, to ensure ICT expands the issue of power. Thank you so much. I beg to submit.
Thank you, Honorable. From this side, I will have a purpose of gender balance. The lady on the second row. Yes, you can rise, but please keep it strictly 1 minute and 30 seconds.
Okay, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My name is Nina Elsie Kalazani, representing the youth in Central Uganda.
Oh, again, I received guidance that please, at the opportunity to speak, mention your name and the district of the young people that you represent. Thank you.
Thank you for the guidance, Right Honorable Speaker. My name is Nina Elsie Kalazani, representing the youth from Kampala District. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm here today to emphasize that a country cannot achieve economic stability without majority of its workforce being involved and engaged in active employment. Right Honorable Speaker, we have not denied that the government has indeed put in place initiatives like the PDM, MYOGA, and different initiatives by the Uganda Development Bank to assist young people in getting access to economic empowerment. However, it is the restrictions that come with these different initiatives, the number of approvals and registrations from different committees that youths have to go through just in order to be able to get that money. That is what makes it very hard for them to thrive economically. In addition to that, when it comes to the PDM, there is limited funding per parish. Right Honorable Speaker, we saw that in the recent budget 2025-2026, 29.527 trillion was allocated for this very purpose. And we also see that in the 4th National Development Plan, where they prioritize human resource development, we see that Uganda is projected to produce over 4.4 million jobs by 2030. But how are we going to do this when we have when we have about 51% of our population who are neither employed, neither engaged in education, and neither engaged in training? Right Honorable Speaker, today my plea is that the government should emphasize more what exactly it's going to do to ensure that by 2030 we have the 4.4 million jobs.
Thank you, Honorable. So I would also like to guide that whoever uses these front mics, once you're done making your submission, be kind enough to turn on the mic, because there is some interruption it causes. So someone next to, okay, it has been switched off. Yeah, then secondly, I also wish to recognize the presence of the representatives of youth with disabilities in the House. Could you please stand up and wave? You represent a very crucial constituency, and we are glad to have you. Okay, so we can have the gentleman at the back. Then we shall have you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. Foyroth Rogers, a youth advocate representing Pakwach District, the West Nile Sub-Region. Honorable Speaker, on behalf of the young people of Pakwach District and the entire West Nile, I rise to support this very timely motion on youth unemployment and economic empowerment. For us as West Nile, the statistics are not just numbers. They are our brothers and sisters. I rise to speak on behalf of the 50% young people out of the population of West Nile who are unemployed. We have over 1.8 million working age who are the young people, out of which we only have 574 employed young people, leaving over 64% of the young people in West Nile unemployed, as per the report from UBOS in 2024. And we are asking, why West Nile? The answer is simple. We are still paying the 27 years of conflict that happened in 1979 to 2006 that destroyed our schools and hospitals. Honorable Speaker, it is because when factories like Oyoma General Stores in Nebi and Nile Zilla in Yumbe come, our youth don't have skills to get these jobs. I therefore carry the pain of the young people of Pakwach District and West Nile Sub-Region and support the call for market-relevant skills. Let government equip PTVETs in Pakwach, Nebi, Arua, and other possible districts. Let them teach solar, ICT, agro-processing skills that match the industries that are now coming, like Oyoma General Stores and the Nile Zilla in Yumbe. Honorable Speaker, we call for real entrepreneurship support. PDM and Myoga must reach the common youth in Panyimur Sub-County, Wadelai,
Thank you,
Yes,
Right
please
Honorable
proceed.
Speaker. My name is Amazisara. I come from Marata District, West Nile. I thank the government of Uganda for introducing the new curriculum, that is the competence-based curriculum, which brings out the ability in a young person to do something that they can build up on. We are asking the government on this case to incorporate skilling. As someone identifies where they can really grow, they should be able to have a skilling at the secondary schools, besides having our technical schools, which are not enough. Especially in my district, we have high demand for learners who cannot access secondary education. We are urging that at least all government schools that have the opportunity to have technical schools and districts should be established. We thank government of Uganda again for establishing the industrial hubs that are in all regions, which are not enough. They are going to establish more 11, which is still not adequate to the demand. Looking at West Nile, Marata District gave the high demand for youth that need to be skilled. But still, we only have 13 districts with one hub. Two actually, but the one is in Adjumani that has been taken by only 3 districts. Then the rest of the 10 districts are only benefiting from one. We are asking government that we thank the government for this initiative, but should add for us more skilling hubs. At least each district has a land to establish this. This will kill the low completion rates. For instance, we are at 13%. This is extremely very low for a young person who is willing to enhance growth in the means of earning money. We are saying we need to build their capacity, but how should they get access to finances? Thank you.
Okay, so I've seen there's a representation from West Nile. The previous gentleman and the lady have all been speaking on behalf of the young people of West Nile. I would like to give an opportunity to other regions as well. So, okay, we shall have in this order the gentleman in the middle with a red necktie, and then we shall have the lady here, and then the gentleman in a green blazer for now.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. My name is Ochero Ronald Frank. I come from northern Uganda, that is Lira district, specifically Erute South. We are discussing youth employment and opportunities today. It triggers my young mind to remember the plight of medical interns in the country at the moment. I am a medical student. I'm in my 5th year, medicine and surgery. So it would only be fit for me to represent my people in this house today. Ladies and gentlemen, let us note that government of Uganda is an advocate for science courses. So it is surprising to me that the government is surprised that the number of scientists are increasing in the country. You get that? So the government has recently made a move to pay only government-sponsored, formerly government-sponsored interns and leave privately sponsored students. And to me, that move is very logical. It's my understanding that government sponsorship contracts end when the course is done. I do not understand the rationale the government is using to expand this contract and start paying formerly government-sponsored students during their internship and ignore privately sponsored students. It is a misconception that privately sponsored students in medical school actually have money. Most of us are on loan scheme, scholarships, state house, yes? And our parents are really pushed to the wall when it comes to finances of handling medical students. So I call upon government to review. I remember I've seen the Prime Minister's pushed a paper forward for discussion. I call upon them to review that. I think this is an opportunity to us because our doctor-to-patient ratio right now is 1 to 25,000 patients. The World Health Organization recommends that it should be 1 to 1,000. It's a 25-fold increase. The number of doctors we are producing, it's an opportunity. I want government to see that as an opportunity. And lastly, let me use the last seconds of my presentation to be therapeutic and present a solution to the government. We have offices that have this budget called donation money. All of a sudden, everyone wants to donate something. I've seen the Office of the Prime Minister has requested for 9 billion. Interns are asking for 2.2 billion roughly for a month. That is 24 or something.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, and greetings to the members of the August House. My name is Damlera Daniela. I'm representing the great land of Masaka. Today, when we're talking about youth unemployment, we have to remember that it is a two-tier problem. It comes in hand with capital and skills. One cannot exist without the other. If we're to give the young people of Uganda capital and with no skills, then it is not a sustainable model. And if we're to give the young people of Uganda skills with no capital, they cannot bring it up to vision. So my proposition is that we should merge under the PDM fund, under the PDM model, we should also merge it with skills. We have so many skilling hubs, but it is done in a disintegrated manner. If we can have like 1 month, 2 months of skilling for the beneficiaries of the PDM fund, I believe that we'll have better productivity, we shall have better use of public resources, and it shall be put to better use all around. Secondly, I would like to look at, we have to remember that capital has to be merged with this knowledge for us to have beautiful results and to ensure better value for public resources. So it may take a month, it may take 2 months, because right now what we have in this country is that the PDM money is being used, but it's a temporary initiative. The people use it today, within 2 months, 3 months, what they've used it on is done, or they're putting it in inadequate farming practices when we could be teaching them better farming practices. You know, in economics, those of you who did economics in A level, we used to say the biggest problem in agriculture is the poor and backward farming practices. I feel that we have to bring this up to the people. And then secondly, before my mic goes off, we need a national shift.
Okay, he would like to raise procedure issue before he can come in.
My name is Derek Akoza, the Speaker of the Central Youth Parliament. I raise on a point of procedure. I pray that this tendency of switching off mics, can we have another way of doing it? In that, if at all you have 1.5 minutes, at least signal, give a signal to the speaker after 1 minute that you make your conclusion so that they can plan accordingly. I want to remember behind here was making a very pertinent issue concerning cattle and of course the war in northern Uganda. And out of the blue, it was shut. So if we have a bell here, in case you can signal the person after 1 minute so that he can make his conclusion rather than just, you know, ending his speech on the way. Thank you so much. Put that in consideration, Madam Mr. Speaker.
Okay, that has been noted. I really request that we make all our most important points within the allocated 1 minute and 30 seconds. The reason behind that is that we have to give an opportunity to as many people to express themselves. So if someone is speaking for more than a minute and a half, then we shall deny an opportunity for others to submit on these critical motions. I request the clerk to have a timer at exactly 1 minute and 10 seconds. You can make a slight ring such that someone knows they have 20 seconds left. Okay, please proceed.
Thank you. My name is Logwang Mariumak. I represent the young people, in a five I say in Karamoja, we have 57.1 people, all the young people, not in employment, not in education, not even in training. Why? Because we have limited state hubs. I can talk of one presidential skilling hub. Time is done. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
20 more seconds.
Thank you. I say, even the skilling hub we have is, in fact, one. And we have distant places in Karamoja. Like, let's say, Karenga is around 300 kilometers from this area where the presidential skilling hub is established. But you realize that a person moves a very long distance from Karenga to access these skilling hubs. And also, Right Honorable Speaker,
okay. So, more submissions on this motion. Before, who was raising procedure? Yes, please.
Honorable Speaker, Ofoirot Rogers representing Pakwach District and West Nile once again. Honorable Speaker, our discussion is not really making sense. Before a honorable member justify the reason to ask why he or she is in support of the motion and giving his or her resolutions, you are switching off the mic. Is our discussion making sense to the nation? I think let us be honest with ourselves and we make a deliberate discussion. Thank you.
Yes, President.
Thank you very much. Purposes of record, I'm Gajule John Henry, representing Wakiso District, specifically. It is not making sense. That is what the Honorable has said. But we are off time. So I would beg, Right Honorable Speaker, you're the Alpha and Omega of this House. If a certain matter has real sense, especially someone traveled from Pakwach, three days, he has brought problems to the Parliament. So I would aver, we hear the problems in Pakwach, because the problems in Pakwach are different from the problems of Wakiso. Thank you very much. I beg to submit.
Okay. The points have been taken. I would now guide that because it is the request of this House that people have slightly more time to express themselves more meaningfully, I've ensured...
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Not granted. I'm still addressing.
Order.
Where is the point of order?
I am the one raising point of order.
Point of
Where?
information. Speaker, sir.
I have said not granted.
Point of information.
So I request that the people controlling the mics, we grant 2 minutes for people to submit. But that will have an implication on the number of people submitting on each motions. So there has to be a compromise on both sides. The more time given to people speak, the less the number of people that will be submitting. Is that okay? Okay. So the lady at the back, we shall have the lady at the back. I will have the gentleman here. Then I will have the representatives of persons with disabilities. And then I'll have the lady in the green blazer. In that order. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My name is Alolem Masi. I'm the female youth councillor, Kabong District, as well as the district vice chairperson. Mine is a point of information on the previous speaker. We mentioned the issue of unemployment. I am actually supporting the motion. When he talked over the industrial hubs, Mr. Speaker, it actually takes the youth that have ever been in school. Talk over those who have acquired certificates, those who have acquired diploma or degrees, but there is youth in Kabong who have never been in class. So the issue is, when government is supporting, or when government has provided for us the industrial hubs, there should be an affirmative action for the Karamojong youth, especially the Karashuna, who have never gone to school. The 1995 Constitution of Uganda, Article 32, mandates an affirmative action for the marginalized group based on their historical disadvantage. We all know that Karamoja is actually a pastoralist community. So when you look at what government is providing for Karamojongs, it should be something that really favors us. That favors those particular youth that maybe don't have a chance to sit in class. I can give an example. If government has provided the PDM should have been generated into projects that really benefit those Karashunas there. Not literally, everyone gets the 1 million. On the same note of affirmative action for marginalized group, it was better if government would have known that Karamoja is limping, yet they have a food basket, they have it.
I request whoever is controlling the mic from the technical room to please make it strictly 2 minutes. So please proceed.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Still on the submission that Karamoja serves to be the food basket of Uganda. We have gold itself in Karamoja, Kabong, Boroto. We have the national Kidepo Game Park. So at the end of it, we don't see the benefits that we are getting as Karamojongs. So my appeal to government is when policies are being made, let them favor Karamojongs in affirmative action. I beg to submit.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable. We had the gentleman here.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My name is Komakech Moses. I represent the people of Gulu, Northern Uganda, and I also represent the young people in the European Union Youth Sounding Board delegation to Uganda. I really do not love to waste time, but just propose a solution in support of this motion. The first issue I would love to raise is the establishment of a dedicated graduate seed fund. For years, government has invested billions of shillings in educating young Ugandans. And I think it's only logical that after graduation, government has to help support, transform their ideas into business instead of leaving them unemployed. I am therefore proposing to this House that government create a graduate enterprise seed fund that provides startup capital, mentorship, and business incubation to graduates with viable business and innovation ideas. This will help, Honorable Speaker, to transform graduates from job seekers into job creators, creating employment opportunities for very many young people. Right, Honorable Speaker. Secondly, I would love to also propose that tax incentives for youth-led enterprises. Many startups for young people majorly collapse within the first 3 years of establishment and operation. So I am therefore proposing that government should provide tax exemption or tax holidays for youth-led businesses and innovations with an annual turnover of less than 500 million. This will help encourage innovation, business growth, and formalization while allowing entrepreneurs to invest in their earnings and also expand their enterprises. I beg to submit.
Thank you. We had the lady in, this gentleman, then the lady in green, and then we can have a point of information. Who has the mic?
Thank you very much. My name is Deo Imalingat. I represent youth with disabilities. I'm not speaking alone, but I have other colleagues that are here in the house who are youth with disabilities. But first of all, let me ask about affirmative action. The way I'm communicating, please, I use sign language. Please give me opportunity first to add the minutes. What I'm saying this because we as persons with disability, yes, we are given an opportunities. But people said, you go. There are youth things the other side. There are other things, no, you go. But we are failing to get to know where do we belong. We as youth with disabilities, we are also here and we want to be recognized and given opportunities. Youth with disabilities are majorly a vulnerable group a lot. Article 32 of Ugandan law says refugees, women, they forget youth with disabilities. In the refugee councils, in the refugees, there are youth with disabilities. Women, we have women with disabilities. So when we are talking of this technology in the hubs, remember the reasonable accommodation. We have reasonable accommodation in the hubs. How do persons with disability being taught, they're blind, how are they accessing these technologies? Do they have this, they need devices, assistive devices. At the end of it, do we have sign language interpreters in these hubs? Do we have yes, I would want to advocate also say affirmative action for persons with disabilities. The way we communicate should be understood. Yes, yes. Is this information being changed in such a way that is accessible for all of us? This country, we have a law and we have a copyright. Why that is that information which is written should also be translated or prescribed to accessible format for other people also to get to know. So many of this we say that we have the hubs, but the issue of communication, getting this information is also, I feel maybe may the government accept the plea of youth with disabilities. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy. No. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. My name is Ochokoro Juliet. I come from West Nile. I represent Ajumani District Youth. As I'm going to start talking, under my organization, I work as strengthen environmental accountability in West Nile and Karamajong region. These are my...
apologies for interrupting. I think that for purposes of ensuring that you make use of the 2 minutes, just state your name and the district where you're representing and immediately proceed with your submission.
Thank you.
You can skip the formalities.
My need point for the youth is capacity building on climate smart agriculture, youth capacity building, there's nature-based investment for the youth, exchanging learning and benchmark for regional where some youth can be taken to other regions to learn other things, like in Masaka to learn how we can grow coffee, to Masaka how we can grow onions. And I talked of industrialization. Where I come from, we have resources where we can process, where we can employ youth to work, but due to lack of industrialization, we are facing challenge, and most of the youths are unemployed, and they are suffering for that. Thank you. I know time is not our best friend.
Okay, from point of information, we shall have a quick submission from the Leader of Opposition and the Prime Minister, and then we shall put the motion to a vote before we can proceed to the next motion. Pardon? Who is from there? And okay. After a point of information, we shall have you, and then the two, then we put this motion. There are many motions, and you're going to have the opportunity to speak on each of those motions.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. I am in support of the motion being discussed on floor of Parliament. I come from Kavale. My name is Tushemeli Reshadia. Mine was point of information. I would love to agree with my fellow honorable members that we lack skills and people are unemployed. But the government of Uganda is trying. I would like to inform honorable members that the government of Uganda, through the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, has now a program. It is called the Uganda Graduate Volunteer Scheme and the National Apprenticeship Program. This places the unemployed young graduates in 12-month work placements across public and private sectors to gain practical job experience and build workplace skills. This started recently, so it puts the university and tertiary graduates into hosts organizations for 1 year, and they are being facilitated. So I would like this August House to go and spread the program into our communities so that people can try. It is in the website of Ministry of Gender, Social and Development, and Social and Development. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. We shall have you.
Thank you very much. My name is Fried Solomon. I come from Palsa district. That is Bukedi sub-region.
Is your mic on?
Oh, is it on? Because for me, I don't know how to use it well. Don't laugh. Oh. Thank you very much. So my name is Friday Solomon. I come from Palsa district. That is Bukedi sub-region. Right, Speaker, sir. Bukedi sub-region unemployment is very high countrywide. You must know that. And even educated people, they are at home. No motivation for the young people who are still down. And it has caused high level of people getting married so fast. We have so many single mothers, so many family breakages because of this. They are not motivated, these young people. So I have two recommendations to the government. Only two. Let me go to them straight before the time catches me, because I know they don't need the key points. So, one, Right Honorable Speaker, I respectively urge the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, together with the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, to adopt formula-based funding model that allocate resources according to the regional level socio-economic distress. Yes, we talk about, she has talked about volunteership in some of these ministries, but there is a lot of corruption in these ministries. If you do not know anyone there, you cannot join. Then to collaborate with already existing organization. Then the last point I'm recommending to the government. Yes, like now for the people who are who have gone to school, these people no longer need skills, they need capital. Like I have an organization called TEDA. We train these people, but after training they lack capital. Allow me to complete this point, sir.
Okay, so the leader of opposition.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. In my reply to the motions that has been debated, I think, Honorable Speaker, government should stop taking the young people for granted. You see, the youth livelihood program that the funds should be disbursed to district local government, it's currently not being disbursed as it should. And yet money for people with disability is going every quarter. Money is under search for the elderly is going, but money for youth program is not going as planned. Why? Secondly,
Information on that, to that current speaker.
objection. Information is provided to me. Objection. I object. I am adequately informed.
Order.
Honorable Speaker, may I proceed?
Please proceed uninterrupted.
Two, Honorable Speaker, I want to challenge the House that let us not be deceived that government sees us as upcoming engineers, upcoming doctors. They see the young people as upcoming problem. And this is the position of government, by the way. You can imagine when it is time for recruitment of UPDF, RDCs are moving everywhere, but when it is time for recruitment of engineers, it is silent, it is for families, it is for generals. The young people are not informed, but when it is time for gun, you see them in communities. This is very, very annoying. So government is taking the young people for granted. I want to propose that looking at technical skills, the vocational institutions have exhibited a very high level of moral character and technicality. I would suggest government
Order, Mr. Speaker. Point of order, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Honorable Leader of Opposition, in 20 seconds, can you conclude?
Point of order.
My prayer...
Not granted.
My prayer is that government establishes technical universities. The current vocational certificates is not matching the market, the demand in communities. So if we have a technical university where my certificate in tailoring can match a more demanding, ever in changing environment, then we'll have a skilled young people. Then lastly, Honorable Speaker, 75% of the young people are employed in agriculture. And yet, generals are involved in commercial agriculture. The young people are limited through access to market. I want to propose that government promotes a cooperative-based farming, where even where the Speaker of Parliament farm together with the young people so that we have a common market and we are not limited. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Okay. We shall have one submission from the Prime Minister or anyone she delegates, and then we shall put the motion to a vote.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. For purpose of record, my name is Hannah Teresa, the Prime Minister of this August House. Thank you so much for the fruitful deliberations you've had, but I want to encourage the opposition side that the government is not taking the young people for granted. We definitely reaffirm our unwavering commitment to youth employment and economic empowerment, and that is where the heart of our nation is. If the young people are holding the biggest percentage, definitely if this country wants to progress and be able to build a better future for them, they definitely have to provide a way for them to be able to develop and progress in their different kind of skills and education. We have presented quite a number of things. One is to be able to promote the technical and vocational education and training. The government has really tried to establish different skilling hubs in different communities and different regions. I want to just do a small survey. How many of us here have a different skill other than that they obtained from their university or any other learning institution? If you know you have deliberately taken it upon yourself to acquire a different skill, just raise your hand. Okay. So we can see that, yes, the elite young people are seeing that this is where the future is going. But perhaps it's not any other skill that we should obtain. It's digital skills that we should be able to obtain. If we are looking at global competitiveness, then let us try to embrace all the digital skills that we can learn. And then we have, the government has also really tried its best in promoting with a competence-based curriculum. I don't know how many of you have tried to get Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. We've really tried to promote the competence-based curriculum where it's not about going to class and learning and memorizing, but it's about hands-on. What are you learning? What extra skill are you learning? And if you're to engage with people in the lower secondary schools, you can try to understand that these people are quite different, and that their way forward is quite different from what we experienced in our secondary schools. Not granted. Furthermore, the government really recognizes that skills development must respond directly to labor market needs. We therefore support continuous collaboration between educational institutions, the employers and industry to ensure that young people are trained in market-relevant skills. That is why the different learning institutions have taken it upon themselves to be able to annually review their curriculums to see that they are providing the best education for you as their client. Government also commits to integrating skills training for beneficiaries of the parish development model as one of the, yes, as one of the submissions that has been raised. I also believe that if we are providing this money to the different people in these different communities, we must take it upon ourselves to train them, to skill them, to give them financial literacy on how they can best use this money and not try to, you know, find time for luxury clothing, but set up projects that can impact their communities. So therefore, Right Honorable Speaker, I believe that the government is fully aware of all the issues that are happening, and we are constantly working upon them. Thank you.
Yes, order.
Right Honorable Speaker, I am Tamale Nkoyoyo. I so much wished to put the Right Honorable Prime Minister to order with the commitments and assurances that she's giving to this House. As you stated, a year ago, she made the same commitments before this August House, and nothing was done. And she has it not anywhere on her record on what steps government has taken. She is proceeding before this House as a curriculum-based education kind of. This very idea that she proposes and pushes forward in government schools themselves, they haven't even gotten the books to support the children there. Still, this system is going to benefit kids from uptown and not the downtrodden back down in Matale, where I come from, because the government has not provided even the books. Schools even lack classrooms. From where are they going to sit and be practical as need to be? Right Honorable Speaker, is it in order for a whole Right Honorable Speaker to lie before this House? People from Kabong that are here, and she has all the confidence to tell lies. Is it in order, Right Honorable Speaker?
First of all, you wrongly addressed that point of order to the Speaker. I'm not the one who's made the lies. So I request that you retract the statement and direct it to the rightful recipient. It is not the Speaker lying.
Right Honorable Speaker, I beg for your pardon on that very matter. Is it in order for the Right Honorable Prime Minister to lie before people from Karamoja, before people from Amdat and Kumi, who don't even have classrooms? I beg to submit.
Prime Minister, respond in 1 minute, and we need to get to the second motion.
Lying is such a big statement, but we are not lying, yeah? The competence-based curriculum is actually present and working. Please hear it from our Minister of Education, the Honorable John Henry.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I would want to inform this August House that the government does not lie at any time. However, what it does might not be in your knowledge, and that is why we ministers come to the floor of Parliament to educate the members of Parliament. So there is a revolution of TVET, technical and vocation education training, that gives practical skills. I don't wish the member of Parliament who's coming from Adjumani, who's asserted that students who have not gone to school, if the government continuously goes with the TVET revolution, I think even students that have not gone to the classroom will get the skill, and we shall eradicate the number of unemployment in this country.
To the Minister,
I beg to submit. Thank you very much.
As a teacher.
All right, thank you very much. All points are rolled out.
Point of information as a teacher to the House.
Was that necessary? You have 30 seconds to respond.
Yeah, Thank you so much. Honorable members of the House, I am a careers master. The new lower secondary curriculum for all level has all the materials. The only challenge we have is that the abridged curriculum in A level is using the books that are available and which were used in the old curriculum. The only difference is on assessment, where we impact on issues of methodology. So the books are there. We are only interested in changing methodology from where the teacher is a center of knowledge to where learners' experiences are shared. I want to hear from the House as a teacher. Thank you so much. The government has done a lot.
All right, thank you very much. So at this point, I wish to put a question that the 8th Youth Parliament, I wish to put the question that the motion for a resolution of the Uganda National Youth Parliament urging government to enhance youth employment through skills development and enterprise growth be adopted. Those in favor say aye, and those to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it. Next item.
Item 6 on the order paper. Motion for a resolution of the Uganda National Youth Parliament urging government to promote meaningful youth participation, representation and accountability.
I invite Honorable Ian Ernest to move the motion. The motion to on the order paper.
Honorable Speaker, as the honorable member is coming, can I
Not
raise-
granted. So you move the motion, the seconder comes and second it, then you come back and have your 3 minutes. Your 4 minutes, 3 minutes to defend the motion and the last minute to make your prayers. Is that okay?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. That is okay with me. Right Honorable Speaker, my name is Ian Ernest. I come from Abim district, representing the young people of the district and the sub-region Karamoja as well. I rise to move a motion for the resolution of the Uganda National Youth Parliament urging government to promote meaningful youth participation, representation and accountability. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Okay, I invite the Honorable Naman Allen to second the motion. Could you someone kindly switch off that mic?
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. My name is Noma Helen Akulo, a youth delegate representing the people of Moroto Karamoja. I stand here today on behalf of the young women and men, vocational trainees, and rural youth whose voices and talents must be actively included in national
Point
policy.
of procedure.
Please, you
D9 and decision making. Right Honorable Speaker, I rise to second the motion moved by my colleague urging the government and public institutions to strengthen meaningful youth participations, representation and accountability. I beg to second.
Thank you very much. So I invite the move of the motion.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, because of the time and the voluminous document that I have, allow me to speak to the motion for colleagues to understand. Honorable colleagues, you know, as much as I know, that Uganda is made up of 75% of the young people. Therefore, the people who came after us saw this trend before we saw, or before it came to fact, and then established an act, National Youth Council Act, that gave structures for youth leadership right from the villages, parishes, sub-county, districts to the national level. These structures provide for 9 youth representatives at each hierarchy. Honorable Speaker, That gives us a total of 640,000 leaders, plus at village level, the entire country in the 71,000 villages of this country, according to the data of the Electoral Commission. That in numbers, colleagues, is good representation as per young people. But in fact, colleagues, that does not translate to the effective representation of the young people. Because the money is not enough to functionalize some of those leadership structures. You all know that at every hierarchy, especially at the parish levels, there is a youth representative in the PDM platform. But their structures are not functional. Why? Because there is no funding for those youth to be effective at their representations. Honorable colleagues, you also know that most of you are here because many of the young people in your villages or in your districts do not know about how youth elections are conducted. Therefore, it leaves very many young people without adequate information on how the youth elections are conducted. I'm persuaded that very many of the villages did not carry out youth elections because there was no adequate information on youth elections. Honorable Speaker, we are here from the regional parliaments, but I'm duly aware that many of you came under the auspices of organizations. If government had put in place funds, we would have effective representation at regional levels as youth parliaments, not only as youth councillors and district chairpersons, but the rest of the youth leadership structures would also be there to represent the young people of this country. Colleagues, you all know the level of commercialization of politics in this country that has made it possible for us to get anyone to represent, but not people who have the capability and the capacity to represent the young people of this country. If it was true that some of these things are fixed, then this country would move a bit faster in terms of youth representative.
1 minute to make your prayers.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I therefore pray that there is increased awareness for youth elective positions, right from the national to the village levels. Then mechanisms be put in place to decommercialize elections in this country, increased fundings for youth structures, Honorable Speaker, and slotting funds for regional youth parliaments to happen under each district by funding from the local governments. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I beg to submit.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable. I now open the House to debate, and let it be known that those that have had an opportunity to speak will not be given priority. Those that haven't spoken are the ones that will be given priority to speak. So you can gauge yourself and see where you fall as you stand. Okay, we shall begin with the gentleman in the, yes, with the specs. Then we shall have the lady in the middle. Then we shall have the gentleman in a checked suit for now. In that order. Yes, please.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I raise on the point of procedure. You provided this order paper, there is a go, and members did research. What will happen to the proceedings of this House if the members that spoke on the last motion are the only members that still did research on this very motion? Shall the proceedings of this House cease? That very ruling, as you've made, demotivates research. If a person traveled from Buyukwe and has nothing to tell this House, are you going to really force them speak? Right, Honorable Speaker, in my wisdom and in your able ruling, I doubt whether we are proceeding right with that ruling. And I pray that the veil is lifted, that whoever...
Procedure.
Point of
procedure.
First of all, the Right Honorable Koyoyo, it is out of order for you to, in your wisdom and judgment, to say that there are some people you think have come in this house with ill-researched contributions. So you can't say that someone coming from Buikwe does not have something to say to us. I think that is out of order, and you should put that right.
Procedure.
Then I wish to also clarify on the guidance I gave. Event where we have someone that has risen up to speak and they have not spoken, they will be given priority. In an event when that rises, when we raise a motion and it's only one person that has something to say about it, even when they've spoken, they'll be given an opportunity. Have I made myself clear, Honorable?
Procedure.
Right, Honorable, my issues with how you've construed my statement, and maybe I beg to clarify. It wasn't in line with how you perceived it. Mine is with a person who ably researched.
So
on
how
both
do you
motions.
gauge? How do you gauge who researched and who did not research?
If someone doesn't raise up, are they going to be forced to speak? That was my question, right, Honorable Speaker. But I didn't downplay the efforts of people from
Procedure. Procedure.
Order.
Okay, you may yield the
Order,
floor.
Mr. Speaker.
Procedure. Point of procedure.
Order.
All other points are rolled out. Let us give an opportunity to the Honorable to make his contribution. You have 2 minutes.
All right.
Name,
Right Honorable
district,
Speaker,
and country.
and right honorable colleagues, my name is Gift Peter, and I'm the youth chair of Koboko District. The young people of this country are the modest sucker that we have. What do I mean? The population, the burgeoning population of Uganda that we have right now, if not used constructively, we may miss out on a very big potential. We are speaking an element of youth inclusion and participation in politics and policy making. Right, Honorable Speaker, we have positions that are gazetted through affirmative action in this country. But I want to reiterate the fact that those positions, oftentimes than not, they favor the have-nots. No, the haves more than the have-nots. Why do I have to make this statement? We have regional members of parliament who are youth. They came and they spoke to us here. But if you look at the procedure of how these people get into the parliament, you will note, number one, that the electoral area is very wide. Where I come from, that is northern Uganda. We have 42 districts. Now, I am very fresh from the university. You expect me to traverse this country, this part of the region, in 42 districts. If I don't have money, do I have the capacity to campaign and win? So it leaves you with the question that this favor this favors the haves. Lastly, we do have the National Youth Council, a statutory instrument legislated here in this parliament. And right now, if you look at the funding that goes to the National Youth Council, yearly, the nation gives 4 billion for the entire country to fund the National Youth Council structures. Right, Honorable Speaker, right in my district, in every 1 million for financial year. Now you need to budget that in a year. How much can you do with 1 million shillings for the entire district? And we are here morale boosting, saying our country is a young country. Do we mean well for this population? These are questions that we need to answer in this honorable house. Thank you very much.
Okay, you may please proceed.
Honorable Speaker, sir, and the August House, I'm Brenda Doris Wane, the District Female Youth Councillor, Koboko District Local Government. The other point of mine is taken by your colleague. However, I want to say that when we are talking about a meaningful youth participation, the focus there should be that word meaningful. It has a key meaning. Why I'm bringing this is, as youths, when we are talking about this, we should have access to information early, but not told after decisions are taken. Why am I bringing this? We have youth. We have the channels that we follow right from sub-county up to the parliament level. But you find that most times these people are not actively involved in it, decision making about our issues of the youth. You also find that we have a really decision power, like powers to vote, co-design, amend policies, and not just to be consulted. In my district, I want to bring to your attention that we have partners, we have government programs that are supporting us, the youth. But most times when these partners come, most of us, the youth, we are only brought in during the consultation period or the time. But when it comes to the implementation time, people who are on ground are the different people. Mostly the people under community-based services are the one taking over the lead. It makes us behind, and taking information to the grassroots level becomes a challenge. And also I have to say that we are supposed to be under the diverse, like not just one youth from the capital, but we should also include the rural youth, the young women, persons with disability. Okay, when we include all the persons with disabilities with the young women, we will find directly from them what matters affecting them and how it should be. With this, I'm putting a recommendation, a prayer to this August House that we need to get support, training, let also us be provided by transport, so that the participation be eased, because participation is not only for those who can afford. Let us also give that chance to the person at the grassroots, to the person with disability, to those older women, to also benefit, to participate, to put their views for the easy decision making at the parliament level for God and my country.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
So from his submission, we shall have the President of UNSA making a submission. Then we shall have the Speaker of West, Honorable Akisa. I'm looking for new faces.
Right Honorable Speaker, but you had given me a chance.
Who?
It's me. Yes.
Oh, apologies. She speaks first than you. The UNSA.
Speaker, even me from Karamoja, I've been sitting here since, for sure, we need to be unfair.
So the gentleman, yes, you. Then we shall have this lady. For now.
Okay.
There are still more opportunities for us to speak. Everyone will get a chance.
Okay, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for records of clarity. For purposes of record and clarity, I am Nanteza Viola, female youth councillor representing the young people of Rowero District, the MEC of Uganda, well as the vice chairperson of Rowero District. It's both an honor and privilege to be here with you today to participate in this parliament.
Please, I request.
Right Honorable Speaker.
Apologies for interjecting. I request that you keep it brief. Just say your name, the district, and just go straight to the point because of time.
Right Honorable Speaker, I want to raise the point of information. First of all, based on this motion, Uganda is blessed that it has 5 members of parliament representing various regions. And basing on today's motion, if we want the young people to be actively participate in various youth programs and activities, we need to create institutional channels for youth inputs, funding transparent civic education and digital feedback platforms. This can be done in case we track resource distribution down to local governments. But you find it out that in our district councils, young people are not given chance. Work plans are being designed, but young people are not involved when they are designing those policies and the work plans. Yet our role is to advocate for the rights of young people and also re-echo the voices of young people.
No, please turn on the mic. And
Yeah. Our role is to advocate, rob, appropriate, and become overseers when we come in the council. But if we are not given chance to participate when they are designing those policies and work plans, then we shall be left out. How can we influence the ground? How can we advocate for the rights of young people if we are not given chance to participate in those programs and also various activities concerning the young people? Thank you. I beg to submit.
Information.
Okay. Is there a point of information?
Yes.
Who raised it?
Me.
Who?
Me.
Okay, in 1 minute.
Thank you. I am giving an information to the current speaker. We have 2 representatives in the District Youth Council who represent you in the District Council, but also the budget circle does not discriminate the youth. From village, the youth are encouraged, they are always invited to be part of the budgeting in the district so that they are the ones to prioritize issues that can benefit them in all the circles up to the national level. They have always been involved. And also there are 2 representatives take their issues in the district council, in the youth council to the district council,
Point
unless
of
they are not
information.
working.
Point of information, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, please. Yes, use your 30 seconds.
Thank you so much. From what our current speaker said, or current honorable, what you have submitted, know that all those representatives, all those councillors, they can listen or hear the voices of other youths. Most of the councillors, they are not having disabilities. Most of those with disabilities, they are left behind, especially those with invisible disabilities. So the councillors, most of them are not having disabilities, and those with disabilities, they are not heard. Thank you so much. Beg submit.
Okay, thank you. Yes, please proceed.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. My name is Billy Katongole Asimwe, and the Guild President in Ndaje University, and the district is Ruero District. Right Honorable Speaker, before I begin my submission, I'd like to know if I'm protected, because before my submission earlier,
please proceed.
One of the members from government was intimidating me while I'm speaking from this side. But it is on that very note that I would want to bring to our attention and to our understanding that one of the things that are eating up our country and are taking what the youth could be benefiting from in this country is corruption and lack of accountability. And it is on that same note when this motion was brought up, because here we are talking about meaningful youth participation, we are talking about accountability and representation. Right Honorable Speaker, I'd like to bring to our attention as honorable members in this house that there are certain things that are stopping us, the youth, from being involved meaningfully as to how our motion is stating. We have had initiatives by the government, from the Right Honorable Prime Minister, from her submission, what she said. She talked about certain initiatives like the parish development model. Yes, these initiatives have actually worked. Some people have benefited from it, but it doesn't mean that entirely we have benefited fully. There are certain loopholes that we need to fill in order to make sure that these initiatives are implemented effectively. One, we need to have accountability for every money that is released to those individuals. Because we have witnessed that even the people that are supposed to receive this money, the people that are intended to have this money, are actually not receiving it. Yes?
30 more seconds to conclude.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. So I'm bringing attention to government that let us not relax on the policies and the initiatives we brought in place, but let us bring up measures that are going to make sure that these initiatives are implemented effectively. And once that is done, we are going to involve the youth meaningfully, they're going to be represented fully, and once we give accountability, then we're going to have a success of this, bearing in mind that accountability is the foundation of good governance. Thank you so much. I beg to submit.
Honorable Sheila, you can proceed. Was there anyone before Honorable Sheila? Then we shall have him. Who was Presidia? Who? Yes, Presidia before.
Right Honorable Speaker, you gave me permission.
Yes, you're in the lineup. I recall.
Okay. Right Honorable Speaker, I am Elomabon Abraham from Budaka District, Yikiki constituency, Kamonkoli Town Council. My issue of procedure, are we proceeding right if the honorable member came from this bench to submit from the other side, going back to this bench?
So, I want to rule that members will submit from whatever podium they feel comfortable, as long as they don't cross to this side.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. My name is Sheila. I name Babas. I'm the UNSA President. I'm also serving under National Youth Council as the Secretary for Female Affairs, Chiruhura District. I am independent today because where I serve from is non-partisan organization, so I hope the government doesn't claim me and you should also not claim me. I'm here to submit from an informed and experienced point of view because first of all I serve under National Youth Council. I'm also an UNSA President, so I've been tested. I have gone through all these things you're submitting. Do you know a surrogate mother? A surrogate mother is a person who they get from wherever a couple decides to get a person, they put their baby inside them, and then when the time for giving birth reaches, they take their baby. You're actually not even allowed to see the baby sometimes. And in fact, you never see the baby forever. Now, these positions and structures that the government has laid, even I think on opposition, they also have the structures. They have leadership, honorable what, councillor what, this and that, that we are all filling these positions, but where's the impact? Even if you are on the table, if you propose, is actually your proposal taken into action? Does the government also consider it, actually take it serious? So I want to appeal to this August House that while we take these positions, I want us to respectfully continue fighting for our rights, because the positions to me have been put there to actually make us so busy that you keep focusing on being called honorable, being called councillor, UNSA president, this and that. But what if you deliberate on something, if you propose something, does it really matter to the government, or even that side? Does it matter to you? I know you have a leadership. When you propose something, do they take it? Do they act upon it? How much weight does it cause? Does it cause even when you're on the table? If you propose something, if you have a decision that you want to make, is it considered? At what extent is it considered? So today we cannot be here hearing and seeing news of people dying of famine in Karamoja, people dying because they don't have food. When we have a full government and we have all these taxes being paid and we have 5 to 10 trillions being lost to corruption and we have people in the country dying because they are hungry, and then we have the districts and sub-counties, leaders everywhere, councillor what, honorable what, and people are dying of famine, and we are here speaking English. I really want to say that even if I feel like we need to respectfully continue fighting for our people, fighting for our generation, pushing these voices until we are actually heard and our voices are acted upon. Thank you so much. I beg to submit.
Thank you very much. There is a gentleman I gave the opportunity to. Yes. Yes, you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Switch off. Switch off that one.
And colleagues in the honorable members. My name is Honorable Okiru Emmanuel Nakosian, the District Youth Chairperson of Karenga District, representing the young people of Karamoja Sub-Region Chairperson Caucus. I rise, Right Honorable Speaker, I rise in support of the motion that when we speak of meaningful youth engagement, we know of the legal frameworks that participates, that enables the participation of the young people. Article 38 of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, 1995, CAPS 318 National Youth Council Act provides for councils to be at national base, which the 3 members should be part and parcel. I rise in the motion that completely we need to review a policy, because when we look at the councillors, these are our eye-openers. If we don't discuss and give them issues to be deliberated from the district councils, we shall not be heard anywhere. So we need to review that the councillors be part of the National Council. Secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, when we talk of unemployment, it touches me a lot. In Karamoja Sub-Region, you realize, I can give you a case scenario when it comes to recruitment of those in, let's say, army. You realize they give a certain limit of age, where you realize that for us in Karamoja, you wait for about 7 years, 8 years for you to join maybe P1. The rest of the years are lost in cattle pastoralism. So you realize that when I reach...
10 seconds.
You realize that for you to, by the time I reach senior 4, I'm already maybe 25 or clocking to 30 years. So the age does not favor Karamoja Sub-Region. We really need affirmative action for these young people to join these forces if we want to curb youth unemployment. They are already building international airport in Karenga. Who are the people to work if we don't send them to school? Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Okay, yes, the Honorable Akisa. So we shall have 3 more submissions on this motion.
Thank you so much.
Wait. We have the lady at the back.
Mr. Speaker, I began standing since the first motion, please.
We have the lady at the back.
Mr. Speaker, I began standing since the first motion and haven't given me a chance.
You first submit. You first sit down.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for actually giving me this opportunity to as well give in my submission. I am Right Honorable Akisa Ivan, the Speaker of the mighty West Nile Sub-National Youth Parliament and the Lion of Pakwach. That means I come from the district of Pakwach. I rise on this floor to give my support to this motion with 3 different recommendations that I'm going to give to government. But before I give these recommendations, allow me to touch these few issues where matters of youth participation and meaningful participation matters. When we talk about governance, economic inclusion is one aspect of governance. In 2024, over 360 families were evicted from wetland areas, and amongst them are young people like us. These people, in quest for survival, they came to urban centers. But of recent, in 2026 here, we've seen how evictions are happening in towns. Actually, all urban centers, people are being evicted, and some young person from, a young craftsman from a rural place like Pacher is being evicted with his craft within Kampala town here, trying to actually give in a survival. And out of this craft that these people sell, we are getting taxes and the country is getting revenue. So I think one of the first things that I recommend to the government is that they should broaden markets such that the population that they evicted can as well be absorbed, and at least the young people that suffered those fate in 2024 can as well make contribution and their participation determined as meaningful. Then allow me touch the issue of the NYC that were created from village levels. We understand that by policy, these people are supposed to help monitor and track some government projects like PDM. But how do you expect somebody to track a process when he is elected and not enacted? It becomes close to impossible. So that's why some of the gaps are being seen. So I am as well giving my second recommendation that government should deliberately put some finance to induct youth leaders from village level, not just putting structures as structures like that. Lastly, allow me to talk about the different service commissions that we have in this country. You will get to realize that the different government acts are restricting these service commissions to all guards, people who have retired from services, giving always biased opinion to young people when they apply for jobs. Most of us are graduate here and we've applied several times, but you find that our applications are, if not found in latrines, found somewhere where they are not actually taken into consideration. Therefore, I really urge that the different service commission, there should be an affirmative action and a review in the policy document so that the young people are incorporated in the different service commissions that we have around the country. I submit.
Point of information. Thank you.
Yes, the Honorable at the back.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My name is Elizabeth Esther Chisache from Ginger City. I'm going to add a voice to what Honorable Sheila talked about. Participation is only meaningful when young people influence decisions, not merely being witnesses. And how are we going to move from this? How are we going to move from being witnesses? Because you realize that we support our youth councillors, they go to the council, but you realize there are only 2 people there. So there is no way they are going to influence a decision because they are outnumbered by the other people. So the only way we are going to live from being witnesses to influencing is when we start taking initiatives, us as ourselves. Let us stop only going for positions of, this is youth, let me go for youth. You can also stand as a chairperson. You can also stand as a woman councillor. Like, you can also go for those positions for us to increase our numbers on those decision-making tables. Thank you very much. Point of information. Right, Honorable Speaker.
So we are going to have 3 more submissions on this motion. Then we shall move to our third motion of the day. Is any of the mics on? Even the mobile mics? So I will have I'll have that gentleman. Pardon? I will have that gentleman, the lady in the African print shirt, and then the gentleman, the lady in the African print shirt, and then we shall have this lady.
Mr. Speaker. Point of info, Mr. Speaker.
Who?
Point of information.
Yes, please.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I am Chomgisha Precious, a great youth leader from Mbale District. The information I want to pass on is we have had other regions speak, but I have not heard anything from where I come from. Mbale. I'm kindly requesting, no, excuse me, please. Okay, I'm submitting.
Your concern has been noted.
Yeah, my speaker is standing, but nothing is being done. So far, 2 motions down. Let me also hear my leaders and see what is going to happen in the future for me and my people. Please. Thank you. My leader is there, Mr. Speaker, Mbale City.
Okay, apologies. Let him speak. And then you will come next, eh?
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Yes, proceed.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Asik Maxwell is my name, representing the people of Koboko. Mr. Speaker, when we talk about this motion, it is really, really, really so disappointing to the extent that sometimes, for us who are in the opposition, we find it very difficult to participate, more especially the young people. I am bringing this from an informed and experience-based point of view, where you see us, the honorable members who are in the opposition here, who made it to be here. I think it is by God's grace. Why am I saying so? I'm saying so because on ground, I want to confirm to you that the level at which intimidation is enforced on us is too much. That you as a young person, it scares you to participate actively in taking a leadership position, more especially at local level. And I believe that this does not only apply at the local level, it applies all at national level, where you realize that the ruling party takes advantage of us, of course, scaring us to ensure that they fill the room, and of course, have resolutions that I believe
30 more seconds. Please turn on your mic. An additional 30 seconds.
However, when we talk again about participation, you realize that me, a new graduate who maybe graduated 1 month ago, I want to contest. I do not have the 3 million to pay as nomination fee. That becomes a barrier. And of course, it limits my participation. Looking at the poverty level of the young community or the young people in Uganda, that limits the participation. However, my prayers are as follows. One, governments will enact a policy to regulate the political financing, political campaigns financing, to ensure that me, who is a graduate, even if I have 10,000, even if I have 20,000, I can compete with someone whom I believe that the law is equal protecting me. Number two, my prayer is that governments will scrap off the nomination fees, more especially for the youths who have picked interest to contest. Of course, I believe that the position of the five positions that are in parliament are not enough to submit the interest of the young people. Lastly, we have the Political Parties and Organization Act 2025 that has mandated Uganda as a country to move from the monolith.
Point of information.
Honorable, your time is done.
Point of information.
Okay.
Point of information.
Yes, please. Information in 30 seconds. Which information are you giving to the House?
Thank you so much. Right Honorable Speaker, I would beg you would add to 1 minute. I understand this motion is moved and issues of Karamaja are pertinent. I am Lukang Moses Koen, a youth leader representing Karamaja sub-region. On this matter, I want to be intentional on the issue of equal opportunity distribution. In this case, I want to be intentional that Karamaja instead should be treated as a special region in a way that actually, if I'm to imagine, in fact, most of these debates are brought in the matters that Karamaja, purposely touching Karamaja, number one. According to Igbo's report 2024, showed that less than 10% of Karamajong children get national merit scholarships or loan scheme or district quota. Yet some other regions like Central or Western
get 70% of this. However, moving forward, looking at Article 32, Stock 3 of the Constitution of 1995 states that the government is in charge of marginalized regions. However, of which Karamaja was one of them. Now in this matter,
your 1 minute, which you promised to use, is done. 10 more seconds to conclude.
Thank you so much. My recommendations here are there is an affirmative action for Karamaja, which was tabled on the floor of Parliament, that there should be, the Karamajong should be given free education for 15 years. Secondly, members of Parliament for Karamaja, members of Parliament of Karamaja are given 3 slots per year to take students. However, if possible, they can increase them to 10 per year. And lastly, the grade points at which the Karamajong children can enter to the universities, if possible. It should not be compared to the number of those that are given to Central or Western students, because there are better environmental factors that enhance their performance. Back to submit.
Point of clarification.
Point of information.
Point of clarification.
Honorable Speaker. Listen. All the points have been rolled out. Let the lady in the African print submit.
Honorable Speaker.
Are you out of your words?
Honorable Speaker.
You told me to be the first. Then the other one stood before me. He took the mic. Another one raised the point of information. Again is...
Honorable, you need to relax. Eh?
Order, Speaker. Can we kindly have
Please.
Sergeant at Arms, please do your work. We are scared the Speaker is not protected.
Colleagues, I request that we relax. I have taken note of those that I'm going to give an opportunity to speak. Just relax, the opportunity will come.
Point of clarity, please.
Thank you so
Please
much,
proceed.
Honorable Speaker. For the sake of time, I'll be really fast. My name is Miriam Kutesa, and I'm representing the youth of the Central Region, specifically Wakiso. So my point is, in the part of representation, I don't think it is really there, because if I am a graduate from MOOC and then I want to start up a job in the city, and that city has a lot of land in injustices, especially if I want to just start up something. So I think that the youth have to be they have to be considered in case they want to get land. There should be a subsidization on that land so that we can all get a formal documentation. Thank you.
We shall have one more submission from the gentleman, and then we shall have a minute of comments from the Lord and Prime Minister, then we can move on to the next motion.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. My name is Semugenze Frank, the Speaker of Eastern Youth Parliament, based in Mbale. I want to take a moment of thanks to my fellow honorable who has at least fought for my rights. Speaker, I want to acknowledge that we the youth, and I support even the leader of opposition's comment, that we the youth are being used by this government in times when they need to use us. For example, we have just completed the elections. Where are the ghetto structures that involved more than 80% of youth and promised over 400 million and all that in that time? Those are our fellow youth. They need to be considered. We want the government, if you plead that you are helping a certain group of youth, please keep that promise. One. Second, somebody is sitting doesn't matter. Mind matters. Secondly, when I had a sitting in Mbale, I was very shocked when one of the people we invited told us that I'm the one in coordination of youth livelihood funds, and if you want them, you come to me. The lady was in his 70s, now accumulating the youth money. Do you understand? Don't we have the fellow youth to take the positions that require the youth to be managed? Because a 70-year-old is managing the youth funds of young people. That is unapplicable. And lastly,
conclude.
As I conclude, the government, when you talk about the youth, they talk about PDM. As per statistics, can you tell us, on the 3.7 trillion so far we have invested in PDM, can you tell us the statistics of how many youth have really enjoyed and benefited from that PDM, and now they are very successful? I beg to submit.
Point of order, Honorable Speaker.
Point of information.
Point of order.
Point of
order, Right Honorable Speaker.
Point of information.
Point of order, Right Honorable Speaker.
Point of information,
I
Mr.
will
Speaker.
just have one submission in under 1 minute by the representative of person with disability. Then I will have. Huh? Yes, please.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, once again I am Elomabon Abraham. Right Honorable Speaker, we are doing two things that are abusing the respect of this House. One, we condoned the act of mixing placements. We are here imitating the national parliament.
You condone or you are against?
No. You accepted a member who is from the opposition to occupy a front desk from government side. And if we are imitating the national parliament, our viewers are really getting confused. And if we are trying to paint a picture for the young people, we are confusing them. Then too, honorable members are continuing to abuse your authority. They are opening microphones to speak before being allowed to speak. It is causing mayhem in the House. I rest my case, Right Honorable Speaker.
Point of order, Right Honorable Speaker.
Point of order.
All points rolled out.
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you so much. And the House at large, I'm Imalingat Deo. I'm a representative of persons with disabilities. There is an issue to do with honoring the Speaker's rights. The Article 78 of Uganda Constitution is clear. All individuals who are vulnerable. I wanted to know, in this section, section 15, it says that there should be 5 representatives of persons with disabilities in parliament. But where are they? Where are the youth? So for instance, in Uganda, the parliament, section 8, is talking about representative of persons with disabilities who should be 5, but the youth are nowhere. And yet, we are talking about affirmative actions. So what about persons with disabilities? Where are they? The youth, the women, the children with disabilities, the youth with disabilities, where are they? Are they fully recognized and are they fully participating? So the question is, are we able to see full participation of these individuals at that level, or on those levels, all of them? Thank you.
Point of information, Honorable Speaker.
Point of addition, Honorable Speaker.
So I will give
Point of addition.
Lop 1 minute. And the Prime Minister 1 minute, and then I put the motion to a vote.
Information.
All points rolled out.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Allow me to delegate the powers conferred upon me as leader of opposition to the Honorable State Ministers to have statement on the following motion, Honorable Speaker. The Honorable Tamali, the Shadow Minister for Justice, will respond to the current motion being debated. The Honorable Shivan will respond to the next motion, which is on sexual reproductive health. Then the Honorable Kakande Crispas, Shadow Minister for Internal Affairs, will respond on road safety. Then the Honorable Kakoza Derek, Shadow Minister for Environment, will respond accordingly to the motion on climate resilience. Honorable Speaker, with this, allow me invite the Honorable Tamali to have a statement on this. Thank you very much. I now take also this opportunity, Honorable Speaker, to invite the Speaker of Eastern Region to join the opposition side. Thank you very much.
Please keep it strictly to 1 minute in your response.
Much obliged, the Right Honorable Leader of Opposition, for this delegation that you've offered me. Right Honorable Speaker and the August House at large, being a youth is not a permanent stage of life, yet what we do and what happens while we are is very instrumental in the kind of an adult that we become. Right Honorable Speaker, the motion that is before this House of calling on government to promote meaningful youth participation, representation, and accountability is a very important one and a dear one. But from the side that speaks for the people, there are several things, all issues that we think and believe have hampered this. One, tokenism. Our honorable member, the Speaker of Mbale City, has noted about this. You cannot have meaningful participation where tokenism in politics still happens in broad daylight. The youth are still employed as a way to leadership, not as a mean to leadership. The youth are just called to the table when it is to decide who's going to serve. And after that has been taken note of, all positions have been assumed, the youth are sent to receive crumbs. The more we commercialize our politics, he who feeds the piper controls the tone at which they play it. The very people that we allow to feed us are going to control our voices. And the more they control our voices, we lose the meaningful speech in what kind of a future we would like to have. And it is to our colleagues here who are dispensed with more finances to spread during campaigns, and so they lead us to where we are.
As you conclude.
If we had credible representation, credible elections, we would not be talking about what is at play right now. Right Honorable Speaker, the issue of unemployment still connects to what I've talked about here, tokenism. I am speaking on behalf of the leader of opposition. It's because the youth are broke and it looks like it is a systematic move.
Conclude.
But as I conclude, the political environment under which the youth are called to meaningfully participate, is it a favorable one? Our colleagues from the government side can witness what happened during their primaries. Is the political environment under which the majority of our population participates, is it a favorable one for them to meaningfully participate in the governance? In 2024, when we had the march to parliament by the youth, led by Honorable Makana, Honorable Kamoga Bruno, Honorable Natabi Margaret, what happened to them as they marched? Yes, I myself, what happened to us? We were brutally arrested. And so we cannot call on the corrupt officials because the political environment under which we operate is not a favorable one. Many of our colleagues, Right Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, many of our colleagues are still under incarceration. Many of them have not seen a judge for more than 3 years. Many of them have not known how their parents look like. And our legal books are very clear on what happens to a person that commits a wrong. As we continue to advocate for meaningful...
Honorable, yield the floor. Yield the floor. Thank you for your contribution. So one more from PM side, and we put the motion to a vote.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Thank you, the Leader of Opposition and our team. Well, as I invite our Minister of Youth and Children Affairs to come and deliberate on this, I would like to pick out two things, two key major issues. If we're talking about meaningful youth participation, I believe a number of you in this house alone have or hold positions in your different communities and regions. If we were to sit down and ask you what you have done for your community, are you able to give us accountability? You're sure? Okay, if it's that case then, are you able to give us real evidence of the work that has been done? You seem to be so strong. But any government is doing to encourage meaningful youth participation, let it be reflective of you to ask yourself, what am I doing for my community? What am I doing to see that there is a difference, there is a change? Point number 2, we have raised the issue of commercialization of politics. But if you're to go down into what actually happens, it's actually the youth asking for this money. So, and we come back to again shout that there's commercialization of politics, then what are we trying to drive? What point are we trying to drive forward? If it's your point, if it's your turn to stand for that position, don't you think the young people will still do the same that you have been doing today? So let it be upon us that we shall rise to be youth of change, we shall rise to be different, and we shall rise to bring a different kind of political environment that the Leader of Opposition is talking about. So let me invite Minister of Youth and Children Affairs.
Minister for Youth and Children Affairs, you have 1 minute.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Once again, I am Elo Mabon Abraham, and I'm appearing for and on behalf of government as the Minister of Youth and Children Affairs. Right Honorable Speaker, government understands that the wealth and future of this country is not in the minerals nor the fertile soils of our country, but in the existence of the young people. And with that, Right Honorable Speaker, I will respond to the motion as it was moved, and mainly respond to the defined 3 points. That is meaningful youth participation, representation, and accountability. Now, honorable members of the House, I would like to remind all of us that Article 17 of the Constitution of Uganda gives us obligations, duties as citizens. Then too, in the objectives and principles of our country that govern our policies, they do mention the same duties, which means all youths are obliged to respond to government efforts or to government initiatives. I will borrow the words of the law that youths should start taking serious the initiatives of government. Right Honorable Speaker, I will proceed to give my response that the government is trying its best to create a representation beyond tokenism. And that is seen through the decentralization of leadership. In our country, fortunately, we have close to 140 districts. And to break it down, we have over 10,000 parishes, and there is representation structured through the National Youth Council structures from the village level or from the parish level up to the national level. And this helps to ensure that the youth are included in decision making, politically, socially, and economically. Right Honorable Speaker. Good. As I conclude, Right Honorable Speaker, the government is shifting from consultation to co-designer model of of operation, that the youth are being brought on board. Right, Honorable Speaker, if you look at the 4th National Development Plan, the youth are being put closer to the table. As I conclude, Right Honorable Speaker, my fellow youths should give attention to the Youth Legislative Agenda and the National Youth Manifesto 2026-2031. Those are very useful documents that inform us of the opportunities created by government. I rest my case, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much. At this point, I wish to put the question that the motion for a resolution of the Uganda National Youth Parliament urging government to promote meaningful youth participation, representation and accountability be adopted. All those in favor say aye, and those to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it. Clerk, next item.
Item 7 on the order paper. Motion for a resolution of the Uganda National Youth Parliament urging government to enhance access to sexual and reproductive health information for adolescents and young people.
I invite the move of the motion, Honorable Abigaba Kwezi, to come and move the motion. And what I want from you is to define the motion, the key terms, without going further into details. Then the move of the motion the seconder will come, then you will come back and have your 3 minutes to defend the motion you're moving.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to move this very important motion that is touching all of us here.
Turn on the mic.
Who are down there. Right Honorable Speaker, I raise to move a motion for a resolution of the Uganda National Youth Parliament urging government to enhance access to sexual and reproductive health information for adolescents and young people. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to move.
I think that there are some key terms that you need to define in this motion. It is so at this point, okay, you will define when you come back to defend the motion. At this point, I invite the seconder of this motion, Honorable Nikita Ezeren, to second this motion in under 1 minute.
Right Honorable Speaker, honorable members of this August House, good afternoon. I rise to second the motion so ably moved by my colleague, Right Honorable Speaker. The mover has eloquently laid before this House the urgency and importance of this motion. Right Honorable Speaker, the true measure of a nation's progress lies in how well it prepares its young people for responsibilities of tomorrow. As we deliberate on this motion, we must recognize that the access to accurate sexual and reproductive health information is not merely a health intervention, it's an investment in human capital, responsible citizenship. Right Honorable Speaker, may this House be guided by our shared responsibility to the young people we represent. Let history record that when we were called upon to safeguard their health, protect their dignity, and unlock their potential, we chose to act with wisdom, courage, and foresight, investing in the generation that will shape Uganda's future. For those reasons, Right Honorable Speaker, I wholeheartedly second this motion and respectfully urge this August House to give it its fullest support. Thank you.
Right Honorable Speaker, I want to begin by explaining some of the terms which are in the motion. Adolescents, these are young people aged between 10 to 19 years according to the World Health Organization. Then young people, individuals aged 10 to 20 years according to WHO in Uganda's national policy. A youth is generally defined as a person aged 18 I beg to exacerbate my motion. Right, Mr. Speaker, this motion for organization of Uganda National Youth Parliament on sexual, reproductive health, adolescents and young people is very urgent and is very important to this country, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to begin with a quote. When a nation fails to protect the health of its young people, it does not simply lose lives, it simply loses its future, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, it is with this conviction that I raise to move this important motion, urging government of Uganda to strengthen access to comprehensive, age-appropriate, sexual and reproductive health information and quality use-friendly health services for adolescents and the young people of Uganda. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to begin by saying that Uganda is one of the youngest countries in the world according to the 2024 national population and housing census. Uganda has a population which is attributing to 50 million plus, according to Uganda, according to 2026, that was mid-December, but according to 2024, we had a population of 45.9 million Ugandans. Right Honorable Speaker, the young people make up the largest share of our population.
Honorable, I really appreciate that you're building context around the motion, but you haven't made any point in relation to the motion, the heart of the motion. So I request that you skip to that part and get on with it such that we have the discussion open.
Thank you, Rochman. I think maybe I should go direct to the prayer.
That would help.
Reverend Speaker, after speaking about the motion and, of course, giving all those statistics, our prayer of this House is to increase funding for youth-friendly reproductive health services in every district. Prayer number 2, establish confidential youth corners in all health centers, especially Health Center 3 and Health Center 4. Right Honorable Speaker, also the government should interest itself in strengthening school and community health education programs. Right Honorable Speaker, the next prayer is improve access to menstrual hygiene products for school-going girls. Right Honorable Speaker, the government should also, in my prayer, invest in keeping children, especially girls, in school, because education remains one of the strongest protections against early pregnancy and poverty. Reverend Speaker, allow me to submit. Thank you so much. Though I've left so many statistics behind, thank you so much.
So at this point, I open the floor for debate. We shall have the lady with the mic, and then the gentleman. I haven't selected anyone from the UPDF section, so I will have the gentleman. I will have her. Then I will have that gentleman, yes, for now, but we still have more opportunities. In that order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for finally seeing me and giving me the opportunity to have a word. My name is Anjua Fiona Evening. I'm speaking on behalf of the young people of Uganda. Mr. Speaker, when we talk about sexual reproductive health, I would say we are all victims. Be it ourselves, our young ones, the community members, the people that we live with daily are all victims of issues that emerge from sexual reproductive health information. And sometimes you'll ask yourself, if the young ones are not helped, what is the fate
of the next generation? Are we going to have the people who already seated here? Because many are becoming young mothers, many are becoming young fathers in the community simply because they don't have information. And for today, I have two recommendations. One thing for sure I'm aware about is there is a deliberate move by the government which is requesting all the districts to have adolescent committees in all the various districts of Uganda. And my ask is the government should at least enforce the establishment of the DICA in all the districts of Uganda. The benefits that we can get from the DICA is at least we track record of all issues that are pertinent concerning sexual reproductive health. We get feedback so that it will help the various districts to be able to plan better, which will include the implementing partners in the various districts where they're operating. Because the implementing partners are doing work that the government is supposed to do, but they are aiding and helping the government in doing this work. And then lastly, my ask is that at least there should be provision of sanitary pads in these secondary schools or even primary schools. Why do I say this? We have young girls, just a few seconds, like 30. We have young girls who get pregnant simply because the person lacks a pad, just one pad like this. But if there is a pad at school, the person is able to even help themselves. It's not that every day we have money. There are moments you look up, you don't see money. You look down, you don't see money. And if these pads are in school, I believe my young ones will be safe. They'll be protected. They can have these pads from school to help themselves. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I beg to submit.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. My name is Mebo Binomjisha. I am the youth chairperson of Kayunga Districts. I represent Central Region. Mr. Speaker, if you're going to talk about sexual reproductive health for the youth in Uganda, then I believe some things should be mandatory by now. If you move outside to the washrooms, you'll find condoms in those washrooms. As per my knowledge, sex and erection is a choice. Menstruation is not. You do not wake up one day and say that I will not menstruate as a woman. I do not know why the government can actually accommodate free condoms in every corner that we pass, but they cannot afford pads for school-going girls. For even our MPs who are seated in the August House now, as I speak, some of us are bleeding. But in case our menstrual products got full, where should we go to? Should we go and put on condoms? So, the government, you have let us down. In 2024, the girls of Busoga sub-region were crafting pads out of soil. But as they are crafting pads out of soil, they are providing free condoms everywhere. So, you people are fighting against HIV in providing for the condoms. But then, as you're fighting against HIV, how have we ensured that the mothers of this nation have their wombs secured? How have we ensured that menstruation is not stigmatized? How many times have we isolated the teenage mothers when they came to us? Because in our country, teenage pregnancy has become an abomination. Once someone gets pregnant while they're in school, they are looked at as a bad example in community. Yet even safe abortion has failed to be legalized in our country. So if I get pregnant, I have to quit school. I have no option. But once I quit school, it is also...
In 10 seconds. Turn on your mic.
I'm concluding in 10 seconds. Let's talk about legalizing safe abortion. Let's have pads everywhere, just like the condoms are spread like flowers. Thank you.
In 20 seconds, please.
I am Tamale Nkoyo, a delegate from Mokono. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm raising on a procedural matter. In the last sitting that we had here, Honorable Jimbo Shanra, who was seconded by Honorable Goreti Namwanje, moved a motion, this very motion, and we exhaustively debated it. Right Honorable Speaker, are we proceeding right? Taking the same steps under the same motion, yet the government committed to take steps. I raise on a procedural matter that the Prime Minister comes and gives us what steps have they taken. Because this issue was discussed last time and we cannot repeat it. We cannot keep talking about this very pertinent issue. It affects girls more so in the eastern region of this country. We cannot be convening every year, every sitting to talk about this issue. Let the Prime Minister come and talk about this issue. What steps have they taken to realize the goals that as we deliberated last sitting? Thank you very much.
Okay, I will guide, and the Prime Minister is protected. I recognize, of course, your concerns that you've raised, but I also want you to acknowledge that there are ever-evolving new perspectives. So in whichever way you look at a problem, there are always emerging issues, and we are here to discuss and debate new ideas, and we also even have new people in this house. So for you to say that we discussed this exhaustively, I think is not accurate. So please,
point of information.
the gentleman, all points have been rolled out. Please make your submission.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My name I'm called Moses Abalega from Terego District. I rise in support of this motion. According to Uganda Demographic and Health Survey 2022, approximately 24% of young girls between the age of 15 to 19 get pregnant. So what does this imply? There's a lack of knowledge. These girls need a lot of knowledge on the body changes that they face, they experience. Now, it is my prayer that we enroll sex education in all secondary schools. Rather than leaving these girls, imagine the age between 15 to 19. These are girls who are already in senior 1 or senior 2. But someone going to senior 2 without knowing the body changes and the experiences, it is very, very absurd. Right Honorable Speaker, allow me also to tell you that girl child education has been emphasized, overemphasized, ignoring the fact that boys also play a crucial role in this matter. For such that this matter is addressed amicably. Finally, we need a collusion. I recommend a collusion between Interreligious Council of Uganda and the government of Uganda. Because when you bring matters of sex education or reproductive health, we face stiff opposition from Interreligious Council of Uganda. We really need a collusion to fight this device. I beg to submit.
Point of information.
I've forgotten who I chose next. Please be honest. I've forgotten. People standing up is enough. You don't need to raise your hand. So we are going to move like this. Oh, I chose that gentleman. I've remembered. Yes.
Point of information, Honorable Speaker.
Information.
We are having a person with a short stature. That's why she's raising up her hand. She's unable to stand. Thank you so much.
I am aware, and she was in the lineup. Yes, rise up and make your contribution.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity granted to me. I'm by names of Chemba Dauda, amplifying the voices of many youth in Luwelo, specifically Katikamu North. I'm the chairperson. Right Honorable Speaker, there is lack of information, as our motion is saying. Right Honorable Speaker, and this is cropping up. As of now, 40% of our young little sisters are dropping out of school, at an early age due to pregnancy, but it is because of lack of information. And others are being attacked by diseases like STIs just because of lack of information. And others, just see recently, we lost our MP who was attacked by, it was called fibroids. But many young girls are being attacked by such diseases, but they are not even, right now, they are not informed on how to control such diseases. Right Honorable Speaker and Right Honorable Members, keeping quiet has costed us to loss of many young lives. So, we call upon the government to take precautions. Right Honorable Speaker, in Luwelo,
30 more seconds. The mic, switch on your mic.
Each and every time, you see girl child dropping out of schools just because of pregnancy, and yet they can be informed and they get away of knowing and dealing with such diseases. Right Honorable Speaker, when a young person knows their body, they knows about their consent, and they knows how to get help, I believe they will be able to deal with such situation. So I beg to submit. Thank you, sir.
So the opportunity, you usurped the gentleman at the back whom I had selected.
Yes.
So please proceed. Then we shall have the
I am by name Slodimi John Bosco. I'm the chairperson of the District Youth Council of Nabilatu. I have a lot of challenges that are affecting sexual reproduction. One, I myself made tour one time to one of the nearest schools, and I found that there is no clean water. And you know very well, for a girl child who is menstruating, to maintain hygiene, there must be water. There is low water supply in most schools and also in rural areas. And I see also, so my sister talked about issues of pads. I think if it is hard for the government, to issue free pads, they should be in position to teach the young girls how to make reusable pads such that they can be in position to make at their own time. And then I also moved to most of the facilities. Really, truly, there are no friendly youth services which can be in position now to help the local youth where they can be in position to be guided and counseling, like HIV tests, free water, and more services. I think this is what the government must fight for. It's really lacking. Gone are those days that those services used to be there. I beg to submit.
Yes, that lady. We shall have that. Who raised the point of information? So I want to first of all guide.
Information, Mr. Speaker.
Guide that the point of information is addressed to the speaker that has the floor, and then they will be at liberty to accept or deny the point of information. So moving forward, that is how we are going to proceed, right?
Information, Mr. Speaker.
So that was about information. So whoever is raising point of information.
Point of procedure, Honorable Speaker, direct to you. Honorable Speaker, I'm Ofoiro Rogers. You made a remark that left me shocked, surprised, and still wondering why you said so. When this honorable member stood up the loop and said, this motion on sexual and reproductive health services was discussed last year. Resolutions were made. The Prime Minister was in attendance. She promised to take the necessary steps and get back and report to the House. He asked the Honorable Prime Minister to come and account. You went ahead and wanted to protect the Honorable Prime Minister from accounting to this House. That is wrong. As if you want us not to speak.
The point has been taken. Yield the floor.
That is wrong.
Yield the floor.
Procedure,
Mr. Speaker.
I will rule that the Prime Minister has his time, has her time,
Procedure.
and she will respond. Can we proceed? Thank you.
Point of information.
Procedure. Thank you so
All
much.
points ruled out.
Thank
Proceed.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. My name is Wakoela Shamim, and I'm representing the young people from Igang District, and I'm from Eastern Region. Yeah, as we are talking about issues regarding sexual reproductive health, in the Bible, there is a verse where God told us to go and do reproduction, multiply. And you all know that sexual reproductive health is very key in reproduction. So if the young people with disabilities are left out, I don't know those people who are concerned if they don't want us to reproduce. But I'm drawing your attention to how they are left behind and how they can be included. Young people with disabilities are left behind in 4 ways. That is, first of all, the inaccessible facilities where we are supposed to get the services from. You find that the doors are not enough for the wheelchair users, they cannot enter, so you are left outside. You find that a person of short stature like me, I cannot access the table where they are giving the services from. So I must stay somewhere and send somebody to go and inquire about my issue and bring me feedback instead of me having a personal conversation with the health service provider. You find that the information that is given sometimes is put at upper places where a person of short stature like me cannot access, or is produced in a way that is not accessible to people with hearing impairment. May I continue, Honorable?
30 more seconds.
Okay, so those with visual impairments cannot read that information that is produced. Another way is the negative attitude. A person like me can go to a health facility and then a service provider asks me, so you also do these things? May they be trained, we are all humans. Yes, then lastly, in the decision-making spaces, you find that we are left out. Yeah, we appreciate that today's parliament we have youth with disabilities, but when you go down there, there are some meetings, some decision places where I find that there are no people with disabilities to represent during these decisions. I rest my case.
Point of information.
Could you respond to the point of information? Do you accept or deny it?
I accept.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker.
30 seconds.
I appreciate the Honorable colleague has presented. Right Honorable Speaker, I understand that due to her presentation, the Ministry of Health sent out a circular letter in the last financial year to recruit sign language interpreters across the national hospitals, regional referral hospitals, district hospitals, and of course the health center 3s. Right Honorable Speaker, to confirm to you that up to today, the circular letter has reached the HR department, but there is no any other action that is taken. And looking at this specific motion, persons with hearing impaired are the most persons who are facing a lot of difficulties as far as information is concerned. Maybe through you to the Prime Minister, we need to understand, if the Prime Minister or the Minister of Health, we need to understand what is hindering the recruitment of these sign language interpreters at all the levels that have been explained in the circular letter. Thank you so much.
Okay. So she had something to say?
Me.
It was mentioned. Okay, the lady in the green blazer has really been standing from the beginning of the session.
Then me.
Then we shall have
yes.
one from Western Uganda. And then, this lady has also not said anything. So we shall proceed like that for now.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, that finally I happened to catch your eyes. I want to submit something on this motion, and I would like to begin by saying my name is Afoyo Mungu Ruth, a youth of Pakwach District. I would like to start by saying that it's only not about the information, but the services, other services. That's why I'm hearing, and I want to thank my other speakers who spoke before me, that you are putting forward other services too, which means information alone is not very, very much important. However, if I get the information, if the services, other services are not there, how will it be of help, though it is important? So I'm going to say this, that the government also should not look into the information by themselves. How about when they get youth-friendly people and employ them to work together and deliver the information, other than us meeting people who are going to ask me and question me how tall I am, and I'm getting candida still. Yet other infections that we get from maybe sex and the rest. Yet it's my right to have sex and other things. And then I would like also to say this, that the government should go down and talk to the parents and the cultural leaders to deliver the information better. They shouldn't do it alone by themselves, but they should also go down to the parents and help with the cultural leaders, and they speak to the people. That is our route and will help us better.
Information.
Point of
information. To the current.
Point of information, Mr. Honorable.
Deny.
Okay.
Point of
it has been denied.
Points of information.
We shall have her.
Thank you, right.
Then the Muslim lady. You will come next.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Finally, the Western region has been represented. You've been a bit unfair, but that is respectfully. My name is Atkonda Tracy. I'm the Secretary of Female Affairs for Ntungamo District in the National Youth Council. And I would like to say that SRHR is a very big concept. Many people will look at menstrual health and sexual violence and many things, but we have LGBTQI rights that are happening, and these things are happening to young people in this country. Young people are being violated, young boys are being sexually harassed, and we are not talking about these things, and these are youth. Your young kids come back home, they are violated, but they do not have someone to talk to. Because of my next problem, it is because young people are not given the ambience to be listened to. You go to these hospitals, they do not listen to you, everyone is judging the young people. So I think information should be pushed to the district, to the health centers. Someone talked about information being given in the health centers. Information should be given to people such that young people have access freely to these health centers, to their parents, to their cultural leaders, to their religious leaders, such that we help our young people to live this generation where they fear themselves, to a place where they can freely discuss issues that concern them. So my next point is about menstrual health. I think we should encourage more of reusable sanitary pads.
20 seconds as you conclude.
Because not everyone, someone talked about Western Uganda. There are no problems in Western Uganda. We have a lot of problems. Young people can't access menstrual health products. So if we get reusable pads, at least if young people can manage to buy every month pads at 3,000, at least reusable pads can be used for over 3 years to 2 years for the good qualities. So let us advocate for reusable pads to help in menstrual health and encourage young people to be free, because we encourage the people they reach out to.
Point of information.
Not granted.
Point of information.
So they have not been granted by the person that was having the floor. All points have been overruled. Yes, please.
Well, thank you.
By names, I'm Kaifa Gift Manix, the Female Affairs Yumbe District. Wow, of this motion, it really touches because it mostly affects this gender. If you take the other gender, which is male, it's rare for them to suffer of this health reproductive. Because, yeah, the fact remains that for them it takes long for them to get involved into this. But if you take our gender, it mostly as the ladies who suffer of this because their reproductive system is exposed. And you know how when you go for calls, how you do your things. Ladies, you squat, so when you squat and that place is exposed, it's easily. And if you have to consider this, I would encourage the government to support these gender ladies into serious consideration, other than providing condoms for the men.
Information.
The purpose of not granted. The purpose of government providing condoms for men is for them to avoid getting HIV, not to protect the lady from getting pregnant, but the measure was first to control HIV for the men, not for the lady. So for that, I would suggest if the government could provide pads for the ladies and also give not granted. So I would encourage sensitizations for ladies not only at school.
Point of information.
Point of information, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable. You can yield the floor. Thank you for your contribution.
Speaker,
point of information.
I will.
Point of procedure.
Please, order. Let us first sit down. So the lady in green looks disgruntled. Could you please rise up and say why you're disgruntled?
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. For purposes of records, I'm Apio Monica Prudence, and I come from Gulu City. However, I'm going to represent the young people of Acholi sub-region, from Noya to Lamon sub-region today. So, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, today we are really losing a whole generation of young girls to teenage pregnancy, unsafe abortions, and school dropout. And I would love to inform you that in northern Uganda and Acholi sub-region, Gulu Referral Hospital is recording cases of unsafe abortion, post-abortion care treatment. Every day they receive between 5 to 10 cases of young girls going to receive treatment of consequences of abortion. That is not something nice to hear, honorable members. And today I want to also let you know that there is a national age-appropriate sexuality education framework that was established in 2018. But I want to let you know and inform the House that it is not, if we say that it is sex education, people are going to misunderstand it. It is sexuality education because it is age-appropriate and it allows our young girls and boys to have that knowledge. Ladies and gentlemen, knowledge is protection. Teaching a young girl of 15, 13, how about menstruation or consent or how your body works does not encourage her to have sex, but it gives her the confidence to say no. And
point of information.
And also we should consider,
yield the floor.
Point of information.
We should consider.
Honorable, I request please respectfully that you yield the floor.
Point of information, Madam Speaker. Point of information.
The point of information is addressed to the person speaking, not the Honorable Speaker.
Point of information.
Information is not allowed, please. Thank you. So I would love to let you know that involving boys is also very important in this process.
Honorable.
So let us try and involve.
Please, respectfully yield the floor. Which burning issue do you have in 10 seconds?
Thank you, Right Honorable. I raise under Rule 31, under the rules of procedure of the Parliament, the welfare of the members of Parliament. We have debated 3 motions, and the government is really exhausted. I beg the Right Honorable Speaker, put it in mind that the government is really exhausted. Thank you very much.
Honorable Speaker, I have
On
something.
that issue, please let us resume our seats.
Honorable Speaker.
So on that issue, first of all, we have been allocated time to use the chambers and have a lot of time in these chambers. So if we go for lunch right now, we are going to take a lot of time and we shall have to cut the motions. So my proposition is that given that we are left with 2 motions that are going to be presided over by the Deputy Speaker, we can use 1 hour and then we shall have our meals at the end. So I think that is the most reasonable approach for us to take, such that once people have their lunch, they then go to their places and other commitments.
Honorable
So at this point,
let me say something at least, because I'm also the victim of
You are the
early
last-
marriage, and it is too painful. I've been
yes,
standing
please,
here.
Honorable, you're given the opportunity, and she will be the last person. Then we shall
Next
have.
time I will not come again for this.
Excuse me. Let us first sit down. We have 2 more motions, and the Deputy Speaker, of course, I request that those that haven't had the opportunity to speak be given priority if they rise. So let us proceed.
Finally, Honorable Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. I have called to you. That's why you have given me. Honorable members, this issue of these adolescent girls is something that is painful, but we take it like it's light. If you go to like Karamoja region or even Acholi region, these young girls are forced to sex. It is like breaking an egg when it is not yet its time. These girls go a lot of pain. Like, for example, in Karamoja, a girl child is known as like, it is a riches to the family. We are given out. Once they know that you have started menstruation, they say this one is mature, and they give you like that. Honorable Speaker, through your office, we want the government, please, educate these communities to change the mindset that a girl child is an important person in our Uganda of today. These are girls who don't know how to carry children. They impregnate you, you don't know how to carry a child. At the end of the day, the man leaves you, goes back to their women. They have already paid dowries to you. It is something that is painful. Honorable Speaker, allow me to talk on the issues of our young people. First of all, our young people are dying in trauma. In every district, we are supposed to have friendly how do I call it? Friendly health centers. Corners, I mean youth corners, youth corners. But you get to know that sometimes our people, let me talk about other regions. If you don't know English, doctors will not help you. I'm telling this. Our young people are dying in trauma. When you go there, the doctor is saying, what are you saying? You don't know English. And maybe the person.
Point of information.
Point of
30 more seconds.
Point of
please.
information.
Information.
30 more seconds and you've concluded.
Point of information.
Information.
Speaker.
Information, sir.
So at this point,
Just
I
one
invite.
point, Honorable Speaker. Please. I've been
Can you make it
standing
in
since.
30 seconds?
Please, thank you so much. Honorable Speaker, I'm representing the youth of Madiokolo district. On this particular point,
Your
that
name
we are-
and where
my
you're
name
coming
is
from.
Munduru Grace. I'm representing the youth of Madiokolo district. Honorable Speaker, this point we are speaking about is so touching, a vice that is distracting the lives of girl child and even the boy child in my district and West Nile region as large. Honorable Speaker, we are speaking here of the youth, safe corner youth services that we would get in health facilities. But we still have sub-counties and parishes that do not have access to health facilities in my district. In Madiokolo, a youth to access the for a youth to access the nearest health facility, this person has to walk at least 16 to 20 kilometers. And here we are talking about sexual reproductive health and the rights of this child. Honorable Speaker, it is very important for government to establish health facilities in all parishes as we are upgrading the health center 2s to health center 3s per the government, at least a sub-county, each sub-county to have a health facilities where a youth can access the medications or the services needed. But let alone that, the health facilities, we have our community development officers. We have the senior woman and the senior man teachers in our schools. What role are these leaders playing in the schools? We have youth, the girl child who are in schools dropping out each and every time because of pregnancy. They have to play the role that has been assigned to them to guide these youth, to counsel them so that they don't get into this danger. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity.
Point of information, Honorable Speaker.
All points have been overruled.
Point of information.
Point of information.
Please, all points have been overruled.
Honorable Speaker, this is urgent.
All points overruled. Please take your seats. I will invite the minister that was delegated by LOP in 2 minutes to respond or make comments, and then we shall have government side and put the motion to a vote.
Right, thank you so much, the Right Honorable Speaker, and thank you so much, my leader. Yeah, as I conclude, the main issue here is that information is already available, but now the question is, fine, the information is available, but does it reduce the number of teenage pregnancies that we are having? So meaning that we have the information in Uganda, but the real problem is not the lack of information, but the poor guidance, the moral values, and all other things that are related to these. So we are having issues of peer pressure, unemployment, because we know an idle mind is the devil's workshop. So when the youth are unemployed, they're going to have the mindset that maybe marriage or maybe sexual intercourse is the only way out into this whole thing. So because we've been told about all these things, we've been told that when you have unprotected sex, of course we know the outcomes, but has it reduced the number of teenage pregnancies? Has it reduced the increase in the rates of HIV/AIDS? So really we have the information, but then how is this information going to find the access? What I'm trying to say is that the issue is not about the access. Okay, the access is okay, but that's not the main solution to the problem. Because we have very many challenges, but then the accessibility to this information is not really the main thing to this. So, Right Honorable Speaker and the members of the August House, I'd love to, I beg to be protected. Someone is scaring me, the Right Honorable Speaker. So, teenage pregnancy and sexually transmitted infections remain a challenge. So what I'm trying to say is that information without behavior does not really change a lot. Thank you so much. I beg to submit.
Thank you, Honorable. Okay. PM.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and the August House. I beg for your consent. We have a committee from the Ministry of Health, led by the Minister of Health. I beg you each give them 1 minute, because they have enough information to give our opposition
Honorable
side.
PM, I request you delegate just one person who will ably represent that committee.
Okay, let me invite Honorable Jovia Kusima.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker, and to my fellow honorables. I would like to to inform you about what the government of Uganda has done through the Ministry of Health. So first and foremost, in May, on 7th of May, Ministry of Health launched a program called SEPLUS, and this program was about safeguarding the young people, the adolescents and the young people in terms of the SRHR initiatives. And I'm so happy that people have been complaining here. I can see that your regions have been put on the budget of the $50 million million. And for instance, there is Karamoja, there is Acholi, there is West Nile, there is Busoga, there is Bukedia, and also this will be a strategic support through using the regional referral hospitals. Then for the partners that are really being recommended to implement this program that Ministry of Health implemented, there is Care International in Uganda, Maristops Uganda, Naguru Teenage Information and Health Care, and also we have Straight Talk Foundation. When it comes to Ministry of Health, it goes ahead to inform that we are all...
Conclude in 30 seconds, please.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable. When it comes to the Ministry of Health, in conclusion, it says that there is nothing that happens for the young people without them. In other words, our voice matters, just like the way the Ministry of Health emphasized it, that in order for us to see that the SRHR accessibility is there, we need to stand up as young people for our communities and also to work with the regional referral hospitals and the partners. Thank you so much, Right Honorable.
Right Honorable Speaker, if I may be guided, I think I raised a very important issue.
You have not been granted the floor to speak, Honorable. Please resume your seat.
Very, very important.
Order.
Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to be protected, please.
Yes, you're protected, and all points have been overruled, Honorable. Please resume your seat.
Mr. Speaker, there was an issue.
Please, Honorable, respect this Honorable House. Thank you so much. At this point, I wish to, you can resume your seat, Honorable. Thank you for that. So at this point, I put the question that the motion for a resolution of the Ugandan National Youth Parliament urging the government of Uganda to enhance access to sexual and reproductive health information for adolescents and young people be adopted. All those in favor say aye, and those to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it. So we've been able to debate 3 motions. We are just left with 2. And at this point, maybe just to give guidance, I received information from the technical team that, and this is a direct response to the concern that was raised by the Shadow Minister for Justice and Constitutional Affairs, that moving forward, we are going to be adopting the actions taken report in the subsequent sittings. That will really alleviate the burden from the Prime Minister to always have to come and defend each of these motions. So in the 9th Parliament and beyond, we shall be having the action taken report that will form the order paper and the deliberations on what actions have been taken by the National Youth Parliament. So I request that we rise up at this point and have the Deputy Speaker dressed as she resumes her seat. Then we can proceed and conclude with our final 2 motions. Thank you so much.
can have your seats.
Procedure, procedure, procedure.
Honorable members, since we don't have enough time, I'm not even going to waste your time talking about
it's
stuff.
procedure.
So members, I would like to appreciate the House for being vibrant. So we are going, clerk, you can call upon the move of the second motion. The next motion.
Thank you. Item 8 on the order paper. Motion of the National Youth Parliament urging the government of Uganda to strengthen climate action, enhance environmental protection, and build climate resilient communities.
So I call upon the mover of the motion.
The move of the motion here is Naiga Dorin.
The move of the motion will use 1 minute. Yes, the move of the motion will move 1 minute. She will come back after to defend the what? The motion after being seconded. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, honorable members of this honorable House, I retract my earlier statements.
I am a lady.
Yes. Madam Speaker, honorable members of this honorable House, my name is Nega Doreen. I am from a district called Zimbabwe where I am able to represent the young people. Honorable members of this honorable House, I rise today with a sense of urgency and hope in the beliefs and aspirations of the young people in this country to move a motion urging the government of Uganda to strengthen climate action, enhance environmental protection, and build climate resilient communities. Honorable members, this is not a call for new promises. It's a call for us to breathe life into the promises already made by the country. I so move and invite every honorable member to stand with the future of the young people of this country.
Thank you, Honorable. I call upon the second of the motion. Lodim, yeah. Use that.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I am by name Lodemi John Bosco, District Youth Chairperson for Nabelatuk District. I rise in accordance with Rule 60, in clause 1 of Rules of Procedure of Parliament of Uganda, which mandates that the question upon a motion or amendment shall not be proposed by the Speaker, nor shall debate on the same comments unless the motion or amendment has been seconded. It is therefore my honor and privilege to second the motion urging the government of Uganda to strengthen climate action, enhance environmental protection, and build resilient communities. Madam Speaker, allow me to present a few facts that demonstrate why this motion deserves full support of this House. Environmental protection is not merely on ecological issue.
Honorable Odim, second the motion, and then yield the floor.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I second the motion.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Members of this Honorable House, the statistics have been very clear, and the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda recognizes the right to a healthy environment. If I'm to take you back to the communities that we have been able to live in, growing up,
there was a Luganda saying which said, emiti emito jejigumize chibila, which translates into the trees are the foundation for the growth of the forest. And this has been the lived realities of so many of communities in Uganda. Let me take you back to some of the communities that do experience climate change. In Uganda, growing up, we in urban centers, as we are walking, we usually walk for fitness, but then this is not the lived realities of so many of the young people in the different communities. While we walk 15 kilometers for fitness, most of them have to walk over 15 kilometers to get access to clean water. While for us it's an issue of fitness, it's an issue of necessity for them. In urban centers here in Kampala, when it rains, there is a debate amongst the young people. Should I buy a car or I buy a piece of land? But even when we are questioning about our necessities to buy a piece of land or a car, we are at the same time questioning whether we should get boats, because due to the drought in Kampala, due to the flooding in Kampala, we may find ourselves swimming to work. This is the lived realities of so many of us in the urban centers, but then also in the rural communities. Uganda has been able to ratify a number of instruments where it has been able to ratify the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change in
Conclude.
In 1992. So various legislations have been passed, but then the question that we have to address before this parliament is to see that how can we as young people be at the forefront of climate action, because the future we are fighting for is not a future for ourselves, but then also for the next generation. Today's parliament for sitting for the young people, let it be a time for the government to be able to breathe life into the promises it has been able to pass, but at the same time, let it be a point of reflection to see that young people are integrated into the nationally determined contribution as we assess the future of our country. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Naiga. Since the motion has been moved and seconded, now the motion is open for discussion. Honorable members, I would like to guide. If you see one honorable member lamenting, you're allowed to interject. Yes, you're allowed to interject when someone is lamenting, because I think they gave out the order paper prior. So if someone laments, interject. So I'll start from the government side. I'll give, I think, 2 honorables, but I think 1 honorable from this side I'll be balancing, then 1 honorable from this side. So I think we shall start with Honorable Edon. Then this side we shall start with a lady. The honorable with a wig. Honorable Edono, you have strictly 1 minute. If the 1 minute is done, you're going to yield the floor, because I think many honorables are interested in debating. So I think I want to give you enough time, but let us accept 1 minute, yield the floor. If 1 minute is done, you're going to yield the floor. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I know you have the powers, but 1 minute will be being so detrimental to the House. However, thank you so much. May you reign. My name is Edono Emmanuel, and I come from Soroti City. Madam Speaker, the cost of climate inaction is not measured in future risks, but risks that are very imminent just with our daily lives. We are losing a lot of people to floods, to drought, and my colleagues from Karamoja can bear me the devastating actions that are taking place there right now. Madam Speaker, we have spoken about climate change over and over again. For me, I only raise on one issue. Let government prioritize coming up with a dedicated youth climate fund to ensure that the government initiatives, youth initiatives are prioritized and funded. People who are in green climate, green energy, people who are tree planting. I've seen a couple of very many able members here who have been carrying out climate initiatives with no funding. So for me, I don't want to keep on talking about the paperwork that we have been going about. Let government be very intentional. I know my Prime Minister is here. Prime Minister needs to wake up. Yeah? Prime Minister needs to wake up and talk to the Ministry of Finance and seek for funds for youth dedicated initiatives. Other than that, Madam Speaker, we are going to just be being swayed away by your so-called policies, paperwork, left, right, center. So for me, it's all about coming up with a dedicated fund for youth initiatives. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Dono, for being a good time manager. Yes, let me welcome Honorable Asinde Fiona.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My name is Asinde Fiona, representing the young people of Toro District from Bukedi Sub-Region. Honorable Speaker, you say this is a wig, but this is my natural hair. I just beg the House to appreciate natural beauty. Right Honorable Speaker and the House, I rise up to support this motion. Honorable members, climate action is not only, or should not only focus on protecting the environment in terms of planting trees. However, it should also focus on how we produce, consume, and manage waste. We all know that Uganda produces tons and tons of waste in this country, but how is the circular economy of this country being handled? How are the people into waste entrepreneurship being handled? How are the people into climate smart agriculture being handled? Are there funds that support the young people in these sectors? Personally, I'm into waste management, but I want to tell you the environment in which you operate is not one that supports us to promote the environment of this country. For instance, the cost of even electricity, you want to go into using renewable electricity, you want to have smart electricity. But what is the cost of installation, for instance, installing a 3-phase electricity equipment into maybe your area of operation? So I ask the honorable members and everyone to, when we are talking about climate, let us desist from looking at it from a perspective of not planting trees, of only the common discussions. But how about the topics that enhance climate discussions like carbon credits, the negotiations that are taking place right now? LOCY is ongoing. How many young people are being involved, and how many of you are understanding some of these concepts that are being discussed? Because of time, I beg to submit. I don't want to waste the time of this honorable house.
Thank you, Honorable. And now we are going to the government side. And Honorables, I want us to be fair. Some of you have already submitted, so give chance to others to also submit. Yes, I will start with this honorable. Yes, Honorable.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the room, and I want to thank this privilege. This is Mercy representing the people of Arua District. In the first place, I would like to appreciate the government for the effort on climate change. Yes, it is doing its best, but also to some extent, also trying to do some disservice. Looking at the climate of Uganda, yes, we are really living in a very dirty environment, and the effort that the government has put just recently on the national cleaning. Yes, we did cleaning, but where did the rubbish go? In the streets of Arua, rubbish are still lying on the road, and we are coming towards the end. What is the government going to do about this? Yes, we are privileged that we are going to continue doing the national event, that is national cleaning. So there needs also to be directives where these garbages are going to go, because we need free climate, and we also want to be free from disease. Recently, we have been suffering from Ebola. That means when we continue leaving the garbage just in the streets, we are soon going to start suffering from cholera. That is what we do not want as the youths. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. I will take a gentleman. No, a gentleman in a suit. This one in front of a lady Namar, yes.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. My name is Tom Okwi. I represent the people of Katakwi. Right Honorable Speaker, I rise on to respond this motion urging the government to strengthen climate action and environmental protection. We support the intention of this motion, but we reject the idea that the government is doing enough. Right Honorable Speaker, the facts are clear and alarming. According to National Forest Authority, Uganda's forest cover has declined from about 24% in 1990 to nearly 12% today. That means we have lost half of our forest in just 3 decades. Worse still, Uganda continues to lose approximately 88,000 hectares of forest every year. Right Honorable Speaker, this is not conservation. This is a crisis. From Ministry of Water and Environment, wetland coverage has reduced from 15.5% to about 8.9%. These wetlands are critical for controlling floods, supporting agriculture, and regulating climate. Yet, they are being destroyed. Right Honorable Speaker, the Ministry of Agriculture also highlights that nearly 80% of the deforestation is driven by agricultural expansions. This shows a serious failure in planning because the same agriculture we depend on is destroying the environment that sustains it. Let me jump, Right Honorable Speaker. The nation that cannot control its forest, wetland, and environments is a nation. Allow me to
conclude.
The nation that cannot protect its forest, wetlands, and environment is a nation that is destroying its own future. We do not need more promises, Right Honorable Speaker. We need action, enforcement, and accountability. I beg to oppose this.
Thank you, Honorable, but I would also like to guide. Most of the times, if you talk about the challenges, please give us the solutions.
I have the solution.
Okay, I'll have one Honorable from this side. Yes, I'm looking for Honorables who haven't yet submitted. But this side, I'm very surprised that only ladies are the ones standing up. I'm looking for a gentleman, but I'm not seeing any. No, the other lady in green.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My name is Pedro Lokeris Claire, and I'm here on behalf of the young people from Nabilatuk district. Again, a case in point where the impacts of climate change actually lead to disasters. A case of Karamoja, year in, year out, we've had any interventions coming as response that is actually delayed. So I want to again urge Parliament that as we are looking at how we respond in terms of these hunger situations, there should be need to mitigate or look at how best we can prevent before the impacts escalate, but also how best do we prepare to see that in case of such cases, there is immediate response. Response is supposed to be immediate, but rather not debated over a month and then response is finally coming when we've lost a lot of lives. But also how fast do we recover from such things so that we're able to move on to other things. And then secondly, on the point of energy, the region also offers a very vast opportunity for solar energy as an alternative. Even with the electricity that is there right now, there's a lot of load shed. So we add that this is an opportunity we can explore at a very cheaper cost so that there is also access to power and then overall digitalization. I beg to submit.
Thank you, Honorable. Procedure is given privilege. Go on.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I am Elomabon Abraham once again, and I'm rising on a point of procedure. Right Honorable Speaker, it is from my observation that most of the colleagues rising are not rising with veracity and dinkum oil. We are obliged to submit in this house with research.
Abraham, I would like to guide. Most of the times when you're submitting in PI, just know that we have scientists here. Stop using that English of lawyer. Thank you.
Let me be straight. Right Honorable Speaker, we find it hard as government to pick up some resolutions and also to give response if a submission has no statistics, has no factual points and evidence. I kindly inquire from you, Right Honorable Speaker, are we proceeding right if most of the colleagues are lamenting?
Honorable Abraham, the mover of the motion, that's why I call the mover of the motion to defend the motion. The mover of the motion is supposed to give the statistics of the motion, because most of the times if we get all the honorables giving statistics, we shall not move away from here. But thank you for the guidance. So people are going to talk. I think that you have made research. So if you're talking about something, at least give some statistics. Thank you, Honorable Abraham, for that. This time around, I'm looking for a lady called Gender Balance. Yes. Yes, Honorable Oprah.
Good evening, honorable members. Good evening, Madam Speaker. My name is Nkalubo Oprah, a youth leader from Wakiso District. Particularly, I will raise on an issue of climate justice, which is central to this conversation. Firstly, on the issue of loss and damage. Our government should be able to take loss and damage impact assessments and action. Because if we look, for example, in Kampala, when people were affected by flooding, due to the rubbish and other constructions, we saw that there was damage, but there was no action that was taken. Up to now, hawkers have never returned to their livelihoods, many businesses have been destroyed, and nothing has been done. But also, if we are to look at areas that have been affected by drought or by other disasters, hospitals have been destroyed, our young people are out of school, and so many issues are happening, but we only see government carrying out funeral services, but they never reconstruct these areas, bring about resilient structures that can actually help these populations. And then lastly is on the issue of climate financing. I have been privileged to meet young people who are making pavers out of rubbish, who are making different green innovations out of the things that cause the disasters that we see today, but they have not been supported. We need government to come on board with climate financing, but also action in terms of loss and damage. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Oprah. Yes, I will take a gentleman this time round. Yes, Honorable.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. For purposes of record, Walakira Isma, Guild President, Makerere University Business School. Madam Speaker, climate change is no longer a distant threat. It is a present reality. We are witnessing drought, wetland reclamation, and landslides, and a lot in such a way. Government has taken a commendable step through environmental restoration and also initiatives and policies like the National Environmental Cleaning Day. And indeed, this has helped to fight environmental degradation. However, I would love to urge government to invest more in climate resilient communities by supporting climate smart agriculture and restoration of degraded wetlands, and also ensure that they give prior warnings to people who are settling in wetlands, because I believe it is because of that settlement that we find out that most of the wetlands are not in position to do what they should do in protecting other things like water bodies. I therefore encourage government to give prior warnings to people occupying such places. I beg to submit, Madam Speaker.
Point of information, Madam Speaker.
They get it that the point of information is answered by the Honorable.
Point of information to the Honorable.
Not allowed.
Thank you, Honorable. We are looking for a gentle. People are complaining, but I'm also in a hard position. Yes, Honorable, in aspects.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am called Choro Joseph Locham, the District Youth Councillor representing the people of Kochido District, as well as the Speaker for Karamoja Youth Parliament. Thank you for the chance. Madam Speaker, I want to talk with evidence. In Kochido, I tried to move with the team of my youth to do the assessment on household hunger and drought. Where we got that crop failure, out of the 400 households that we assessed, crop failure of 376, that was 94%. 7% was affected by drought. Then reduced crop production of 87%, water shortage of 52%, and livestock death of 16%. Madam Speaker, the drought in Karamoja, I don't know how many of you follow TikTok. When you follow GATV, you find that video where there is a logo of finance attend. That was the move that we had to move with the team of youth to do an assessment. And as per we talk, that report really helped the people of Kotido to be receiving some support from even churches, pastors, and even as we talk right now, we have some support there with them. So, Madam Speaker, I am begging this to the government to establish irrigation system in each and every sub-county. This will support schools, because now as we talk right now, there is poor performance in school, poor concentration.
Point of information.
Conclude.
Thank you. Because there is no food in schools, so students, children are not performing well. There is divorce because of the misagreement between the families, because there is nothing to eat. Madam Speaker, I would urge the government to do tree planting, motorizing boreholes per parish, and support environmental organization like we have in Kotido, yes, that is Youth Environmental Shield. These are organizations that are organized by youth, and we know those ones can support. Thank you.
Point of information, Mr. Honorable.
Point of information to the current speaker.
Not allowed, my colleague.
Point of information.
Point of information.
The person on the floor said not allowed. So I think we have to proceed. Yes, now
not allowed.
Let us agree.
Procedure.
I'm going to get
Madam Speaker.
2 more honorables from this side and 2 more honorables from this side. Then I'll call upon the Prime Minister, the head of government business, the head of
Procedure,
opposition.
Madam Speaker. Procedure.
Honorables, I'm the
Procedure.
Speaker of the House, so I call the House to order. Don't interject me when I'm speaking. You first wait I speak, yeah, because I'm the Speaker of this House. Yes. So I have 2 honorables from this side, 2 honorables, then I call upon the Prime Minister and the leader of opposition.
Procedure matter.
So I'll get the honorable, yes, honorable. Then also I'll have Honorable Walter. Yes, so this side I'll get the lady, yes, yes. Then I also get a person representing people's special interests. Then I'll call upon the Prime Minister and the leader of opposition to give their final say. So I think I'll start with the lady, but please manage time.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I am Lomele Vivian. I am the district youth chairperson NAPAC. I'm talking also as a climate activist, Karamoja. When we are talking about climate problems and environmental issues and protection, Karamoja has been adapting so much to climate change for a long period of time, and yet it has kept worsening. And also, government has kept bringing climate information, but to my surprise, doesn't reach the grassroots. Recently, I was doing some research on climate change, but I found out very many people do not know about this. Then secondly, Karamoja has resources that on the other hand also contribute to environmental damage. But then, in the mines, it is other people who are in charge maybe of the marble and whatsoever. Why can't government put in charge people who are from the region, who look at sustainability, the natives, who know that the future belongs to them, they should protect, because when you give other people to money in a region, they may not care about the future of those people. They may do it in their own way. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable. Then I think I'll get the lady to also submit.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I am Chomgisha Precious from Mbale City, and a great environmental activist in the Go Green Yeah, so Madam Speaker, first and foremost, climate action begins with the environment. Yes? If trees are there, meaning the climate is going to be good. If there are no trees, the climate is going to be bad. If the lakes are filled with dirt and wastes from factories, automatically the climate is going to be disrupted because we are going to receive acidic rains, which is going to affect us as well. First and foremost, the government is putting policies, like there is this policy where they had said they are going to buy a gas at 100,000, we give you with a gas cooker. It came like twice only. People are still buying charcoal. Trees are still being destroyed. It is still affecting climate. That's why you're seeing floods in Kampala. So if only, the solution I have, if only this thing can be put there continuously, so that if I hear it today, I'm going to save my money, 25K, so that next month I buy that gas and stop buying charcoal. And if you come to realize, if more people do that, deforestation is going to be stopped. And the climate is going to be what? Put right. Another thing, people in the government continue saying, we are going to put policies, adding money. They do put in the money, but it does not reach the people. It does not reach the people. It ends up there. So if only the initiative and the people who are going to give the funds go on ground to those people who are affected. People have ideas. Our minister here spoke of making briquettes out of plastics. So people have ideas, but why don't we come out and make it a...
Please conclude. You have 10 seconds to use the floor.
In conclusion, let us stop giving here, like on the top. Let us go down to the ground. We go to those people and let this thing be in action. And not only putting national cleaning days, but on that same day, let us find solution for that rubbish instead of leaving it in corridors there and people are continuously heaping it. Thank you very much.
Point of information.
Granted.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. To me, also, when we talk of issues of Karamoja still, we want the government to give us everlasting solutions. The government is giving us food. For how long will the government feed us? We want irrigation
Procedure,
systems.
Madam Speaker.
Yes? We want the government, at least every parish, we want the dams. We have a dam of Nakonyen where they say that the ministers worked on it, but they did not work on it. Instead, they cheated us. Corruption is too much. We want Karamoja is becoming a subdivision of business.
Excuse me, Honorable. You said you're giving point of information, and I thought that if you ask for the point of information, you have to depend on the information the honorable member.
Sorry, Madam Speaker, because you're not giving
I
us
call this house to order.
Procedure, Madam.
Point of order.
So please, Honorable, yield the floor. You're lamenting.
May you reign.
Procedure, Madam. Procedure.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. You see, when we stand to speak, this mic, when you get so close, you no longer pass on information. You become a noisemaker. So I would beg for anyone to give off information. Please precisely stand a meters away from the mic so that we can get the information in our eardrums. Thank you very much. I beg to
Procedure,
submit.
Madam Speaker.
Thank you for that guidance, but then also, honorable members, we most of the times we tell you before coming to the parliament, read the rules of procedure. Now, honorables say point of information, and you have just wasted our time. Next time, better.
Order.
Let me call upon another honorable.
Order.
Yes, Honorable Walter.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. For purposes of record, my name is Walter Osigai. I'm the youth chairperson, Bukedia District. Madam Speaker, before I complain, I first of all want to thank government for establishing the Climate Finance Unit in the Ministry of Finance. I also want to thank the Ministry of Gender for establishing and prioritizing young women in the GROW program. Now in the GROW program, they are going to prioritize green enterprises. So they are looking for women that are concentrated or focusing on green enterprises. So if you have a green enterprise, the ministry is going to give you a grant under the GROW program. But you have to have an enterprise, you have to set up a company. Madam Speaker, the issue of climate change is a very important issue. It affects many sectors.
Conclude. You started with lamenting.
Agriculture,
so conclude.
infrastructure, education. So these are the solutions. Madam Speaker, in the financial year 2026-2027, the government of Uganda allocated 494 billion to environmental protection, conservation, and climate change. Madam Speaker, here is the solution. What is hard for us to come up with a law that bans the improper disposal of Kavera and plastics? What is so hard? And for our councillors and local leaders here, what is so hard with passing an ordinance in your district to ban the improper disposal of plastics and what? So what we need to do now, Madam Speaker, we need to raise more awareness on this issue. We need to include the issue of environmental education and climate education into our education program, but also into our skilling hubs that are in every sub-region. Madam Speaker, the issue of funds, it's a very, really important issue. The frameworks in place really do not favor youth-led climate organizations or youth-led organizations that are owned by some of our colleagues here in accessing this finance. So I want to concur with our previous speaker, Honorable Donu, that we need to come up with a special climate fund that really focuses on supporting these young people, especially those that are involved in issues of environmental conservation, but those that are leading these environmental organizations. But Madam Speaker, it doesn't only end in that. Giving people money is not enough, but you also need to give them capacity building. And that's why I want to thank government again for establishing the skilling hubs, but also we need to integrate environmental education and climate education into those skilling hubs. And lastly, for my honorable members here, we have to do a lot. We just don't have to come here and keep blaming government, because what is so hard with you going back to your community and take...
Point of information.
Yield the floor.
Point of information.
Yield the floor.
Point of
information, Honorable. Point of information, please. Honorable Speaker, point of information.
Not granted anyone any point of information. Thank you so much.
I've already given the honorables. I got 2 honorables from this side and 2 honorables from the other side. So allow me to call upon the leader of government business to give a final say. Yes, yes. I'm sorry. I had to hear from a person from special interest, and I'll give him, I think, I'm not supposed to give him 1 minute like other people. I'll give you like 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. Once again, my name is Deo Imalingat. I represent young people with disabilities. This is really a very important issue, climate change in Uganda government. Is government a promise?
Please, I call this house to order. Can you listen to the honorable communicating?
Ugandan government finished to promise last year through a global disability summit that we went in. Disability and climate change action plan and preparedness. This is really a very serious, important topic that through your office, let this be moved up while to be implemented. This year, many issues have come. Karamoja, there is no water. Mbale, there is a lot of floods. But forgetting youth with a disability, we people with disability, in case the floods come, how do we run away? We are the first to die. Even if the sunshine comes up with hunger, we as young people with a disability, Again, we are the last to get all this. Please, we ask the government, as it promised in the global summit, disability summit, to implement its decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. Now I'll call upon the leader of government business to give a final here. The leader of government business, the Prime Minister. Honorable members. Okay, I'll give you 2 minutes to submit.
Thank you very much.
Before you submit, I would like to guide honorable members on this floor. You have to know that I'm the Speaker of this Parliament, and you're not supposed to tell me what to do. And stop shouting in my Parliament. Thank you. You can proceed.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity finally given, although after a very long struggle. Distinguished honorees in the August House, for the purpose of formal introduction, my name is Fadil Mande Welborn. I am the District Chief Chairperson for Yumbe. Yumbe is a district globally known for hosting refugees. I rise on already established protocol with so much humility, sense of responsibility to support the motion on urging government to strengthen climate action, enhancing environmental protection and building climate resilient country. With a view that we appreciate, Right Honorable Speaker, the effort of our government through so many policies and also actions. We had a National Climate Change Act 2021. We have a National Climate Change Policy 2015. We have National Adoption Policy, climate still. However, we still have a gap in the following areas. We have a gap, limited funding, as already said on. We have a limited access to climate smart technologies such as improved seeds. We are talking of gaps that we still have in the policies, one which is the staffing aspect. You cannot talk of element of climate smart agriculture when you don't have extension workers at all the sub-counties. The element of climate smart agriculture emphasizes about what? Emphasizes about agricultural practices that increase agricultural productivity.
Conclude.
As I conclude, to address these gaps, we are now thinking of now strengthening extension services to the farmers on climate smart agriculture, and then increasing investment in climate adaptation and climate smart agriculture policy so as to improve on the livelihood of our people. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable. Then I'll call upon the Prime Minister to give a final say. I call upon the Prime Minister first, then the Leader of Opposition next. Thank you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I'd like to make one thing clear, yeah? This environment is for all of us. We all live in this environment. So putting the mandate on the government, yes, the government has the duty in terms of policy, but you as a citizen of this country, what is your position in this? Are you able to pick up just small cavera from the ground and put it where it's supposed to be? Are you able to educate the different people that you meet on the different climate action policies? What have you done to see that we better our environment? So I throw the question back to you. The government has done its duty. Like one of our honorables mentioned, in this current 2026-2027 national budget, we allocated 494.08 billion to safeguard the environment, and 361.88 billion was allocated to a contingency fund to manage disaster response and climate shocks. So we are doing our duty. We are serving our country like we should.
Honorable Prime Minister, please conclude.
Yes, Madam. But as citizens, you also have a role to play. Right Honourable Speaker, allow me invite the Minister of Environment to give us her report. Thank you.
The Minister of Environment has 1 minute to yield the floor.
All right, Right Honourable Speaker.
The Right Honourable Speaker and members of the August House, my name is Namgaya Halim Mangobi from Busoga Sub-Region, specifically Igang District. Right Honourable Speaker, I rise here, but first I want to emphasize that climate change is an issue of everyone, so as government, we have a responsibility to every citizen, irrespective of the region. That said, government responds and treats regions depending on the vulnerability and urgency that is at hand. So issues of these regions deserves particular treatment, I think becomes unjust in and of itself. Right Honourable Speaker, we want to bring to the attention of the House to the fact that in regards to what is happening in the Karamoja sub-region, the government has put in place what they call valley tanks that are supposed to be seasonal and get the water from the seasonal rivers in a bid to help with the drought that is happening as an effect of the climate change. Also, Right Honourable Speaker, I want us to bring a question of climate education to the House, where we think, in as much as we have a problem of climate change, it is also imperative for us to recognize that very many of the young people do not interest.
Please conclude.
Okay, I'll conclude in a nutshell. I want to emphasize that when it comes to things like climate finance and innovation, the government has done a tremendous job, and I want to disagree with honorables who think these innovations are not funded, because they are. But however, conclusively, I call upon everyone to interest themselves with understanding the benefits that come with green education, because the world we are living in is one that is a transitional one, and the effects of climate change affect an entire continent. I beg to submit.
Thank you, Honorable. Then I will call upon the Leader of Opposition.
Thank you so much. First and foremost, I'm Dike Derek Kakoza, the Speaker of the Central Youth Parliament, and I've been delegated by our most able Leader of Opposition to present on the motion before us. First and foremost, I'm disappointed with the Leader of Government Business when she states that she sends back the duty, her duty, or the duty of government back to the citizens. Yet they're the duty bearers as far as the protection of the citizens that voted them in power, if at all they did voted them in power. First and foremost, the government, our government has taken a deaf ear as far as the national obligations and national laws concerning climate action. Maybe let me address them on the issues of international obligations they have as far as climate change and protection of the environment is concerned. First and foremost, we have the UNFCCC, which Uganda is a party that gives an obligation to Uganda's government to take into consideration climate action. But a colleague of mine from the opposition has given me a note concerning the projects in Karamoja, where the different dams are drying up. But what has the government done as far as that is concerned? If I told the people of Karamoja, some parts of it are facing issues of anger because of the disaster or the effects of climate change, what has the government done? Pastors are going there sending food instead of addressing the issue that will come back over and over again. To me, I think if the government can't take into climate change and take action as far as they should leave power, because let me quote Barack Obama, one of the statesmen of the US stated that we have only one place to live, and that's the earth. So we have no plan B. If at all we can't protect the environment, then we cease to protect humanity. So the government, please, you have a duty and an obligation to make sure that there is climate action and climate change protection for the people in Bududa, Karamoja, and the different areas that are affected by climate change. I beg to submit. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. Since we have gotten the final remarks from the Prime Minister and the Leader of Opposition, allow me put a question that the motion of the National Youth Parliament urging the government of Uganda to strengthen climate action, enhance environmental protection, and build climate resilient communities be adopted. Those in favor say aye. Those to the contrary say nay. The ayes have it. I call upon the clerk to read the next item on the order paper.
Next item, item 9. Motion for a resolution of the Uganda National Youth Parliament urging government to enhance road safety, crime prevention, access to justice, service delivery, and national security.
I now call upon the move of the motion, Honorable Emmanuel Edon.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. My name is Edon Emmanuel, and I represent the young people of Soroti City. Madam Speaker, I stand to move a motion for a resolution for the National Youth Parliament urging government to enhance road safety, crime prevention, access to justice, service delivery, and national security. I beg to move.
I now call upon the seconder of the motion, Deo Mutuma. Honorable Deo Mutuma is the seconder of the motion. If the Honorable is not in the house, you can get a volunteer to second the motion. But the volunteer has come before me even telling you to come. Let us get another seconder. Next time we'll obey to the rules. I will get the second of the motion. Yes, Honorable, you can second the motion.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. I do second the motion.
Thank you, Honorable. I now call upon the Honorable Edon Emmanuel to defend the motion.
Madam Speaker, thank you so much for this privilege. Madam Speaker, this is a multi-tier motion that covers up to a tune of 5 different issues that are tackling the young people of this country. Number 1 is road safety. Number 2 is crime prevention. Number 3 is access to justice. Number 4 is service delivery. And number 5 is national security. Madam Speaker, I pray that this House accords this motion some ample time to deliberate on these issues because they are very pertinent and very robust and affecting the young people. Why does this motion matter most? Madam Speaker, while I was seated at the back, I heard one of the cabinet ministers talk about statistics. And to begin with, when we look at road safety, close to 5,000, about 5,000 deaths have come from about 4,000 fatal accidents. That is number 1. Number 2, when you talk about crime rates, we have about 196 cases reported in the 2025 report that we got from police. And the other one is on human rights violation. And of course, we are talking about access to justice. And we have about close to 324 alleged rights violation and about 181 against police. And government has spent close to a tune of 888 million just in compensation. This money should be channeled into other sectors. Now, mine is very simple.
that these gaps of enforcement to ensure that the young
Please, Honorable, I don't know.
But, Madam Speaker, I told you that this is a multi-tier motion. You do not expect us to deliberate on all these 5 items in just 1
motions
second.
have been very important.
I haven't
This
refused.
is not an exception.
You see,
so
but Madam
please,
Speaker,
I'm having you 20 seconds, then you yield the floor.
May you read, Madam Speaker?
Yeah.
So, Madam Speaker, so the gaps in enforcement and justice have eroded public trust. And for me, mine is very simple, that let all the different agencies and different stakeholders that cut across road safety, crime prevention, access to justice, national security, prioritize the needs of the young people of this country. Because there is no way we are going to live harmoniously in this country if the young people are not protected against all these different kinds of issues that are affecting them. I beg to submit.
Thank you, Honorable Edon Emmanuel. So I'll start from the government side, then I also get honorables from the opposition side. From the government side, I'll start with a lady. I'll start with a lady, yes. Then I also have a lady this side, but I'll get honorable. Yes, honorable in the specs. Okay, thank you. Then you can start. But please, since you have many honorables who want to submit, and this is the last motion, please, I think I need to give these honorables a chance. So let us use 1 minute and 30 seconds. After the minute is done, trust me, you're going to use the floor. Thank you.
Much obliged. Madam Speaker, I stand to support the motion. Crime prevention, therefore, should not only be about arresting, because that is what is currently happening in the society, but it should focus more on finding the root causes of these crimes. Why are these crimes occurring in our societies? And one, this is because of poverty, unemployment, and drug abuse. And then we need to also get to know why are we having these challenges in our society. Unless we address these problems, there will always be crimes, because we are having laws that is governing the society, and all we are doing is arresting people. Unless we first get to the root of the problems, there will always be crimes. Thank you.
Honorable, you've talked about getting to the root cause of the problems, but I think I needed you to highlight on the root causes. But then, thank you for the submission. I'll get another honorable to submit on that. Yes, Honorable Julia. So, point of information, the honorable has not accepted, so let us proceed.
Accepted.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Moral decadence, Immanuel Kant. He defined it and said that when the society abandon their moral duty and act out of selfish desires, greed, pleasure, and personal interest, instead of following reasons and universal moral principles, this leads to disrespect of the human dignity. Moral decadency. What does it result from? Corruption, dishonesty and broken promises, unfair treatment of citizens, weak rule of law, loss of public governance. What are the solutions as we, the youth, have to do? We have to re-emphasize on one, more implementation gap and thing that has to be undertaken. We have to safe system approach. For example, road infrastructures that will minimize accidents. As the government, we also have to acknowledge the fact that these accidents are caused not only by the by the drunkards or the drivers, but also the standards at which the government imports things. Look at the Uganda National Bureau of Standards, the traffic, the tires. When you're driving, the least you can do is walk 6 kilometers. Already the tire is in pinterage. So if we go back to the root of moral decadency, as we the youth, have we set principles of moral decadency in our lives? In that, we shall be able to fight and prevent. I beg to submit.
Thank you, Honorable. I welcome Honorable Julia. If people are standing up, but I've already chosen the Honorable who is going to speak next.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable. For purposes of record, my name is Julia Emma Murungi, Wakiso. Right Honorable, the concerns raised are very legitimate, but as the mover stated, that it is a multi-sector motion, and these are complex policy areas. So, Right Honorable, attempting to solve everything actually solves nothing. What I want to first say is, government should go back, prioritize, and then choose to work on that one at a point. Because the reality is, every now and then we come back and debate these very things: climate change, youth unemployment, road safety, crime prevention, and these are the people who lay the order papers, who lay their ideas. So I think it brings back to the implementation. I think they need to prioritize, and that is the first thing that I'm saying. Let government focus on strengthening the already existing systems rather than continuously creating new commitments without addressing the implementation failures. It makes you come up a little bit mendacious, and it speaks to the moral decadency that Honorable Henry has just attributed to. Right Honorable Speaker, we have already existing systems. We have the judiciary, we have traffic police, and he has talked of corruption. You realize this is not what we are supposed to be doing now. Can they go back to their places initially and organize themselves? Let them come back to us and say, this is happening and this has failed, so that we can look forward to what we can do next. Otherwise, we are doing a roller coaster. It's a real wind, and we are wasting time. Thank you so much, Right Honorable.
Honorable, I would like to guide. I've talked about wasting time and always coming back, but I recall you were part of the previous parliament. I think if an action can start with you, then we follow. Thank you. We are getting another honorable from this side because we have gotten a submission from the opposition side. So let me get one honorable from this side. I will get, yes, the other gentleman. I'm going to give you a chance to talk, please. Let us hear from the other honorable. No? The honorable behind.
Yes, thank you. For the interest of time, I still remain Owachgiu Dennis, chairperson of the young people of Madiokolo District, West Nile Sub-Region. Me, I have only one focus. It is access to justice. Justice delayed is justice denied. Honorable members, like a youth in Madiokolo District is arrested, and this youth must travel up to Arua District for court. Cases take 2 to 3 years. Many give up. And as context, legal aid is only in towns. Girls, PWDs, and the poor youth cannot afford lawyers. Now, we ask the government to at least establish magistrate courts and a legal aid clinic in every district. Secondly, use mobile courts use mobile courts to reach rural areas quarterly. Thirdly, government should train paralegals at sub-county level to handle minor cases. Since time is not our best ally, I would like to submit here. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable, for being a good time manager. Yes, I would also advise you to pick a leaf, the next honorable. So I will get another honorable. People, let us agree. I'm seeing the faces, but you people have already submitted. I'm going to pick people who have not yet submitted. And that is final. So if you've submitted, don't even bother standing up. I'm not going to choose you. Yes, I will get the honorable in the corner. Yes. But please use 1 minute, then you read the floor, because I think most of the people also want to submit.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I hate being reminded of time because it disorganizes a lot. So, my name is Ariko Patrick Lochio. I come from Karenga, Karamoja sub-region. I wanted to touch on the aspect of national security. To my information, or my belief, government has a mandate to protect its citizens, but I think government has forgotten this mandate. Let's put it in Karamoja as a key, because I hail from Karamoja where insecurity is a daily food. Everything insecurity, food insecurity, cattle wrestling, and everything. I want to bring a scenario that this house, the Parliament of Uganda, passed a law of restocking of Acholi sub-region and Teso sub-region, and forgot the restocking of Karamoja. We are very much aware that Karamojongs are the ones who disturb their neighbors. But we would like to know that if you also don't restock for Karamoja, the same will repeat itself. Because Karamoja needs first attention. They need, inside Karamoja internally, there are also non-raiding communities, like the Bim people, the Karenga people, and the Hik. These people only deal in crop, but also the cattle rustlers come and steal a little they have. What does government have about that? Then secondly, be ready for the next chapter, even after you restock these neighbors of Karamoja. Because anger is already on the corner, not even in the corner. These guys are just waiting. Just in a minute I conclude, a few seconds, please. So, let me just put my prayer. My prayer is, if you're restocking the other regions, make sure that you restock Karamoja also, because if you don't restock Karamoja, they will still come and hunt for the little you have outside. Thank you.
Point of information, Honor.
I think the Honorable has not accepted. Have you accepted the point of information?
Allowed.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. I just want to add on what my colleague has said. I think through your office, Honorable Speaker, we also want the government to talk to our neighbors.
But Honorable, I think you're over wasting our time. Can you please yield the floor? I'll get... I'm here in point of
order.
Yes, Honorable Dike.
Thank you so much. I'm Dike Derek Akoza. Madam Speaker, the House is at a threat. Honorable Henry has been moving up and down, going to the clerk, passing in front of you, disturbing opposition, now with the camera person. If Honorable Henry is tired of the sitting, let him march out. Who is he? About to submit.
Thank you, Honorable Dike. Honorable John Henry, please. I think you've heard what Honorable Kakoza Derek has talked about. So since we have gotten one Honorable from this side, but please let me guide. Honorable, the lady, you're always wasting our time, and these people need chance to talk. You're always pointing out point of information, and then you're just lamenting. I'll let it stop. Maybe you just want to hold a mic. Okay, now, honorable members, we are going to the government side. And I will choose, after the member, I'm not going to choose a person who has already spoken. I'm choosing people who haven't yet submitted. Yes, honorable. The one in our white dress.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. For the purpose of record, I'm Sharon Namuyingo, representing the young people of Nakaseke District. Madam Speaker, I want to put this on record that when roads are safe, services reach to people. And when justice works, crime drops. When people trust government, national security is stronger. Therefore, Madam Speaker, if we want to avoid, to prevent the crimes, we know that we, the young people, in most cases, we are the ones that goes into danger. And I want to say that if the government provides jobs to the young people and also expanding the WellP programs and Emyoga programs into our districts, then it will help us to avoid the crime takers in our communities. And also, I want to say that there should be public awareness on road safety. As I was coming, I told my driver that, you know what, people always know what to do. They know what they are supposed to do. But because we, the Ugandans, we want to you first see the traffic officers for you to do the right thing. That's why we find out that we get very many accidents on the way just because we don't follow the rules, yet we know what we are supposed to.
Please conclude. You have 10 seconds to use the floor.
Including Madam Speaker, I want to ask the government to provide awareness to the young people, to teach more on the use of helmets, seat belts, and to bring more on the drink and drive campaigns. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable. Point of? Point of? Okay, let us agree. I'm going to get one honorable right now, but when it comes to the government side, I'm going to choose more two honorables from this side, then I call upon the Prime Minister and the leader of opposition to close. So, fine disability, but I've given a person with special interest to submit, and you've already submitted, I've already talked, so that I've seen you on the TV, so I think give other people a chance to also submit. Yes, I will get a lady this time round. Yes, a lady, yes. But please use, I've already reduced on the time, you're using 1 minute, then you use the floor.
Thank you so much. My name is Jacqueline Tunamasko, representing the young youth, mainly the female, of Kabale district in the Tigezi region. As young people, we have to be aggressive about the matters that affect the youth. My main focus, it is on the road safety. Roads have not been re-innovated. That's why we have been in a hard time as a country, seeing school buses get accidents on the road. And
point of order.
And then, now, why are roads
point of
taking
order
long
granted.
to be re-innovated?
Please wait, Honorable. Point of order granted.
Thank you, the Right Honorable Speaker. The Right Honorable
Procedure.
Speaker. When I got the chance to step into this room this morning, we were guided. Anyone who wants to communicate something, we have our sergeants around. You are to just write a cheat and send. It will not be in order when a colleague runs to you. It's like you are trying to do something which we don't like.
Honorable, I've gotten your communication. Honorable, I've gotten your communication, and I think, honorable members, you need to obey to the rules. Thank you for the guidance. Please, Honorable, proceed.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. My main focus was on the road safety. Are we going to keep waiting for Honorable Baram to solve our problems? Because now, the main concern is when you hear now Honorable Baram going in a certain district.
Please, Honorable, since those people have interjected, I've added 20 seconds, then you yield the floor.
Thank you. Many of our local government, many of our local district youth, many of our local district leaders, they have been constructing roads now in a fortnight. Those roads were supposed like to be constructed like in 5 months. They were supposed to be constructed in 1 year. But then now, when they hear Honorable Baram coming, they want to construct these roads in the fortnight. And then now my question goes to, where is the youth voice? Our voices matter because we should make our leaders accountable. We should speak out on the things that are not going as planned. That includes also medicines that are lacking in the hospitals. That also includes insecurities in our villages. So I call upon the young people to speak out. Don't allow injustice to continue on our watch. Together, youth voices make a difference. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. Okay, now I'll get the Honorable from this side. And I think I'll get Honorable. You've already submitted a point of order, so you've already gotten a chance to speak.
Not really. I was guiding the room,
But
which
then
is for everyone.
I've not given you opportunity to speak, so please. Yes, Honorable Member, I'll get, this time around I'm getting a gentleman. Yes, I'll get Honorable. I'm going to give another person a chance from this side. But let me first get this Honorable this side. But please submit in 1 minute.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. Protocol observed. My major aim one, since this is the last motion, I want it to go to Faraja Foundation. I want to ask Faraja, did only a certain region where emails could reach people, because left, right, center, even if the speakers have tried to make sure they balance this, but you find that our regions have not been represented so well. And this comes back to us, because they will ask, we were seeing you, but where are the regions? Central, Western, and even Eastern. We are not represented. Over 90% were from one region. That was, by the way, and I need the liaison officer to make that.
Please, Honorable.
Thank you.
Which motion are you submitting on?
Yes. Now, back to the point.
Honorable, lamenting, please yield the floor.
No, 1 minute.
Honorable, yield the floor.
Order.
Because you're not submitting on the motion, please.
Order.
People want to submit. Honorable, yield the floor.
Order.
Honorable,
Madam Chair, I'm
yield the
requesting
floor.
for 30 seconds
Yield
to
the
submit.
floor.
You eat your floor.
Yield the floor.
Point of order.
Let's respect our speaker.
And now, members, honorable members, when you stand up to submit on a certain motion, stop lamenting, because people need time to discuss the motions, and you people are standing up and passing on your traits of opposition, which is not bad, but then here we are discussing motions. So, honorable members, for the government side, you've already wasted your time. I'm going to the opposition side.
Right, Honorable.
Now I'll get one honorable from the opposition side. I want a lady. I'm looking for a lady. I'll get that lady there. Now, members, let us agree. What I'm going to do, I'm going to get more 2 honorables from here, more 2 honorables from here, but 1 minute.
Honorable Chair, I've
Then we hold the floor. Then we call the Prime Minister and head of opposition because we're out of time.
Honorable
Thank you.
Chair, I've stood over 10 times and have not been given chance. I have stood over 10 times now.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, and the House at large. For purposes of record, my name is Carolina Tim, representing the people of Lamo District. Speaking from my perspective and experience, especially on the issue of road safety and the increasing rates of accident, Basically, because I come from the north, I would giving a view, first of all, that government should look at this issue of why they are taking more old buses to us, the north there. These buses which are already in DMCs, dangerous mechanical conditions. I will give an example. I traveled from Lamo district to Soroti district, not to spoil the company's name, but I used Gateway bus, a very old bus. We stopped over 5 times in the name of them trying to repair the bus. And also given the condition of the roads in North, for my district, we stopped seeing a tarmac road in Kitgum. Beyond Kitgum, you're not going to come across any tarmac road, making it also very difficult for us to travel. And even the kind of, the people who drive, we are not even sure who they are. Our security is at stake because they drive recklessly, and the end result, it is the people to pay, not the government. So my call to the government is to make thorough checkups on the buses before they leave the stations, just like how they do the checkups for these lorries which carry goods and stuff. They should also do the same for the buses which carry human beings, because at the end of it, we are even more important than the goods they are carrying. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Member.
Point of information.
Allowed.
All right, thank you very much. I know our time is fast spent. Members, we are talking about road safety. All of us who have come for this parliament, I know immediately after here, we will pick border borders and go home. It has been a very concerning threat that these days the level of threats, the level of insecurity penetrated to the citizens.
Honorable Peter, what are you informing the Honorable Member?
I'm backing up her point.
When you say that when you say the point of information, I think that you have to compliment on what she has said or add on.
Yes, I'm adding on what she has said. I'm saying road safety. And the road safety, we have border borders who are operating. You have been witnessing cases of violence omitted to the system by the border borders against citizens. You pick a border, you move at night.
But I don't think that that is point of information. Because first of all, Honorable talked about tarmac roads. I thought that maybe you would add on what Honorable said. So please use the floor. We shall get another Honorable to submit on that motion. About the point of information, I've already guided. It is the person, it's the Honorable Member who has been on the floor to answer that. So please let us proceed. I'm looking for a lady now. I picked a gentleman from this side, so I'll get this lady here. The lady in a black blazer. Please use 1 minute. So this side I'm remaining with only one honorable to speak. After that one honorable, we shall get one other honorable. Then I also get from this side, then we close.
Thank you, Madam Honorable Speaker. I would like to bring the attention of you all about the motorcyclists that are in Uganda being youths. Most of them are youths. But how are we going to succumb the accidents that are happening? And mostly, if you're going to see the statistics, most youths are the ones dying. However, you will realize that most cyclists are not educated. They don't know about the road safety guidelines. And how are we going to go out there? We urge the government to at least put up the youth initiatives that are going out to help tell these motorcyclists that are not well known, that are not well informed about the road safety guidelines. The other thing on access to justice, at least let the government provide wider civic spaces and mediations, because I've realized that the youths that are always taken to prisons and most of them will not get lawyers. However, when we bring them to mediation is the only solution we have at hand. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. I'll get another Honorable from this side. Yes, I'm getting a gentleman because the leader's already submitted. So I'm getting a gentleman who hasn't yet submitted. I'll get the, yes, honorable. Uh, I'm remaining with only one honorable this side. Then one honorable from this side. I call upon the Prime Minister and the Leader of Opposition. We close.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity. Members of this House. My name is Kwat Samuel. I'm representing the refugees in the 15 hosting districts. To submit, before I submit, it is my prayer, Madam Speaker, that in the next Parliament, when the refugees have been invited to directly interact with the Prime Minister and the Minister of Relief, Disaster Preparedness, it is our privilege that we need to be included so that we are able to also represent our youth. On to the motion, the statistics I've already shown, but still in this hosting district, at the context of the refugees, they have still been affected. Majority of these refugees who left their countries, they have carried that mentality, that rivalry, that rebellion into the country again. And as such, they are starting to attack each other, and even after the extent of attacking the host communities. It is my prayer that, Madam Speaker, that this House to ensure that in the next, government need to ensure that they need to educate these refugees and the displaced people about the conflict resolution to ensure that they have a peaceful coexistence and social cohesion. Additionally, it is my prayer that the service delivery we are talking about, the refugees, youth, and the displaced people should be part of these services. Because if we are delivering these services and the youth themselves, they are not part of these services, then where are the delivery going? Oftentimes, the targeted people don't exactly get.
Please, you have 10 seconds to yield the floor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I conclude, I urge the government, through the office of the Prime Minister and the Minister of Relief, Refugees and Disaster Preparedness, to ensure that they also account to us, because despite the context at which we are representing, we have the same aspiration as this same state. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. Then I'll get one honorable from this side and one honorable from this side, then I call upon the Prime Minister. Yes, that is the last honorable to submit on that side.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. My name is Yadur Jessica Draga from Maracha District. I just want to say something small about security. I want to appreciate the government also on the issues of the roads. Right now at the border, they have worked on the roads. I come from between Uganda-Congo border. The road at the border has been worked on. But via security, I've ever seen RDCs and the OCs going for security meetings and community policing in the communities. That is a step already. It has to be appreciated. But now, Honorable Speaker, the problem that we have at the border is now our neighbor, that is Congo. The youth are facing it right from Congo side. Congo cannot detect a disease within 2 hours, even within 1 day, but Congo can detect a youth, a Ugandan who has gone there for business within microseconds. And this Ugandan will be mistreated properly. But when Congolese come to Uganda, they are hosted very well. Nobody mistreats them, but Ugandans are suffering in the hands of Congolese. But they benefit a lot, even health facilities, they all benefit from Uganda. But the issue of mistreating the youth along the border by Congolese, I think government has to come up to do something about that. I'm maybe urging government to have a relationship, to have a kind of relationship with a kind of meeting with the government of Congo, so that issues at the border has to be harmonized, because I am seeing one day there will be war caused by use of Congo and Uganda, because Ugandans are being mistreated in Congo. Our LC3s are ever solving issues in Congo side, bringing youths who have gone to buy things to be sold.
Information to the member on the floor. Point of information.
Granted.
Yeah, thank you so much, Honorable Member. I want to inform the member of the House and the House on the road of Uganda and DR Congo that the Honorable Member has been submitted, that has been constructed, a way of policy document that all border roads are national roads. And now the border road that the Honorable Member on the floor was submitting was the one which was worked by Maracha District Local Government, which is contrary to provisions of service delivery. And it has already affected the number of kilometers of roads that the District Road Committee is supposed to undertake. It is now my prayer that the Parliament of the Republic of Uganda and the government takes on the responsibility, the central government takes on the responsibility of ensuring that national roads are undertaken by the National Planning Authority and Parliament without inflicting onto the district fund. That's submission. And also, I'm informing her because she submitted.
Honorable,
she
it's
submitted
10 seconds to yield the floor. Welcome. Granted.
As I was saying, Madam Speaker, as the opposition side, we inquire, is it in order for the Prime Minister to abdicate her seat as per the rules of procedure and move behind? And if it is not in order, as the opposition side, we request she comes back as a leader of government. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. Please, the Prime Minister, can you take your position and sit? Okay, thank you. So I'm remaining with an Honorable from this side. You people, Honorable Odim, you've submitted. Be contented, even seconded a motion.
The other motion, Madam. I was seconding. I didn't submit.
No. I'm going to give a chance to a person who has not yet submitted. Yes.
Madam Speaker.
Please, Honorable members, I'm the Speaker of this House. Please. I'm the Speaker of this House. Okay. Honorable, you already hold. No, Honorable, you can submit. Honorable members, you don't use a mic when I've not given you permission.
Okay, thank you so
for that
much.
case, Honorable, submit.
Honorable, for accepting me since morning. I think it is now the chance for me. But for safety, I'm just going to talk on behalf of West Nile. If you see this road from Karuma to Arua, honestly, the rate of accident on the way, it is too much. I request the government at least to widen for us those roads and also to install this street light for us. Because these people are moving at night. They are moving at night. When they are moving at night, sometimes this driver cannot see what is ahead of them. At least we request government to install for that street light on the road from Karuma to
the Honorable has already yielded the floor. This was the last Honorable to submit on this side. So I will call upon the Prime Minister to give her final remarks. Please, the Prime Minister, manage time.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. May your seat reign. I'll request that we have to, because our motion is quite big, it covers road safety, crime prevention, access to justice, service delivery, and national security. I request that we listen from the Minister in charge of national security and as well the Minister in charge of works and transport.
Honorable Prime Minister, have done justice to this motion because at least I've given many members to submit on that. So choose one minister to submit and in 1 minute because we're out of time.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, Right Honorable Speaker. So as I invite the Minister in charge of Works and Transport to clearly deliberate on what the government has tried to do, I want to make something clear. According to statistics, 1.16 million die each year as a result of road traffic crashes. That is according to the World Health Organization. But in Uganda, we have an average of 15 people dying on a daily because of road crashes. And when you research more as to what's the major causes to why these people are dying, it's not even because of the bad roads, it's 90% human error. So that means, as young people, why are you drinking and driving? Why are you not putting on an helmet on a border? So this goes back to us, that even as we call on to government to do its mandate or to carry out its mandate, as a citizen, are you taking care of yourself? Because at the end of the day, the 15 people dying on a daily, these are great assets of this nation, and we definitely do not want these statistics going higher. Thank you so much. So let me invite the minister in charge of.
Please, Honorable Minister, use strictly 1 minute. After the 1 minute, you're going to yield the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Greetings, the honorable members of the House. My name is Chobe Moses, and I represent the young people of Bosiro South, and I also serve as the Vice President of the Uganda Law Students Association. And I'm here in the capacity of the Minister of National Security. As the government, we recognize that security is essential for Uganda's development and also for the safety of our citizens. The government continues to strengthen security through intelligence-led operations. We have community policing, surveillance systems, and also cooperation between security agencies. We're also addressing the emerging threats, such as the organized crimes, terrorism, cybercrime, and also the violent crimes. We're working closely with communities to prevent crime before it happens. Honorable members, security is not about responding to crime, it is also about prevention, intelligence, cooperation, and also protecting citizens' rights. Therefore, the government remains committed to maintaining a safe, secure, and peaceful Uganda. I thank you.
Okay, thank you, Honorable. Then I'll call upon the Leader of Opposition. But I'm confused. The Leader of Opposition changes in every motion, so I'm very confused, but you can proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. My name is Kakande Crispus. I represent the youths of Nakaseke District. Of course, the Leader of Opposition delegated to me this role as by virtue of being the Shadow Minister for Internal Affairs. It is a statement by the then Chief Justice of Kenya that the strength of a nation does not lie in the strength of their economy or the strength of their armies, but rather to the fidelity to the Constitution. Honorable Speaker, in this motion, the issues that are raised are not as so because we don't have the laws in place, but because the government is not intentional in implementing the same. I must say that I'm disappointed by the stand of the Prime Minister when he pushes the obligation to the students and thereby extinguishing the government from the obligations that it has to do. Honorable colleagues, the issue about road safety, it is the year of 2026, and largely 90% of our roads in Uganda are two-lane. That is disappointing. And this is the reason as to why we're having lots of head-on crashes on our roads, because the government has, I want to believe it is deliberate, that because I believe we have the money to maybe construct 4-lane, 8-lane, but because the government is restrictive and accommodative to some of the laws, selectively.
Please conclude.
Okay.
10 seconds, then you the floor.
All right. I believe the government can do more in establishing better roads. On the issue of access to justice, colleagues, it is high time as a country we accommodate Champati agreements, and that is litigation funding. Many of the people that want to access justice cannot get justice because the cost of litigation is really very high. I say this from the advocate's point of view. It's high time we put up a litigation funding strategy whereby the youths who cannot access justice have people who can put in for them, and at the end they share the decremental sum or the results of the judgment. And by your auspices, Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to request the August House to take a second in memory of the youths that have really succumbed to, as a result of crime. We talk of Sydney, a fellow youth, the captain of Villa, David Owori, and then we have Sevenda Rogers, who have lost lives as a result of failed policies. So under your auspices, I beg that we take off a second in memory of them.
Please, Honorable, we are out of time. Yes, we are out of time. Please, we are out. Honorable DK, you know the Speaker of this House. I am the Speaker of this House. We are out of time.
But
so, Honorable, you have 2 seconds to use the floor, because at least I've given you time. We are out of time.
Honorable, with that, I cannot continue any further because it's out of courtesy that we really take off a minute in respect of colleagues.
Okay, Honorable, you can yield the floor.
Fine, with that.
Honorable members, we have had the final remarks from the Prime Minister and the leader of opposition. So I now put a question that the motion for the resolution of the Uganda National Youth Parliament urging government to enhance road safety, crime prevention, access to justice, service delivery, and national security be adopted. Those in favor say aye. Those contrary say nay. The ayes have it. Honorable Clerk, read the next item on the order paper.
Next item on the order paper, that is item 10. Adaptation of resolutions from the second sitting of the 8th Uganda National Youth Parliament.
Also, I'll call upon the clerk to read the resolutions. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I beg to report the proceedings of the second sitting of the 8th Uganda National Youth Parliament on 7th August 2026. The House debated a motion for a resolution of the Uganda National Youth Parliament urging government to enhance youth employment through skills development and enterprise growth. The House debated and the question was put and agreed to. The House urges the government to support youth participation in agriculture, establish more skilling hubs, establish dedicated graduate seed funds, provide accessible technologies like assistive devices for people living with disabilities. On motion for a resolution of the Uganda National Youth Parliament urging governments to promote meaningful youth participation, representation, and accountability, the question was put and agreed to. The House resolved that mechanisms be put in place to decommercialize elections, put in place accountability tracking mechanisms to curb corruption and lack of accountability. Government should enact policy to reflect a political fair financing. On motion for a resolution of the Uganda National Youth Parliament urging government to enhance access to sexual and reproductive health information for adolescents and young people, the House resolved that government should establish confidential youth concerns in health centers enroll sex education in all secondary schools, encourages the government to use, urges the government to encourage the use of reusable sanitary towels. On motion of the National Youth Parliament, urging the government of Uganda to strengthen climate action, enhance environmental protection, and build climate-resilient communities. The House urges the government to prioritize dedicated youth climate financing, especially green energy, provide grassroots solutions tailored toward environmental conservation, need for government to implement recommendations made during global summits, strengthen extension services for agriculture, and on motion for resolution of Uganda National Youth Parliament, urging government to enhance road safety, crime prevention, access to justice, service delivery, and national security. The question was put and agreed to, and the House resolved that the House urges government to prioritize and strengthen already existing systems, establish magistrate courts and legal clinics in every district, urges government to train paralegals in every sub-county. There is a need to consider Karamoja in restocking programs and make thorough checkups for these buses before they are put on the roads to curb road accidents. There is need to include refugees in these services, and also urges government to account to the refugees. Madam Speaker, for the points that are not captured, there's some that were repeated. I beg to report.
Thank you, Honorable. Yes, I'll call upon the clerk to read the next item on the order paper.
Right, Honorable Speaker. The next item on the order paper, which is item 11, is closing remarks by Faraja Country Liaison Officer in Uganda.
All protocol observed. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Phoebe Natkunda, and I serve as the Country Liaison Officer for Faraja Africa Foundation, Uganda. And as we come to the closing of the second sitting of the 8th National Youth Parliament, allow me on behalf of Faraja Africa Foundation, say thank you to each one of us here. Today has reminded us that when young people are given a genuine opportunity to participate, they do not disappoint. We have listened to thoughtful debate, practical ideas, and passionate contributions from young leaders representing communities across Uganda, and that is something we should all be proud of. To our youth members, I encourage you not to let today's work end here. Return to your communities, share what has happened in this house, and continue engaging the young people whom you're representing here today. The National Youth Parliament is strongest when the conversation continues beyond this house. I extend our sincere appreciation to the Parliament of Uganda for opening this house to young people, the Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development, and the Uganda Parliamentary Forum on Youth Affairs, the National Youth Council, and all the leaders who have guided and supported this process. We are deeply grateful to our development partners, the European Union, the Royal Danish Embassy, the Embassy of France, the Kingdom of Netherlands, and the Embassy of Ireland, HIVOS and Oxfam, for believing in young people and supporting meaningful youth participation. Our sincere appreciation goes to the EU Youth Sounding Board, the Royal Danish Youth Sounding Board, and the Dutch Youth Sounding Board, our residence commissioners, district chairpersons, local government leaders, and the National Youth Council District Executive Committee members who supported our subnational youth parliament engagements. And to our civil society partners, Advance Africa,
Open Space Center, SEPA, Sensitize Uganda, Restless Development, MCI, Akina Mama wa Africa, #Gulu, and very many other organizations that stood with us. Thank you for walking this journey with us and for ensuring that young people's voices were heard from the grassroots. And finally, to my colleagues at Faraja Africa Foundation, thank you. Many people have seen today's event, but they have not seen the months of planning, collaboration, travel, and the teamwork behind it. Your commitment has made this National Youth Parliament possible, and I'm truly grateful for each one of you. And to everyone that has been part of this journey, thank you for believing that voices of young people matter, and let the conversations continue outside of this space in your informal and formal meetings, on digital platforms such as the Power to Voices, to interact with like-minded advocates and push for development. May we all live here committed to turning today's resolutions into tomorrow's actions. Thank you, and I wish you a safe journey back. But before we go, together with our partners, we have certificates for you. Please do not be in a hurry to leave. Make sure you pick your certificates. And for those that haven't yet registered, we need to take note of your attendance and availability here. Please move over to the desk and make sure you register your name. Thank you once again, and a safe journey back for God and my country. Thank you.
Thank you, Faraja, Country Liaison Officer. I would like to take this opportunity to appreciate the honorable members for being active and making the house vibrant. In that case, the session is therefore adjourned.